top wave, but this is huge. I mean, OG have managed to completely turn this game in their favor from a pretty bad laning phase up until the point now where they're 1k gold ahead and having Aegis in their hands. They're just battering this tier 2 tower. Brilliant stuff.
I'm just too much of a mid lane Taiga. Atos is there this time around. This time around.
Spam the button, spam the button. Oh, he can't get out.
This time around he should fall. But really, after watching this game, I feel like such a boomer because Navi's draft makes sense, right? Meanwhile, OG's, it's funky, inspirational, for sure. But it still felt to me that Navi could take this mid-game. And they're the ones actually just completely being beaten down in this part of the game in which I thought they were stronger. General.
There you go, looking for General. The Shackle is there. The damage coming in thick and fast, and he's gone. Man, these pickups are just so quick. Like BZM just blowing people up.
Do you like the minimap? I feel like no one is a little bit angry.
Yes. What could that possibly mean?
Yeah, usually you see one line, you know? Like, okay guys, let's move this way. You don't necessarily see some tantrum being scribbled across the whole map.
Frustrated about that one. It happens, it happens.
I can't blame him because Navi, they literally haven't made a move for the longest time. They caught Taiga once or twice, but that's it. And now they're doing the same thing on bot.
Hello, Mr. Ember Spirit. Goodbye, Mr. Ember Spirit. I mean, Taiga's happy with this, though. Every time he dies, it just feels like OG are getting so much better. That said, Misha's in some trouble now. He's just got to throw out his spells as quickly as he can. But unfortunately, it's OG now who have to back themselves away. They are missing both of their supports. They might have an Aegis, but they can't fight into Navi in this condition. Although, and this is a big although, they are still looking, they are still poking, they're still blowing somebody up. Goodbye, Solo. Misha with the buyback here. Amar coming in the sideline, still has that Chrono Sphere. He's just threatening it. He's waving it in their faces and saying, I can do this anytime I want, friends. Meanwhile, Lohar Dance is going to lose his life. No one can come and help him. Like, no one can't come and help him. Because if he gets close enough to get that pulse off on him, he gets close enough to get Chronoed alongside him. And that just ain't what they can let happen. And now V-Tune, the next target,
that
run
was a nice
away.
Joke. That was a really nice joke. He actually blinked on the creeps. He went into blur, and then he actually ran towards the all right.
Okay, all right. That's a dead Misha at least. Die back on him. V-Tune though, very brave play. And now Solo comes across for the Phantom Strike as well. Very nice.
Now this is just very nicely played by V-Tune.
That was sick.
Like that's a tip right there. You comment him after the game. You tip him. Not only did he break their ankles by not running south, he moved back and he killed the Shadow Demon, knowing that they can't help him out. Really nicely played.
Have you seen Amar's most recent inventory purchase selection? Yeah, his quick buy.
Blink Dagger into Dagon. Oh,
classic
sure, why
Faceless
not?
Void build.
I mean, you're experimenting. You do whatever you like, I suppose. I'm not saying that this is a good build, but you know, if you win with it, like, who am I to judge?
We're getting very experimental now, Lizard. Like,
indeed. There's a Skadi now being purchased by V-Tune. Well, he's quite far from it, but he has one ulti orb. Meanwhile, on the other side, are there any huge items? There's still a full BKB on the Wind Ranger. There's that Aegis that they haven't utilized yet. They can maybe force a fight with it.
Yep, Lotus on the Necro, which was kind of forced due to the fact that there's a Shadow Demon in the game.
The General, I believe, might be dead again. Let's see.
You think so?
Maybe not this time.
There's friends nearby, but of course there's always that Chrono threat. They just can't come near enough to help him out. Lower Dance does now drop down with the stun, but the right click should be enough to finish off General though. Amar doesn't actually right click, like just full stop, doesn't do any damage, but luckily with the AoE damage they will be able to finish him off, the DPS. Meanwhile, BZM, ooh, he's looking for V-Tune. That's a really big target with the Blink Dagger forwards. Unfortunately, the Shackle doesn't quite connect, but now the Shackle's out from Tiger, gonna help them both together. V-Tune is gone, and no one might be following him to the grave soon enough. Is there anything Aloha Dance can do about this? Two-man silence coming on out here. I think this might be a dead team, as they will lose no one. Now they'll go towards Aloha Dance as well. Aloha Dance is gonna fall. Barrows from a low ground. And meanwhile, Solo, I mean, he's healthy for now, but I think they want the full team wipe here.
Yeah, not for much longer. They will chase him. He does have a TP, so maybe he... Nah, he just joked it out. This is a hard game to watch if you're a Navi fan. Like, they're literally not doing any plays on the map. They're just running away from OG, scraping it up together. They're trying to... You know what? Like, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that they need this Nyx Assassin to stop farming the Aghanim's and start making some moves. At least give info with Vendetta, right? Go in.
Yeah.
So far, the only play that they've been doing is killing off Taiga.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Sure, you kill a position 4 once or twice, but doesn't really change anything. How many of illusions are there on the map? Like 4, 5? 4 draw ranger illusions just farming away.
Hanging around, aren't they? Well, Lower Dance does nearly have that Aghanim Scepter, so, you know, hopefully after that point he will start being more active, but kind of past the point where the pick-off-based gameplay stops and the team fighting comes out instead, and that's going to make things difficult.
In my point of view, it's the Viper problem, right? Like, you have this hero that's not necessarily that tanky if he's gone on, but he can do a lot if he's just free in the fight. Mid lane, no one. Should be fine. And you need that first wall. You need this Nyx Assassin to protect General, so that they can perhaps apply break and do whatnot in the team fights, but...
There's two factors of this game from OG which remind me so much of old Team Secret. The first one is Tiger playing that sacrificial role where he's just being in places in the map where he knows that if he gets jumped, his team are going to be able to get something much better from it.
Shackle.
Yeah, no one's still playing around. The second thing is the classic puppy black hole, where you kind of just run at them going, "Ah, I've got black hole, stay away!" And because of that, they can't be near each other, and that's exactly what this Chronosphere is doing this game. It's really cool to watch.
Yeah, he didn't really use it, right? Like,
No.
Witch Doctor is just that. He used Chrono like once or twice, and that's it. Like, he's just threatening with it.
Yeah.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Tier 3 tower, just being plinked apart by these two archers. BZM and Yuragi.
Top tower has fallen.
Plink, plink, plink. That one kept very low here, my goodness. Careful, buddy. Ato's out onto Tiger. Tiger, though, has the Yules. Meanwhile, Ohad Dance finally finishes Aghanims. Wow, look at it go. And they've taken the barracks. That's unfortunate. Not the game-changing purchase he perhaps hoped it could be.
No, most certainly not. I feel like even the items that are coming from OG changed the game more than the items that are coming from Navi. On one side you have almost a Skadi completed on the PA, and on the other, an MKB is being completed by BZM. Well, it's like 2000 gold more, but getting there.
BZM. Bolsidar. Bogdanov. The age 16-year-old mid player, previously on Team Creepwave, now on OG.
Is Bojidar his name?
Bojidar.
Yeah, it's
Thank you.
his name is basically a Slavic old name that you translate to a gift from God, God's gift or something like that. It's
Wow.
like Bogdan as well. Like Bogdan and Bojidar literally mean the same. They're the same names.
So he's just a double gift from God.
Yeah,
My
yeah,
goodness. No pressure then, you know. This guy's got to perform. Oh my god, that is a nice Chronosphere from Mr. Amar as he jumps through the back lines, catches out 3. No one gonna fall as well. That's gonna be 4 heroes dead on the side of Na'Vi. Where did he even come from? Lurking in the shadows and pouncing out onto Na'Vi to, I mean, very possibly get them another lane of racks here.
Yeah, or a game maybe even. They just don't have... Yeah, they do have a creep wave on the top lane, so they just... Yeah, they want to take the tier 2. After the tier 2, you have a possibility to get mega creeps. And I see no reason why not. They don't have a chrono. So the most disciplined approach would be to take maybe one side and rush.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Aloha Dance thinks he can come forward, thinks he can maybe get himself in the ground, but nope, General's got to go down as well. Navi leaking heroes left, right, and center. And Amar,
You know
his
what?
positioning in this game is just ridiculous.
Yeah, this team doesn't strike me like a team with too much discipline, necessarily. Or it's
Which one?
like OG. It's like the old OG, right? Like, they just push it so far that it's seemingly...
Oh dearie me, Navi, they are just crumbling They are getting their stakes well and truly peppered right now as BZM. Yeah, I'm God's gift. I'm in your fountain. I'm killing your cause. What are you going to do about it? Bkop is about to run out. Maybe V-Tune can jump in and get the kill, but in comes Amar. They do actually say that Nisha comes out with a disruption. BZM, okay, the Dagger will finish
Nice
the job.
intent, yeah.
Kind of should have died for that one, but there's a GG well
the
played
mantle.
coming out. The series will go to the side of OG.
The mantles
Dropping
of
them on the
intelligence
floor.
were dropped.
That's some beautiful BM right there from Amar. Just dropping the mantles outside the base, you know, maybe suggesting that they need them. But yeah, I mean, fair enough. That is OG taking the series over Na'Vi in a very, very... I mean, that was just mad. Like, I didn't see that coming from a mile off. That was just so convincing. OG just found their timing.
Yeah, the second game you could see Navi coming back into it, but this one, after it fell apart, it was just done for them. I thought that their strong part was the mid game. I thought that that's where they're going to shine. That's where they're going to make plays. But a little bit of greediness from the Nyx Assassin, and a couple of times the General got caught out of position. Suddenly, they just don't have any plays. Their only play was killing Taiga over and over again. But every time they kill him, they lose like 3 or 4 heroes on the other side. So really well played by OG. I'm impressed by the way they execute a draft with as much complexity as this one.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was a very intricate draft with lots of discussion points to be had. You know, if only we had a dreamy panel to break it all down for us. And in fact, we do. Dan, back to you.
Well, sometimes experiments don't go off, and sometimes they lead to a 30-minute GG with OG decimating Na'Vi. Black, talk to me about what happened there and help the viewers make sense of that draft and that performance.
We criticized the last pick Void a little bit. Thought it was perhaps under time pressure, you know, oh, what do we pick? Oh, yeah, let's go with this Void. But obviously, it was very well practiced. Like, he never used his Chronosphere for no reason. Every time he used it, like, he hit a super good Chrono. Laning phase went actually much better than I thought it should have gone, especially for that Drow Ranger. Like, I think Viper even got first blooded. And then in the mid game, it just looked like they had no chance of fighting back at all. Like, as the caster said, they kept killing this Tiger Ember Spirit, but at the same time, the Drow Ranger gets a kill or two, or the Wind Ranger gets a kill or two. And the most important thing, we were saying they lack damage, but minute 17, just get a Brigand's Blade on your Wind Ranger. It's like so broken. He killed the Necro in 2 seconds.
Do you agree, Misery?
Yeah, I mean, I think the game, how it played out, speaks for itself. I mean, what I'm mostly interested about is the whole like Void build as well. It was like such a new take. Like, I don't think I've ever seen this way of playing Void before, where you just like tank up like crazy, Halberd Hood, first items, brown boots, and then you just go in first. You know, he had 1 point in bash by level 10, and then you don't even use the chrono. You just threaten it, just like. I don't know. It looked pretty good in this game for sure, because like they didn't need it. Like, the guys were just running away from this Void all the time. They couldn't really kill him. It was really odd how it played out. Also, like, Necrophos having like no impact in this game. Shadow Demon definitely, you know, just so strong against them.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, his item build is just so bad in this game. But I understand why he chooses to go these items, right? Because if you buy heals, well, that doesn't work. You can buy 4 stuff, doesn't work. Nothing really works against the Shadow Demon. That's why it's so good against Necro. So you buy this Hood and Mech, but it doesn't save you, right? So what are you now? You're just like this blob who just dies anyways.
Yeah.
So yeah, and like same with Viper. Viper Necrophos kind of ended up being in the same position. They don't really have any impact, and they can't really build any tanky items either. So kind of awkward game. Must be frustrating to play this game for Na'Vi. I don't really know if they could have done that much. It's turned out to be. I mean, they had to snowball out of their lanes, right? I don't know. Maybe putting Necrophos off lane and Viper mid would have maybe been better, because like this Necro just, I don't know. Your mid hero cannot be like this vulnerable to one position 5 hero, right? And it's better that it's your offlaner, and then you can play around this mid Viper maybe. Yeah.
It's a tricky one. But just looking at those stats on OG, we've got 1-0-20 on Amar. That's an incredible performance. And there were periods when he was chronoing people and not even hitting anyone because there was so much damage coming out from BMZ and Yurogi. Is there anyone else you'd like to highlight on OG Black as having performed particularly well?
I think this game in particular was a very strong team effort. Of course, BZM had like a lot of solo pickoffs here and there. Amar had some crazy good chronos, but overall they all did their job. Tiger jumped in, always managed to chain 2 people. Misha always got the ulti on top of no one. Had some clutch saves here and there as well. Yuragi farmed up a storm, no problem. And yeah, like ever since the moment when Drow came online, it just looked like they had no answer to it because, as Misery said, the Necro, the Viper, they're just kind of green things on the screen that do nothing.
Okay.
I feel like all OG's players, they play well, right? Like they're all good. They could all be MVP this game, right? They all had their individual like reasons to why they won this game. But still, even though most people when they talk about OG, it's always Amar. But you know, this is kind of why he like last picks Void randomly, and everybody's like laughing at him, and then he's like doing this random build as well, and like just makes it look like it was his thoughts all along, you know. That this is why you can pick Void in this scenario, because you can just build this tanky items on front line.
Did you see his quick buy?
You see this
Dagon,
two-man chrono, and you're like, oh, he's gonna chrono now. Like, no, he's not. He's just gonna hold it.
Yeah,
He's gonna kill these guys, and he just it's just.
And they still had it for the next fight, and I couldn't fight again because it didn't chrono there. And it's just such good discipline by him, honestly. It really is. And his quick buys all over the place. There's some Dagon here, some Blink Dagger there, and some Refresher here, and then he changes it again. I don't know what he's doing. It works out though.
It's also like such a terrifying spell, right? It's like other games you're like, oh, he used RP for one support, and you're like, yeah, that's normal. But the chrono is just like, it's just such a powerful spell that it's almost better to not use it. You know what I mean?
I mean, he just jumped in, right, and kept doing the.
They can't help their Witch Doctor. They can't help their Nyx, because if they try to help, they get chronoed. So they just leave them alone, but then they just keep chasing, and then this just keeps happening the entire game. So
Amazing play.
Interesting, very interesting stuff.
Okay, well, I saw a lot of people saying Amar is going to carry from the offlane, and it was amazing that he picked a carry hero and went full offlane build. So very impressive performance there. We are going to take a quick break, but we're going to be back very, very soon with Tundra versus Team Spirit, a very exciting series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Haste. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's structures are fortified.
To solitude I return. My soul unspooled.
Radiant are scared. under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Of course. fort.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
The elements now.
Radiant are scanning.
Sweet ablution.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks.
The sweat.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
Hello and welcome back to OGA Dota Pit. I'm joined by Misery and Black, and we're going to be talking through one of the best games possible in the day. It's Team Spirit versus Team Tundra, and I want to talk about Team Spirit first of all. They are the reigning TI champs, just coming back from a phenomenal TI win. I imagine we've seen them a couple of times in the Eastern European. They're currently undefeated against some smaller teams. But Misery, talk to me a little bit about how we can expect Team Spirit to react to a TI win and then come in strong in a big tournament like this.
Well, I mean, I think their foundation of just understanding the game and like how they play is just really strong. They might try to experiment with some new heroes here, I could imagine. Take it as a bit of fun, but still, like even when they experiment, I'm sure that it's gonna be like kind of thought out and like they're still gonna be like very strong, I think.
Black, how about you? What are you expecting to see from Spirit here?
A lot of money for Yatoro. I've been watching his stream. He's been streaming a lot lately, and honestly, when you watch him play, it's kind of like his game understanding is just kind of insane. Like it just feels like it's way above most players out there. Like even the really really good players, like he's one step above that even. And I'm just really psyched to watch him play because I'm obviously a carry player myself, and every time I watch him play, I learn so much. And I might be a little biased here, but he's gonna be the guy I'm looking out for.
Can you elaborate on the game understanding?
Dude, it's like, okay, so there was this pub game he played when he streamed, right? And they were down like 115, but he was still the highest net worth in the game, and he ended up like 15-0-21 or something crazy like that. Because he was just farming and the enemy triangle while they were like aggressing, and as soon as they tried to gank him, he TP'd out just in time as they all TP'd, and then he found his own triangle. It's insane. I don't know where this game understanding comes from.
Yeah,
Then I tried to do that, and I fed, and I was like, okay.
He has this insane ability to always TP out right before the enemy gets to him.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's
It's
kind of, and he
crazy.
does it consistently. It feels like he almost never slips up on that, which is very rare, right? Like most carry players, they are hard to gank, but eventually, like they will get caught, right? But
Yeah.
with him, it's just I don't know, it's different, right?
Yeah, the first
he
time you
just
think it's
knows,
luck,
like-
but then it keeps
Yeah.
happening, and you're like,
Exactly.
all right, it can't be luck anymore. It's like he has like a map hack in his head or something. It's crazy.
Yeah, he knows his map awareness is that I can agree with for sure. Like is insane. Like
Yeah. But of course, none of his data he's gonna feed. So
I want to ask as well about how teams usually react to a TI win. Misery, you've not won TI, but you come very, very close. When after you came back from a big success like that, was it difficult to keep up the momentum and become still a top team, or did you find it relatively easy?
I think in general teams win TI they don't really stay like a top team for that long.
Mhm.
Like they usually lose some motivation, or I don't know, they become maybe arrogant, or like I don't know, like just something happens and just they don't other teams want it more, and then they kind of fall off. But with Spirit, I think they're also young, and I think they all just enjoy playing Dota like so much that I don't think it's necessarily going to be effective for them.
Mhm.
But yeah, I think the history shows that most teams who won TI has kind of fallen off throughout. OG
Yeah.
magically won twice in a row, but the years after they won the first one wasn't very pretty, right? It was kind of just like win TI, lose everything, and then win TI again. And
yeah.
It's an interesting one because I remember speaking to the Team Spirit players, and they are so young and so motivated and so driven to do something like this. It almost feels like winning TI is obviously a big goal for them, but it doesn't feel like they're a team who are ever going to be sated by something like that. They just want to. From your experience of the players, Black, do you agree with that? Do you think they're a team that are almost born to carry this level of momentum forwards?
Yeah, as Misery said, I would say mainly because of the age. I think they wouldn't be very affected by winning a tournament like TI. Like a lot of the older players, like in their mid-20s or something, like when they win TI, it's very easy to notice that there's like a feeling of just being complacent.
Mhm.
Like they don't try as hard as they have the previous year. But with Team Spirit, as I said, I'm biased. I watched a lot of Yatoro streams. It didn't look like he was going easy at all. Like he was grinding the hours every day, pretty much. And yeah, it just looks like he definitely wants the second TI win.
Let's
I
talk.
also think it's something like
Go ahead.
you have a like when you're so young, like what Team Spirit wants to do anyways is to play Dota, right? Like
Yeah.
them winning TI doesn't change that. Like so normally when you're a bit older, maybe you're gonna like find other interests, right? Money is gonna like give you more opportunities or whatever. Like, but I don't think that's the case for those guys. Not yet, at least.
Well, Dota, they have certainly got to play because they're coming up against a very strong team in Team Tundra. They are currently doing well in the Western European DPC, picking up some strong performances. Talk me through them as a team, Misery. I know they have been around for a long time against you. You've played against this team a lot. What makes them so good at the moment?
I mean, Tundra is just like they've become so good. Like, I don't know, the synergy that they have is just really like crazy from what you would expect from them from the beginning. I think because they just kind of gel really well. I think they have this ability to always like, even when they're behind, it doesn't feel like they're losing. When like, and when they're ahead, they're just like running over teams. They're just a really hard team to beat, especially in a best of 3. I mean, they lost to Secret the other day, but it was like such a close series, right? And yeah, I just think they're one of the very top teams in the world right now.
Fata's a player that you've played with quite a lot, Black, as well. Back in I remember that old Mouse Sports team. That was one of my favourite teams when I was first getting into Dota. So it's always nice to see him doing well. Were you expecting him to become a captain like this? Because he was a good mid player. It's weird for him to shift into 5 so well.
Yeah, I think he went through quite a couple of roles, right? He was a mid player first, then he went to the off lane, did quite well there, and then he transitioned, as you said, very successfully into a pot 5, and like it kind of makes sense because he's had so much experience on a lot of teams for many years. So being able to lead a team like this makes a lot of sense. But it just feels like he's way too good at 5 than what he should be, given the small amount of time that he has played. You know, so to me, it kind of feels like he was always kind of supposed to play that role. Now that you see it,
I also think Fata's 5 is extremely good, and he also seems to have a lot of fun with it too. He's bringing all this high five. I almost think he brought the high five meme into the game a bit. He started doing it the first amongst pros at least, and all this chat wheel spamming. Like I don't know, he seems like he's having a lot of fun playing the role and with the team. Yeah. And I think that shines through. I think they're also very innovative team as well, bringing a lot of new stuff into the game, and that's usually like a really good sign of a healthy team environment.
Yeah, what I think, or you also sort of alluded to it before, like they're just so resilient. They remind me of the old Liquid when they won TI. Even if you're really far ahead against them, it doesn't feel like you are. Like they always know how to fight back, even if they're like 10 or 15k behind. They know how to like stop the bleeding and just kind of fight back and make the game even again, and suddenly you just lose.
They're just so good at capitalizing on the smallest mistake from behind. Like we saw it against Secret the other day, how they were so far behind. One little mistake by Secret, and they just snowballed so fast, even though they were so far behind, and they looked like the game was over, right? Secret was so far ahead, and it's like they just do a quick smoke and catch another guy and then another guy, and suddenly they're threatening Roshan. Secret has to like buy back and stuff, all of it to keep the game like almost even, and it's insane how they have this ability to come back.
We've got opening picks here. We've got the Bane and the Batrider, a couple of Bs for Team Tundra, and the Weaver and the Monkey King for Team Spirit. Misery, talk me through these opening Tundra picks. What are we seeing here? That's a lot of good single target disable.
Yeah, I mean, so just as we said how the innovative they were, they first picked Bane. So that's not the most new thing, but yeah, it seems like they're just going to feel each other out a bit. Both teams are responding with very meta picks here. I think the Batrider pick stands out a little bit. It's really good against Monkey King, but not necessarily against Weaver. Historically,
quite early for Bat, right?
A little bit, yeah. But I guess it's a mid Bat, right? They're gonna they're just banning for it a bit here with Quap and Invoker, and then I mean mid Bat is still like really strong.
It's so annoying to play against.
It really is, and it's so good against so many heroes in Dota. Like very few heroes actually enjoy playing as Bat, so that's definitely a good thing.
It's go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry. No, you go ahead.
I was going to say it's just a 9 specialty. It's his second most played hero in the last couple of patches, and I've always associated that with him as well. So it's nice to see him on it again.
What's his most played?
His most played in the last couple of patches, so this is 30 and 29, is Puck.
Oh, Park. Yeah, I haven't seen that hero in a while. But
Yeah,
I
that would have
quite
been
like that
29,
opening
I
actually.
thought.
Yeah, it was a. I mean, honestly, the hero is still quite strong. Puck is, but it can feel so underwhelming suddenly. Like the enemy just has 1 HP item and you don't do any damage anymore. You're like, eh. Now suddenly my mid hero just feels like a support. But yeah, this Bad Rider Bane combination is really strong. Like if you get this a Blink Dagger on Bad, you have potentially 3 heroes that you can just
10
disable through an entire team fight.
remaining.
The Grip, the Lasso, Sleep.
Yeah, you also already have
5
two
seconds
BKB
remaining.
piercing spells, right? So that's really strong.
Yeah.
You have 2 really insane catch later on in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Strong lanes.
Spirits turn to bad.
And Bad Rider middle kind of just makes sure that Monkey has to be a support, right? Like you don't want to play core Monkey against Bad Rider.
Yeah, I guess not. I mean, you definitely don't want to lane it.
Yeah.
But you force the monkey support, and then you also see the weaver, so you kind of force
10
the monkey
seconds
weaver
remaining.
supports, which is like a bit gimmicky in a way, right? Like you
Yeah.
don't
5
actually have
seconds
an actual
remaining.
support hero. You're kind of this hybrid core hero thing going on, which can be awkward. But
It certainly doesn't feel the
Secret-
best, especially
Yeah.
playing against like a Bane, who just is like the perfect support hero, right?
Mm. It's interesting the bans there of Invoker and Storm Spirit. Are those seen as being strong against the Bane of the Back Rider? Because I guess the Invoker's pretty good at disabling the long range Bane grip. Is that a kind of a counter pick they're getting rid of there?
Yeah, all 3 heroes are amazing against Bad Rider in mid lane. Like Storm is actually one of the best. Bkop, of course, has a blink. And Invoker is just like pretty much unkillable for a Bad Rider until you get higher levels at least. So they just really want to secure that mid Bad Rider.
Mm-hmm. Team Spirit banning out a litany of
10
carries here with the
seconds
Void,
remaining.
Wraith King, and
Radiant
Luna
team
going down. And they are going to be picking up the OD there. That's a very good Back Rider counter. Are you pleased with that, Black?
Yeah, I am, as you know, I'm a very big OD fan. Like the lane is not the easiest for the OD. So this could just be like an OD Monkey King offlane, for example. But in the game,
10
OD makes a lot of
seconds
sense. Like you
remaining.
can build into this Blink Dagger, Etherland's Aghanim Scepter. Very
5
strong against
seconds
both
remaining.
Bad Rider and Bane. So the hero right now makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, to me this looks more like a Monkey King OD lane, but it could be mid, I suppose. The OD kind of counters the lasso aspect, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He doesn't like
XD.
getting stickied,
XD.
right? He doesn't like getting like thrown this flame break at him. He doesn't really deal with split pushing very
10
well.
seconds remaining.
So it's an okay response, but yeah, it goes
5
both ways for
seconds
sure.
remaining.
The Brewpig is a really good response to OD.
It's just so broken when you steal the Astral, man.
Yeah, it's really strong.
It's just like lasts for 5 seconds. It's a full screen range. Like I literally today got full screen Astral by like a level 18 Rubik. I was so pissed.
I saw it on. I saw Thompson play it against in his stream as well, where he stole Astral. Does it steal?
You steal mana
Is it-
too.
Team Spirit.
you need Aghanims for that? No.
No.
Yeah, so you
The
actually
Aghanim just
steal
adds
so much mana too.
the AoE damage to it.
Wow, a Doom picked up. That will be an offlane Doom, or could that be even be a? It has to be offlane, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I
gonna be
think so.
Rubik Doom offlane, and I'm gonna last pick the carry
10 seconds
mid Bad Rider.
remaining.
Honestly, this Tundra draft looks really scary, man. They have so many big
5
ults and
seconds
disables, and the
remaining.
lanes aren't even weak.
Radiant team.
Yeah, I
back.
agree.
Morphling.
Morphling.
Morphling pick up one of your Toro's top picks here.
Yeah,
Do you like that?
it is definitely here that lanes very well against Doom. No, like question about that. It's just they have so many disables that if you make one
10
mistake as a
seconds
Morphling, you can
remaining.
literally just die in a second.
Doesn't sound like Yatoro though.
5
He doesn't make many
seconds
mistakes, as we've covered. So
But I think the idea here is like you said about the laning, right? Like you're gonna put this Morphling Weaver safe lane, or maybe Morphling Monkey, whatever they choose, and then this is just a one lane by default, right? Like you're not gonna be able to pressure the hero with no matter what you do. And then if you
Team
have the OD
Spirits
Monkey
turn
lane as
to
well,
ban.
which is also strong, you can ban for it even. And then you last pick something solid against the bad mid, and now you potentially win all 3 lanes, right?
Yeah,
And then it doesn't matter how strong Tundra's draft looks or whatever, you're still gonna win 3 lanes and like play from there. So
Yeah, like, this Morphling gets his first item, like a Morbid
10
Mask or Power
seconds
Threats, and Doom, it just can't last it anymore. You have like 30 damage less, way less attack
5
speed, and
seconds
Ruby can't really help you
remaining.
there, right?
you also buy this early Lincolns this game, right?
Radiant
Yeah.
team.
I mean, Lincolns in this game is really, really good. Like,
It's a god tier item.
yeah, it is.
So what sort of a carry are Tundra looking out to round out this draft?
So they banned out Peel, which makes a
It's
lot
hard.
of sense.
It's many carries banned already.
10 seconds remaining.
Terrorblade looks pretty decent.
5 seconds remaining.
Do you like Juicer? I quite like Juicer.
User's okay, but I think actually the best tier they could pick, which I think is going to get banned next, is Drow Ranger. Like, it just owns OD and Morphling.
Usa is weird against Morph, but your lineup is like maybe overall better. Like you have really good supports for the Dusa, whereas
Yeah.
Morphling's supporting cast is, kind of gimmicky, like we talked about earlier. You don't have that much disable, you don't have that much team fight. You have a lot of these small skirmish type of heroes.
So if they were to pick a Drow Ranger on Tundra, what could Spirit pick to kind of sort of counter it?
Well, they're looking
Plus-
for a collapse hero. So,
I think Collapse is going to be on the OD this game.
oh, do you? Okay.
So,
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
it does. Yeah.
but I don't know. I mean, I don't know. They could do the other way around too, right? They do have last pick, so they might just be flexing it and seeing like
Yeah,
what
whatever.
kind of carry they're
yeah.
looking at. There's stuff like Naga as well. I
10
don't know
seconds
if that's a Skeeter
remaining.
hero.
Naga is actually not bad, yeah.
5 seconds
Like you-
remaining.
Illusion heroes generally against Morph. TB being probably the worst of them, but against Morph
Radiant
specifically, but
team
he's really
pick.
good against the rest, so
Anti-mage
Anti-mage.
ban.
Okay.
that makes sense, I guess.
Is that against
Delay-
the OD? Why are they banning that particularly?
It's really good against Morphling, right? And Weaver
Yeah.
Monkey doesn't do much to AM as well. You don't have catch. It's like
10
Yeah.
seconds remaining.
Yeah. But okay, then I do think Drow strikes me as the best hero for
Remaining.
Tundra. Maybe Naga, but since they don't have last pick, it's a little bit more risky.
yeah. So Skeeter, what is his preference on these type of heroes though?
Rave King. What is
It's
banned?
banned.
He likes the TB, which is out there. So,
Okay.
Like TB can work, as we said. It's just out of all the Ilu heroes, as Misery said, TB is definitely the weakest option against Morph.
Kind of hero here.
Bloodseeker could work for sure against OD.
Team Spirit.
A bit scary, perhaps, but
does
Okay,
that
they go with
Medusa.
Dusa.
okay.
So what are we looking for from Spirit to round out then? As you mentioned, it's probably a Toronto Tokyo hero. I mean, he's got Puck still in the pool. It's difficult. What do you expect to see him pick up back?
The
10
Aghanim's Puck is really good against
remaining.
bad later on, for sure. It's also one of the
Yeah.
heroes that are good in the lane to
5
some extent,
seconds
right?
remaining.
Is there any other, like, Legion Commander, like any of those heroes you can pick? Abaddon?
Choose
So
Ember.
Okay.
I mean,
Ember was
Ember
back.
makes a lot of sense.
Playable matchup for Ember?
And you have to be really careful. Like, if you die once,
Yeah.
you're going to die a second time. But if you can make it to level 6 without losing too hard or dying, then you should be okay. And that's the hero they needed, right? Something like a Puck or Ember Spirit that can really
Yeah.
move around. Because Morph and OD are going to be farming.
Yeah, I mean, it is really good for the game. And to be honest, Tundra's draft is pretty greedy. Like, they have Doom,
Yeah.
Bat, Medusa, which all wants to farm a lot in this game. And
Yeah.
if Ember Spirit can, like, get some kills, even having a little bit of a rough lane, if he gets a couple of kills, he's kind of back, right? So, yeah, it's nice to have a hero for them that can kind of run at Tundra a bit.
So are we expecting Black to see the story of this game to be Team Spirit trying to close out early into a late game draft by Tundra, or is there anything that Tundra can do in the early game here?
Yeah, late game seems super hard against like a Refresher, Doom, Medusa, and Bad Rider. Like, I don't think you want to go late game. I think like the biggest time they're going to have is this like Morphling 3-4 items where he's stronger than Medusa and can kill her teammates really easily. And that's probably what they're going to be playing for. He's going to free farm in the lane, no problem. And Dusa, I think, is actually going to get quite pressured by this Monkey King and OD.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything else we should look out for?
Well, I mean, I think the late game is weird, right? Because this Lincoln Sphere is such a powerful item this game. Like, you actually buy Lincolns on all your cores, and it's kind of hard for Doom and Bat to play Dota, like, because your supports die so easily. And
Fey grenade triggers it though for some reason.
but I don't know. I mean, it's hard to predict this game. I think I'm gonna go with Spirit because they're
Yatoro God.
TI winners. Yatoro God.
We'll never bet against Spirit. Well, it might be hard for them to play Dota on those two heroes, but they're going to have to as we move into this game 1 of Team Spirit versus Team Tundra, and we're going to be helped through it by Nomad and Lizard.
Thank you very much, Dan and the gang. Yes, indeed, it is the TI champions versus the team which never made it to TI, despite many people's best intentions. Everybody wanted to see them there, but unfortunately, they couldn't cut it when it matters. Now is the time for Tundra to possibly get redemption for that. Although I'm kind of scared for them, Lizard, because if they do beat Tundra now, then if they do beat Team Spirit now, then they'll never stop thinking about what could have been, right?
Yeah, you don't really want to find yourself in that situation, but then again, you know, you still have this season, the next TI, and Tundra, man, they looked extremely strong at the end of the last season, and the only reason why they weren't at TI is because they showed up a little bit too late.
Yeah, absolutely. They could have got there, they didn't get there, and now they have a chance at redemption here in this series on the international stage. And also, let's not forget, you know, Team Spirit, they haven't lost a game since TI. They're on an 8-series win streak, so taking them down here for Tundra would be a huge statement from them. They have looked so good inside the EU DPC, but let's not forget, they did recently lose a series against Team Secret, so Tundra, you know, they've got a lot to prove here.
And it's a team that Team Spirit actually did talk highly about. Like when they talk about teams, they actually did say that Tundra is one of those that's looking pretty damn strong at the moment. Right. Tundra 2 bounties, Team Spirit 2. No crazy business here.
Yeah, Maposhka tried to go in and sneak a bounty there, but not quite sneaky enough, unfortunately. So, Skater on their signature Medusa. I mean, there's a lot of signatures in this game, isn't there? But is this looking like a good Medusa game to you?
It is. It's a decent Medusa game, besides the fact that her team is really greedy. I think it's kind of alleviated by the fact that Rubik can steal Sukuchi, so he doesn't really need to be AFK farming that Blink Dagger. And also, I think it's one of the best shard games for a Medusa. Like, you don't really see that bot way too often, but in this game, it looks pretty solid.
Yeah, true. It's got a lot of applicability in this game. Lots of stuff to mess with, especially that OD. And yeah, OD collapse. I'm curious about this one as well. Is this something we're going to be seeing a lot of, do you reckon?
I mean, it's collapse. You know, if there's a hero that's perhaps not even broken, in most hands he's going to make it look that way. And OD for me right now pretty much looks borderline broken. If you remember, maybe, what, it was May last year? Or March last year when OD was really coming into the meta, then it got nerfed a little bit. But it was this build, the Meteor Hammer. You just go with the Meteor Hammer, you take towers, you just make moves all the time. It's really strong.
Yeah, it's a very common build we've seen on pretty much every OD. You know, it's one of the most consistent things we've seen, whether it's mid, whether it's off lane. But I mean, that's because it works. But they do have the interrupts available on the side of Tundra, so you know, go and make sure no one gets caught out in that way. So, right now we've got 9 and 0 on the Ember at mid. On the last hits, it's still pretty close and decided in most of the lanes at this point.
It's pretty early to call it. Miposhka is the one that kind of suffered the most beating out of all 3 lanes. I would say he's the one that had to waste the most regen. As he was caught by a sentry, he wasn't able to deward it. He does have 2 more now in his backpack, so maybe he'll be able to do it soon.
Double downing. It's got to be done though when you're playing this weave. You want to make sure that you get those sentries out of the lane, and you can also block as well if you need to. But Weave is very good at interrupting pulls though, isn't he?
Yeah, it's very important that he manages to... Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah,
You can't really play the lane without that, right? Like, you need to get the sentry out, and then you can actually harass and play around the Sukuchi.
So last series we talked a lot about the drafts which were easier to play. In game 1 and 2, the draft which was easier to play did seem like you know, the easiest wins. However, in game 3 it was switched the opposite way. Do you think that applies to these teams though? Because they are both so creative in what they can pull out and what they can do. I feel like, to be honest, wait, we have a.
We have a dive, yeah.
This isn't
A dive on the tier 2. Yeah, I don't think it applies. I know where you're going with that, and I don't think it applies. I think it's completely different here. I couldn't even put my finger on which one of these drafts is easier to execute. I guess you, on one side, you have this OD, and all you need is a meteor hammer to start taking down towers, which is, and then Medusa stuck in the triangle. You stack for her, and then you make moves with OD and Ember. Right? I maybe that draft looks. I'm really not sure. I'm just trying to figure out the mid game for both of these teams.
Yeah, it's so many interactions to think through in this one. I almost feel like I want to give it to the more creative draft, just because I know these teams can make it work so well. But that would be a pretty.
Which one is more creative? That's the
I think
question.
Team Spirit. I mean, I think Tundra. This is a very boring draft for Tundra. Like usually they're picking this up some crazy stuff from down in the middle lane, but this is pretty straightforward for them.
Oh, that's true. If you manage to pressure the Medusa, I think, and get her out of the lane into jungle early on, then a couple of rotations and the first blood. They actually killed the Morphling.
All right, that was the panel's fault. That was 100% the panel's fault. You know, Black and Misery just going, "Oh, this guy's so good. He doesn't make mistakes." Yeah, I mean, good job, guys. Look what you did. Look what you did.
Is that
Poor
it?
guy.
Was it the curse?
Yeah,
Is that
it was a panel curse.
Yeah, there is no way. Like literally any lane, I would call for a first blood sooner than the top lane, especially on Morphling. Yeah, you just don't see that. You just don't see that coming. It happens, you know. Sometimes you morph shift agi instead of shifting strength. It happens to the best of us.
Yeah, just not keeping an eye on 33's abilities, perhaps, who knows, but either way, that's a pretty bad death for OG DOTA up in the top lane. And, well, yeah, that's a rough one. But I want to talk a little bit more about the... oh, hold on. Yatoro's mad. He's looking for revenge up in the top lane. He's slighted, and he wants to try and get some slights back, but that's not going to happen. They're going to be fine on the side of Tundra as 33 and Snaking just clear those bugs off each other.
There's still Miposhka. He's running around probably just to steal the bounty runes. Yeah, this is something that's really nice about Weaver. Bot lane Fata. Sleep well. That should be fine.
Frees himself.
Yeah. So one of the really nice things about Weaver is that it's very easy for you to invade and make these plays. And look at Snaking. He knows that. Man, this is some really quality Dota right here. Weaver goes in, blocks the Ancients, instantly gets devoured, like, and stacked. Like Snaking stacks the hard camp afterwards. Just, maybe he will die though.
Great job there by Snaking, but 9A in some trouble in the middle lane as Mira rotates in with Toronto Tokyo, and they are going to be able to take down 9 despite the nice illusion pop. To buy himself a little bit more time, and Snaking as well. Miposhka going in deep and punishing Snaking for that D-ward he just made.
Yeah, really nice plays by both of these teams. I liked that Snaking stacked the camp and de-warded the Ancients, but he pushed his limits a bit too far. He went for the rune control, and Weaver just kills you. That Swarm level 1 dishes out a lot of damage.
Of course, this is going to give Tundra some flashbacks here as well with his OD offlane, because that's what they played against Team Secret. Or what Team Secret played against them, rather. And CIS demolished them with that offlane OD, who kept saving heroes from Skitter's Chronospheres. So, yeah, well, hopefully that won't be the same thing. Oh, hello? That... What? How did they even see that?
Yeah,
all right.
It was. Yeah, they caught him. He was not sure exactly how they guessed the right position. Monkey King is even pinging out a ward which isn't there.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think so, wouldn't you?
Yeah, they just guessed it really well because he killed the courier, right? So they kind of guessed the trajectory in which he was going back and caught him. Really well played by them. Talking about the OD that you mentioned earlier, he already has a meteor hammer.
Yep, very nice, very nice. I like to think that one of them was just tangoing, and they didn't even realize. I know they obviously did, but it would be really funny if you're just like, oh, I'm just gonna tango it. Oh, a monkey popped out of it. Hello, free kill.
Yeah, just a bonus and Bane escorting him to Tango 3. That definitely sounds right.
Let's just go with that. It sounds funny.
Yeah.
What about the narrative here?
Fata.
Uh-oh. Fata in some trouble. There comes that meteor. Smash it on down. Good night, Bane. You're the one who's going to be having nightmares tonight, I'm afraid.
Yeah, nice attempts from him to sleep himself. Oh, Skitter actually TP'd. I don't think they have the damage or the manpower necessary to take him down. Should be fine with defending it, but this is the problem, right? Like, you went bottom, you did defend the tower for a little while, but you can't go further. If you go further, they will chase you down, they will kill you.
Very, very complicated game so far. My 4K MMR brain is struggling to keep up with it, but you're doing a great job in guiding me through it. Listen, thank you.
It isn't really. You see the Bane going bottom, perhaps setting up a kill. He is smoked up, but I'm not sure. Like, we can help him. At this point, perhaps a Bat Rider, but Bat is the only one with possible kill potential.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Fata has like a lot to do on the bottom lane. He did ward the jungle, right? He planted some nice wards, so Medusa will feel safer. And perhaps he'll pull the wave. That's what he's trying to, at least.
He's so scared. He's like, he literally was in the middle of casting Brain Sap on a creep, and then he cancelled it. He's like, oh, I just got the creeps.
I mean, as long as you're getting some experience as a 5, if there's nothing else on the map to do, it's better than leeching someone else's experience. And here comes Bat. Now with 9, they might be able to do something, but he was spotted by the ward, wasn't he?
He was indeedy. Yep.
XD.
XD indeed. They see him coming, they back themselves out, and the jig is up for Mr. 9, as he will be unable to find a kill down here, I would imagine. Although that side, Collapse is coming forwards. Mirror and Collapse, they are looking for some trouble here. But they see Fata, and that is not the target they want to go on.
I think they will wait for the 10-minute mark for Ember to get a rune, and with that rune perhaps he can rotate? I'm not sure, but that would be easier for them to do, I would say.
Yeah, the 2-on-2's not happening, is it? Because there's no way they get off the Meteor Hammer with 2 heroes. Oh, Mirror happened to bounce away from that Molotov.
Ember does have a haste rune, so he can pretty much just decide which way he wants to go with that.
Oh well, 9 is just hard bailing on this poor old Bane. He's just going to get beaten down by Collapse and Mirror. Yeah, the sleep comes out, but it's not going to save him. Fata just drop.
Yeah. Keep in mind that he used Firefly, right? Bat used it to farm the hard camp, the small camp. He's getting closer to his travels, so he decided to just bail on the tier 1.
That ward doing so much work as well. They see him coming, and then because they see him farming that small camp, they know that it's safe to go onto the Bane there as well. So really, really heads up plays there from Team Spirit.
From Tundra, at least, the Rubik now has his 6. I believe you could use the tome. Did he use the tome, or...? I believe he did, but it doesn't matter because Fata will have 6 very soon as well. So you'll have 2 supports hitting their big ultimates, and you will be able to start making rotations either on the Ember or perhaps even the OD on the bottom lane.
And there's
How do
that
you feel
Midas.
about the Midas? Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, of course. I mean, why is this just the default build on Doom now? Why is this Midas so good on this hero?
Yeah, because why not? You know,
already
you
has
have
one.
you have one Midas built in. You use that Midas to buy another Midas. I'm sure this is, to buy 2
Refresher
Midas. Yeah, just go for refresher now to use another Midas. No, it's decent. It helps you out. It's also pretty good. Like, one interaction that people don't talk about, which, well, we won't see it here because it's not skilled yet, is bonus attack speed with Infernal Blade. It actually helps out. Like, it connects a little bit faster. So it's one small bonus thing that's very neat about Midas Loom.
Yeah, not a hero you generally associate with needing some decent attack speed. Oh my goodness, they are throwing it down here on the Medusa. She's out of mana, but she has gotten off that ultimate, which means she should be safe for now, but still not particularly healthy. This feels risky for Skittle to go in here, but the grip onto Morphling! Oh no, Fata catching Yatoro out beautifully there.
Yeah, he caught him with sleep before he started morphing, and then he gripped him afterwards. That was, yeah, peculiar. You don't really expect your morphling to die that way. At the same time, Weaver died on top, and you lose the tier 1. So some really decent moves from Tundra. Fata
Oh, great nightmare there just to dodge the damage from Mira. Still probably not going to make a difference. Fata, you know, this keeps on happening. He keeps, you know, outplaying in a small way, but ultimately still dying. He's a pos fight being beaten by 2 heroes. But they're bringing people in on Tundra. They don't want to give away this middle tower for free. OD, the hammer coming down onto 9-9. It's going to get taken out by Team Spirit. They do get themselves something. And Yatoro is here just plowing into that tier 1 tower at mid.
Yeah, it's one of those cool things that you can do as an offlaner after you take down tier 1. He took tier 1, but then he didn't go straight mid. He farmed the enemy jungle, sticked around here, and then when he saw the right opportunity, then he showed up. Because if you instantly move from bottom to mid, most likely what will happen is they will react to it. This way, like, 9 wasn't completely sure if there was an OD there or not. He had no vision on him. Top lane. Can he catch him? No, he missed the direction.
Yeah. Sakuching together. I love the Rubik versus Weaver matchup, you know, it's just funny watching them kind of like drifted out together, trying to catch each other.
Yeah, it's a really nice matchup for the Rubik.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it's one of the best spells to steal, isn't it? As they jump forward onto 9 once again. He just died. Is he going to go down again? Team Spirit is certainly hoping so. 33 is here. He has the Doom. Doesn't feel the need to pop it for Mira here. Turns around, uses it onto the Ember Spirit. This might be 2 kills for them, in fact. Snaking just refreshing the cooldown on his Sakuchi as they run down this Ember. Meanwhile, 9 running away from the Weaver. They'll finish off the kill onto the Ember Spirit. 9, he's running through the trees. He's asking for the high 5 to try and bait out Mr. Maposhka here, but he's actually able to move. What? He keeps using the sticky napalm as well. Is that
Look,
not
he has
his
lasso.
location?
He could get a kill here even if they see the Weaver. Oh, the time lapse. They know now.
Invis, snaking. Is he there? Into that section. Oh my goodness, that was a little bit close for comfort, but Maposhka does get away, and 9 gives him the friendly tip.
I'm just getting like some PTSD from Rubiks in my games. Like they never have. You know how Rubiks are. Like he's there to win the game on his own, to steal all the spells, to buy Aghanims, to get the Aether Lance, whatnot.
Indeed.
Never has dust.
Oh, well, he's being dusted now, but the Boundless Strike will miss. Toronto Tokyo can't close the gap either. Snaking just says, bye, adios. Fun playing.
He's fine. And he deserves it. Like, if you think about the top fight, he's the reason why Bet survived in the first place, saved him, so afterwards they killed Ember together. Some really neat plays from Tundra, keeping them in the game. 9.
Boy, I mean, he's constantly getting jumped on here, but last time it went pretty well for them. This time it might not, though, as they do get the kill onto the Batrider down at bottom. This time it's just death, I'm afraid.
Yeah, they're really managing to find his moves and patterns really well. One of the reasons is his other cores are very greedy. Like it's easy to blame him from these kind of moves, but there's a Medusa in the triangle, and there's a Doom just farming away, getting his BKB with that Midas. So there aren't really a lot of heroes that you can make moves with. You put yourself out of the position, and then you feed easily.
Yeah, but you know, it's the hero you want feeding. Obviously, he doesn't want to die doing these things. He just wants to draw heroes and make pressure. He doesn't really want to die, but stolen from Toronto Tokyo, robbed by the Sakuchi Rubik, who is doing so much work this game.
Yeah, they are converging on the bottom lane, pretty much the entirety of Team Spirit, with only OD out pushing mid lane, and that OD has a full Aghanims completed. It's flying over to him. Collapse is, you know, step aside Collapse Magnus. Say hello to his OD. This is looking pretty scary.
Yeah, someone gets doomed and you just banish them to the Netherrealm for like 10 years and they're just going to come out the other side absolutely peachy.
Yeah, same for Lasso, same for Grip. You can just save heroes constantly.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal OD game, isn't it? My goodness. Tundra, will this hero come back to bite them once again? It's looking that way at the moment, it has to be said.
What do you think about Mira's Orchid? Like, he's actually... it's kind of normal that you don't go for boots on position 4 Monkey King. But he's rushing an Orchid as well. No Mate Slayer, nothing like that.
Well, you're essentially playing against another Weaver, right? So when you think about it that way, I guess it makes sense.
Yeah, it's not only for Rubik, literally for the Bane as well. For Batrider, it can be nice.
Mira looking for the setup here, but does get dragged down off the tree, trying to go for the TP away. Says if you want to kill me, you're going to have to use something, but that something will just be a cheeky little nightmare. And Mira is going to eat it, unfortunately, in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I love how Snake King cut his jump in half. Like he was just about to hit that tree, and then he gets lifted up from it, thrown to the ground.
Yanked off the tree. Get down here, you.
Radiant's middle tower
One
is
nice
under
thing that
attack.
Miposhka can buy later on as well versus this Rubik is a shard. Like you get that shard and then suddenly it doesn't matter if he's Sukuchi's, you apply the bugs on him, and because they reveal invisible units, Rubik will not be able to just go in and out of fights and do whatever he wants to.
Very
It's an
true,
option.
very true.
Yeah.
Also, when you're playing against Wukong's command, the Rubik Shard as well might not be too bad to get heroes out of that. Especially Medusa, you know, the Medusa versus Monkey King matchup's a bit annoying in that regard, but this is, of course, a support monkey, so probably won't be that much of an issue.
A very quiet game, I have to say, though. Like,
Yeah.
if you remember the last series that we just casted, it was a bloodbath. This time around, not necessarily, although Fata might get caught here.
Uh-oh. Miposhka smells something's up and actually doesn't want to go onto the support Bane here. Just wants to haul ass and get out of here.
Yeah, they had a ward. You can see a very deep ward right next to the tier 1 on top lane, the dire one, so they notice that 9 is rotating in, and
okay,
because of that they bail.
Yep. Man, Team Spirit are ahead of me and I can see everything. Like, we can see everything on the map and they're still, like, winning the vision game against the casters. That's impressive.
How much time do you spend watching the minimap, actually? That's a question I need to ask.
There's a mini.
While you play, yeah.
Oh. No, a decent amount. You know, I'm a carry player. You know, I like to watch and see when my team's fighting and count the dots and see if I should join or not.
No, there's a huge amount of players that spend more time watching the minimap than the game itself. It's
Yeah.
like your eyes should be constantly there, so when you have wards, it's very easy to spot some ganks the way Miposhka did. Moves away.
Blink Dagger coming out for the Doom on Dojo Kanojo, his courier. I don't know why it's named that.
Radiant's
Cool name though.
Dojo Kanojo Cho. Alright.
Cool name, bro.
Yeah, sure.
For a guy named 33, that's a very creative name, isn't it?
I guess now with Dojo Kanojo Cho giving them that Blink Dagger, they should be able to make a smoke move. Although, very interestingly enough, Tundra 33, he showed himself mid lane with that Blink Dagger. He didn't try to like be sneaky about it and try to get a pick off.
No one really wants to make any moves this game, so why bother, I guess? Why play around blink timing?
They caught
They have
Mira.
found Mirror. Yeah, that's something. The Monkey King. I've seen this track before, actually. This is Deja Vu. I'm pretty sure the last kill we had was this exact one.
They have that Tinker ward, if you look on the bottom lane.
Yeah, but
had that
this
thing-
Monkey King is mind gamed. After they cut his tree, like going to farm or just cutting him down, predicting whatever it was, he's just given up on the warding game. He's like, all right, you know, I don't know where they have wards. They just seem to see me wherever.
Yeah, they got into his mind, you know. He can't really figure out any longer. Is it me? Is it the wards?
Exactly.
What's happening?
He's mentally
But
broken.
this is giving Tundra a good opportunity to jump the mid lane. Now with the Doom,
Dire's structures
Let's see,
are fortified.
9 and 33 leading charge. Of course, 9 does not have the Blink Dagger, just the BKB. The Team Spirit are back in full fighting force, and they're going to scout everything out with this Sleight of Fist, and that's going to mean all hell breaks loose as they jump down with the BKB. But actually, Team Spirit, they're just running away. They're just backing out. They're saying, all right, fine, take this out, we're out. See ya.
yeah, are they fine with that? Because BKB was used, right?
Yeah.
Only one, however. There's another one on Batrider, which remained on the 9 seconds. And I'm just waiting to see Team Spirit play out these team fights. Ember got top. Or is he?
He's out onto both the supports though. That's not ideal. Oh dearie me.
Yikes. That's Rosh.
I think
That's
you might be
literally-
right. They both have buybacks and they both need to use them if they want to stand a chance of contesting this for a Shan.
Yeah, there's a tier 1 on the mid lane. They didn't take it yet, so maybe they can buy back. But no. Tundra, they realize mistakes were made. Let's just cut our losses. Try and farm up on the Medusa.
Roshan has fallen.
I just love-
Self-discipline, you know.
I just have to say, I love how calm and patient Team Spirit is. Like, they drop that bottle while Bane and Rubik are nearby. He drops that, Toronto drops the bottle for Morphling to take it so that they can take Rush afterwards. Doom, blink stop.
Whoop.
Nothing though.
All right, now starting to swing in a bit of an advantage for the Team Spirit as they see 33 in the trees here, zooming on in on Yatora to get on top of the Doom. Doom, I mean, he does break the Lincolns and pop the Doom now onto the Morphling, but what really is going to happen here? I don't think very much as they get the Banish out onto 9. Stuck inside the 8th realm as they get the lasso out onto the Weaver, but the save comes out from Collapse. Beautifully done to get this Weaver out of there, and he can now get off the time lapse and keep himself alive, though still does not have much health to work with.
Has a salve though. The trusty shovel really kicking in. He has 3 salves. And OD catching more.
Oh, is it enough? Is it enough? Oh my goodness. Whew, okay.
Very close.
I don't think he could stay for the kill anyway. Fatu was nearby. If he tried to finish the job on staking there, he was just gone.
I'm just not so certain what the Doom was about. Why did he do Morphling there? Like, it's not really a move that you want to make.
What is this? BKB popped? I mean, I don't know. But he's got no lasso though. There's no real play here. Other than just getting... Okay, Morphling gets caught out again, lifted in the Agi, and burnt to death by Mr. 9. But that said, a cool kill on Fatu as he just slides out of the fight. Fatu was trying to get in position for the grip, and gets just caught out with his pants down by the Morphling there.
Doom is chasing on. Sadly cannot catch OD, cannot catch Collapse. He had Ensnare there off cooldown, he just didn't use it on time. Also, keep in mind that this Rubik, it's such a good game for him. It's not only Sukuchi, like stealing Astral Imprisonment feels so damn good. Like you have that Aether Lance already built, right? You can save targets or initiate on targets from miles away, from the parking lot pretty much, so... It's a really nice Rubik game.
Yeah, that's really good.
Bottom lane.
Oh dear. Okay, that's 9 dead, I guess. Just absolutely shotgunned down by Yatora. Now they look for more on the side of Team Spirit, and more is going to be found as they get this Bane. The stolen Astral, buying the Bane a little bit of time as he tries to run away, but there is no escape for Fata here as he gets cut down by Toronto Tokyo, and they find the kill onto Snaking as well. It's Yatora with the double kill here in this game.
Yeah, Rubik stealing the Astral Imprisonment is really strong, but Morphling stealing the Rubik's Astral Imprisonment is even stronger.
So now they have 3 Astral Imprisonments to use. Okay, this is getting heady. This is getting very...
What? I'm pretty sure that's what happened. I might be blind. I just had LASIK, so if...
Did it go wrong?
If there are some mistakes, you know, I'm still trying to figure out who's playing on what team.
Hope you can get a refund.
Koshka, he's just very annoying. He goes in, same as the Monkey King. These 2 supports are just giving so much info, just breaking any moves Tundra wants to make, because they're playing behind enemy lines. You break the smokes, you give info, maybe you die, but it doesn't matter because your team is always ready to bounce back afterwards.
Wow, Yatora going for the Silver Edge next on that Morphling.
Is there a single hero carry that doesn't buy that item right now? I feel like it's
Apparently
the best
not.
item to it's the best item to go for. You don't even have to break anything. It's just the fact that it gives you the crit and the Shadow Blade.
Yep.
So damn nice.
Very tasty. Alright, Medusa, where's your Silver Edge? Come on. Join the gang.
Perhaps not Medusa. Maybe it's that one exception that proves the rule.
26 minutes in, it's a 5k gold advantage for Team Spirit. They don't have that Aegis any longer, of course. It did get popped much earlier in the top lane. But that's not going to stop Yatora being aggressive and searching for a kill.
This game still feels like it's completely in Team Spirit's control, even without the Aegis. There's Grip, there's Doom, there's Lasso. There's so many ways to pick off a target and eliminate it instantly. But on the other side, Collapse on the OD.
He's scary. 33 jumping in behind, trying to find a target here. Doom's going to come down onto the Morphling, but it looks like he got the Strength Morph off in time, and now the Astral comes out to buy him even more time. 9 looking for someone, but no one will be found, as in comes the Medusa from the sidelines. They want to kill the Morphling, everything on the Morph. Do they have the damage? I think they very well might. The last few seconds of Doom, and they bring him down. Yatoro is dead. Long live the Queen, who is the Medusa.
They did manage to steal the gem, and they also killed Batrider. Can they get anyone else?
Maybe. Who's inside this? Oh, it's Sparta. Okay, he's not going to live very long. So much damage pumping out of Team Spirit. They're going to get themselves another mirror instantly onto the trees on this Monkey King, but won't find any +1 from this.
Yeah,
so
that's a dieback.
Yeah, Tundra do lose quite a lot from that one. But, you know, they did kill the Morphling. That is something you should be at least happy about. Skidder is now going to pull even further ahead on the net worth race.
Yeah, for sure. Just making sure that you can kill the Morphling, and just for the morale it means a lot, right? Like even killing them. They found the right recipe to approach this team fight with, right? They doomed the Morphling, and 9, he doesn't have to lasso the OD, but he's following him all the time. We're top lane?
I think he's fine, right? Oh, he's silenced. What's he silenced by?
Mindbreaker, right?
Ah, right. That'll do it. Wait, what? Why is there a quickening jump? Oh, okay. Mabush manages to pick it up. I think the bug got him a quickening jump, just flying across the map. He did not want that to happen, but luckily, the Tundra lads were out of there.
Yeah, I actually didn't see. Maybe it was the shovel. Did he shovel the creep perhaps or something? I'm not sure. In any case, they got the Morphling. They have enough damage for him, and now they understand that. With a Skadi, right?
Collapse gets the cheeky little meteor hammer off onto 30. 33 is just dead. He's just gone. See you later. Sanity's Eclipse takes him out.
I was thinking maybe the TP is there because they have fortification, but it's actually on cooldown. So Collapse just turns, kills the creep, and then finishes off the Doom as well.
Yep, 2 for 1 on the hammer there.
It's just insane how calm they are in every single situation. That's something that I really like about Team Spirit. I guess after winning TI, you know, you're kind of chill, no matter what.
The freedom to do what you want. You know, some teams feel the pressure of needing to maintain a ridiculously high standard, but apparently Team Spirit, they're just chill. They're just having fun, blowing people up.
There's another smoke from them.
Yeah, there's no way they didn't see that one there, right?
The illusion ran straight into them, so they should fall backwards.
Roshan is what it's all about. We'll be alive in 15 seconds. Anybody's game at that point.
Dire are scanning.
I mean, this really is the crux of the game for Tundra, right? This next Roshan, if they can find the fight they need to get Skidder and Aegis, then the game suddenly gets pretty difficult for Team Spirit. But at this point, it's hard to see how that is going to materialize itself. Yeah,
for sure. I think it's still nice to fight around the pit when you have a Batrider and you can secure this triangle around the Ancients. If you're Tundra, that's probably your best bet. The main point is dooming the Morphling or gripping him, and at the same time controlling Collapse with the Batrider. You kind of have to split up fight in 2 directions. One piece of your team controls the OD, the other controls the Morphling. If you don't control the OD, you will not kill off anyone. And as time passes by, it will get more difficult as... Actually, not as time passes by, because Weaver actually completed Aghanims.
Right, that's another huge save then. It's really hard to see how Tundra are going to be able to make anything happen with this Batrider and Bane, considering the amount of saves on the side of Team Spirit, as Mira jumps down to get the courier. He's up to the trees though, they're struggling to get him! Jesus! Okay, they will get him. Jumps from a worse position into an even worse position, and yet somehow they still struggle to get him off that tree in time, but they do get him down. And
he gives a gem away. That was him, right? Like, he was carrying it, so he drops the gem as well. That's a little unfortunate, just jumping in all of them. Here you go, guys. Take this gem. It's a tribute. It's a broken gem. It's gonna make you lose the next fight.
The cursed gem. Well, I'm a little bit surprised that Tundra aren't immediately looking in towards Roshan with his Monkey King dead, but they're just looking to kind of slowly wrest control of this side of the map.
They have some really neat items as well on Tundra. Like, we're not talking about them a lot, but they're adding up. If you look at Medusa, we mentioned Skadi already before. He actually did go for that shard that we talked about, which will be so helpful versus OD. And then you have 33 with the Shivas. So suddenly the Morphling doesn't feel as invincible anymore. That's a lot of items that work extremely well against him.
Yep. So, I mean, we've already seen Yatorio, and it's not been the perfect Morphling game. He has been caught out a few times. And that's not looking to change anytime soon, even with his Lincoln Spear. I mean, 33 is so good at getting on top of him and popping his Lincolns and getting the Doom off regardless. It's just been, only one time they've really made it happen in a team fight so far.
Yeah, the fact that he's still keeping the ensnare creep, right? Just for that Lincolns to be able to always use the Doom.
Yep, and it looks like that's not going to change either, as he's not going for any kind of Lincoln's Popper as an item. He's just going for the Refresher Orb.
Yeah, the only problem is that they have an additional Lincoln Sphere on the side of Team Spirit, and that's the one that Ember is carrying. So if they wanted to, they could pop both of them on Morphling.
And they have a time-lapse Aghanims on the Weaver, and hold the phone. It looks like we're going in here. 33 getting very low for spot the BKB early. He's going to struggle to get off the Doom as he moves over towards Yatoro. Yatoro gets a secondary Lincoln's put upon him, as you mentioned, and we'll be fine for now. And now they've got that Meteor Hammer coming on down into the bay, and that's not the target you want to go down here, but they don't have a choice. Fata falls as Toronto Tokyo jumps in, snipes him out, and gets himself back again.
Now that's also a hero whose buyback is still on cooldown, and they are very aware of it. Like, it's a minute and a half, and because of that they smoke up instantly. They want more.
They're hungry for it. They see Skidder here, not the target they can really jump on, though they're going to send him to the Astral Realm for now. Meanwhile, the backline, that's who they want. They find the Doom, 33 down, and now they look towards Snaking as well, just taking back to supporting staff and leaving the Medusa isolated because they know they can't bring down Skitter, but they can easily deal with the rest of them. Really nicely done from Team Spirit here again. As you mentioned, just so patient, so slow this game, as they just slowly look for the targets, jump when they need to, and hold back when they need to as well.
Yeah, just remember that they initiated the first time on the Doom.
Oh.
Yeah, but she's gone.
Okay. Alright. Is that alright? Is that a thing we're okay with happening?
I mean, he has like 2.4k max mana added on the OD, so he hurts. Let's just say he hurts. At the same time, Morphling is completely capable of taking Aegis alone, while Fata dies once again, and this game is completely out of control.
It's
Tundra,
spiraled.
Yeah, they're falling apart. I feel like it started with that Doom on the tier 1 on top lane, right? Like, ever since that moment, they just couldn't catch a break. They didn't make a single move on the map.
Yeah, something definitely snapped in Tundra at that point, and they've been struggling to get it back together since then. I'm sure Coach Howie is going to have some words with the gang if this game isn't over soon.
Radiant's top tower has
But I mean, and Toronto Tokyo is doing ridiculously as well. Like, he's 9-1 right now, which shouldn't be a huge surprise. His overall KDA in the DPC currently, KD in the DPC is a total of 34-5. That's pretty damn impressive.
Yeah, it certainly is. Skitter almost got. It's just how patient and disciplined they are when it comes to approaching these team fights. You poke them, you force them to use the BKBs, and then when they don't have the BKBs, you strike again.
Oh my goodness, they can't save him. The shard's there from the Rubik, but even on the high ground, he still gets chased by those projectiles and brought down. Medusa on the low ground, I'm sure they're not too worried about Medusa dying here. They just got to keep themselves safe. That's what's important for Tundra. They need to stay behind the Medusa.
Yeah, at this point, Medusa is falling behind a little bit, even though the net worth begs different. I don't feel like they have the amount of damage that's necessary to take down these targets that are just poking, going in and out, in and out. You just kill Fata, you get out. You kill the Doom, you get out. And they're amassing a significant lead, 20k ahead.
They're going for it though. They're throwing a lot onto the Medusa, but they realize that she just don't die that quick. She's strong.
She's strong indeed. I don't think you have to kill Skitter. Just kill everyone else and then finish him off. That's so far been their plan anyway.
I feel like they were just kind of testing it there, you know, blasting him a bit, seeing how much they could do, you know, just testing the limits.
Yeah, how do you feel about Yatoro's Hex? He's got that as well. Meanwhile, Collapse has a full Refresher Orb.
Yep. Basically, if you don't have a BKB going, the Morphling is going to kill you. And if he doesn't, the OD will. And if he doesn't, the
And
Ember
if
will.
the OD doesn't, the Ember will, right? Like, Ember has a full Skadi too.
Is under attack.
Mira with the Lotus Orb, a lot of utility from him. I just love this. The item build is so unconventional. Yeah, you can see Orchid here and there, but like you see these items and you can put it on Reddit as guess the hero or something, right? And
Yeah.
how many?
It'll take a while.
Yeah, it will take a while until they guess correctly. Ember.
He's gone.
Radiant's
I mean,
top
it's the thing
tower
as well,
is
right?
under
Like, they've
attack.
just gone for this full kind of magic blasting build on the side of Team Spirit because they know they've got so much save that there's no way the team fights are going to be over before Tundra's BKBs run out.
Fata.
Oh my god, Yatoro, buddy! Alright, well, just throwing his Aegis away, a little over-aggressive there, but maybe it's going to open up for something. Waveforms himself right the way back out again. Look at 9! Just the constant poking has put him so low already. He has to go back to the fountain. I mean, that wasn't too bad from the side of Tundra, trading a 5 for an Aegis. They'll definitely take that trade and continue to defend their high ground.
Oh yeah, most certainly. I think you're happy with that. Fata so far has been dying for nothing, so getting that Aegis is an improvement. He slept himself right on time, and you have to feel for him, man. This game is not easy. Like, there's just so many heroes that get on top of you and eliminate you in a second. 9?
Talking of which, 9 is experiencing that exactly as he gets just turned into a pig and absolutely slaughtered. That's bad. That's going to be a buyback, I would imagine. They now throw out the Astral onto the Medusa. Meanwhile,
in the
Monkey
back.
in the back line's just going to pop down that Wukong's command from the tree line, giving them the vision, giving them the damage, and the Bane is going to fall as well. Oh my goodness, collapse. He's just killing everybody. So much damage just pumping out of this Outworld Devourer. This is ridiculous. Yatoro jumping in, looking for another. They'll bring down Snaky as well, because why the hell not? Tundra looking for something, but who will they find? I mean, I don't think there's any chance of them catching the kill in the backlines here. Team Spirit just holding steady, holding this 5, not getting sloppy whatsoever. BKB out from 33, he has to use it here, but to what effect? Absolutely none seems to be the answer. Skid on the front lines, I mean, that's what they want. The BKB is there along with the ultimate, so they'll just force Team Spirit away once again. And this is what we mean. The BKBs come out, and Team Spirit, they just back themselves away.
They just poke and prod. Poke and prod. They go back, they go in, and you can't fight them. Like, GG.
GG.
That's it.
Done.
I feel bad for Tundra. It felt like they could buy back all those heroes while the first set of them were alive, fight 10 versus 5, and this OD would still destroy them. Like, this was a mess.
It was a
Very-
rinsing. I mean,
Hey,
but what a strategy from Team Spirit.
What a strategy, what an execution from them as well. 33, he is an extremely skilled Doom player. He just couldn't find a target this whole game. The 2 Lincoln Spheres, even before they came online, they just couldn't find the right targets. A couple of fights around Droshpit as well. Yatoro got getting that double damage. Everything panned out correctly from Team Spirit. Meanwhile, Tundra, I'm not sure what happened in that mid game, but they just weren't able to capitalize on any of those kills that when they catch Monkey King, they smoke up instantly, it gets broken by a Weaver.
Yeah, exactly. Weaver just doing so much work, scouting out ahead, and just an insanely well-executed game from Team Spirit here. Tundra, I mean, must be a frustrating loss for them. They just couldn't find their feet in that game. They were just being poked and prodded, and nothing they could do seemed to work for them in the end. So a very frustrating loss for Tundra to start off this series. Maybe they can get revenge in Game 2. I'm not sure, but before then, we're going to have the panel breaking it down after this short break.
tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I want a rematch. Am snared in fire. Something to show.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is down. Dire's top tower is under attack.
To ashes.
Radiant's middle tower.
Hello and welcome back with Team Spirit showing they'd lost none of that TI sparkle to take down Tundra comprehensively in that game one. Misery, why don't you talk me through what they did so well in that game?
Sorry, I'm just looking at Black. I can't. Well, what was interesting to me that game is how much the supports of Spirit did, right? Like the whole vision game they had, it was like impossible for Tundra to get anything done in this game. and that was due to like this monkey and we were running around constantly giving vision. They knew everything that was going on all the time. And then on top of that, like it's not easy to catch the heroes like Morphling or Ember OD in the first place. So it just felt like Tundra were playing with them the entire game. And yeah, I don't know, like making Tundra look like that, it was such a dominant performance by Spirit. It was like really impressive actually.
Yeah, that's the reason why Monkey King was one of the most banned heroes at TI, right? But that vision game he establishes, it's so strong, like this instant stun from the trees that you don't expect, the really deep wards all the time. It's a very strong hero, and now we see why again.
If you're looking at that damage from Medusa, it felt like she never really got quite online. Do you think that they needed more time, Black, or was time never going to fix the wounds?
If you look at the net worth, he was actually really farmed. It's just in team fights, he was always controlled and he wasn't really able to hit anyone. Like they just kind of astral this guy, shotgun this guy with Morphling, then you astral the next guy. Medusa's kind of just running back and forth, trying to like lock onto a target, but they never gave him a chance to.
Was there anything they could have done, Misery? Sorry to interrupt.
Well, no, I think time would not make a difference here, right? Like you saw how they just got poked and poked and poked, and this OD in this late game is just so like it looks imbalanced, right? He just keeps astraling people. He astraled Medusa and she lost like 600 mana, right? Like that's pretty impressive.
What was his mana pool? Like 4K or something?
Yeah, 4K. I think he instant killed like 3 heroes in the end there. Right? Like what do you do against that? And it's like he has Refresher, Lincolns, like, and they also ended up having 3 Lincolns. They have 2 Astral saves and they have a Weaver Agnums. Like how do you play Dota at that point, right?
It's great to see him on another hero as well, because Collapse plays got a relatively large offlane pool, but there's those 4 heroes that he plays more than anyone else and more than any other hero. To add OD there and go 7-0 and 8 against Tundra, who are a strong team. Black, talk me through that performance by Collapse.
I mean, we kind of alluded to the fact that OD is a very strong hero in the meta regardless right now. Like some teams even first face him. And the lane is not super easy, it's not super difficult. So he did as well as he should in the lane. But the way he uses Meteor Hammer, like I think the tower was downed in just like 7 minutes or so. It's super fast, which opened up the map a lot for the Monkey King to get in like these really deep wards. And it just slowed down Medusa by a ton. And then in his team fights, as Misery said, like his blink astral control was actually just insane. Like he never got caught out of position. He always saved his teammates. The astrals on enemies was never a grief. You know, it happens many times where you just like save an enemy unintentionally because you just want to throw astrals out. That never happened. Just his spell casting, not just with Magnus and Zmaris, but apparently also with OD is spot on.
So I want to highlight 2 things that happened in this game, like two moments where that makes Team Spirit like the reason why they won CI and like why they're such a great team is there's the moment where Monkey King and OD are pressuring bot tower and Bane is kind of lingering around there. You guys remember this moment? And Bad Lighter runs down there and he gets spotted by a ward. They're kind of anticipating this move all the way through until Bad Rider shows himself on a ward. Like they're not putting the issue on this tower because they understand that they might end up feeding there, you know? So they just chill and they just wait and they wait and they wait and they watch this bat and Mira is like all chatting, you know, some voice line. And it's so clear that like they just read the place before they even come there. There's a reason why Bane is lingering down there. It's because he wants to bait them in. He wants to set up some kill, defend the tower, maybe get a deny, get something out of the fact that they cannot defend the tower, right? The same for later on as well when Tundra is smoked around mid tier 1. Like they don't get caught by that. They know they're already there, 5 heroes. They're anticipating it. And did they force a Doom BKB maybe? The first BKB of Doom?
I think they also tried,
Tokyo slides 3 heroes that are smoked in trees. Like it's just so insane how good their map awareness and their understanding of where the enemy is and what the enemy is doing. Like they just read every move. And once those 2 moves they fail for Tundra, they just fall apart. Right? Like this is the moves they have. This is their timings where they can force a fight and maybe get a couple of kills and then suddenly like Bad Rider snowballs or whatever. But no, they don't allow that to happen. They're just they don't give anything. It's so hard to catch these guys.
Yeah, we praise the Arturo for it, but it seems to be the entire team, not just him, with that insane map awareness. I completely agree. Like, if you just can't be caught at all, then like what does the enemy team do? Tundra tried many smokes this game, many plays, and just never worked out for them.
It's tricky. So what is going to work out for them next game? I mean, what can Tundra do if you're playing against a team like Team Spirit who have this incredible awareness, who have this ability to dodge even the best pick-off drafts? Black, what would you, if you were giving a team talk to Tundra right now, what would you look to impress upon them to take forward into game 2?
I think the thing that would work the best is just try to increase the tempo of your draft. Like instead of this Medusa and Doom, maybe pick like I'm just gonna name some random heroes like a Bloodseeker and Brewmaster or something like that. Like really just force the issue more rather than pick these slow heroes that like need a while to hit their timing, and then try to like just push it. And as I said, just force the issue on them and just force them in like an uncomfortable position. Because in farming games, Spirit is not uncomfortable at all. But maybe if you just force them to force the hand early and make sure that they have to fight back early, maybe that's like where you can find some chinks in their armor.
Do you agree, Misery?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think their heroes were too greedy, right? Like their heroes needs too much farm to be effective. They have a Doombringer who literally only hits creeps. They have a Batrider who first needs bots, then he kind of needs BKB as well, and then you kind of also want a Blink Dagger or Octarine. Like you want so many items on this hero, right? And the same goes for Medusa. I think you want to look more into like Void Spirits and heroes that can fight without having any items, so that they can create some kind of a brawl scenario. Because Skeeter will carry them. Like he's on par with Yatoro right now. So I feel like they just need to get their other players in the game a bit more. And I don't know. Maybe think about these vision heroes as well, because it feels like Team Spirit that all 3 cores just have free games because they're not scared. Like the support gives too much vision on the map.
Is that a failing of Tundra, or is it just good play? Because you could read that 2 ways. If they're not scared, that means there's not a lot of threats, but maybe they're so good at negating threats that they never need to be scared. Do you think, where does the pendulum fall on that?
It's a combo, right? So obviously, like we've seen so many games where Bane finds these nightmare setups or like grips or whatever, like Batrider lassos. There are threats. It's just that they see them before, like they see the movements, right? And then they can push in waves and walk away. And then all the Tundra moves are just like in vain, right? Because they see them before they even get to the point where they can cast grip or cast nightmare. They never get in range, right? That's the problem. Like so, and then they also have to be scared themselves of getting caught by Astrals or getting killed by E-Blade or whatever. So it's hard to be playing this game. Like you are the one who has to catch people, but you end up just dying, right?
Yeah, like a good way to sort of play around that could be that you just have a hero, like something like a Dragon Knight or a Brewmaster that can really just hit the tower and force them to be there. That means like they can't play around with all their vision. They actually just need to be there and defend. Like you can't just split push them forever, which is basically what happened this game. They dodge all the fights, out farm you, eventually catch you off guard, and then they're too far ahead and you just lose.
What can go wrong in a push draft, though? Because it's all very well us saying, just pick a push draft, Tundra, go and push their towers down. Team Spirit are a good enough team to negate that as well, aren't they? What sort of stuff would they do well against a draft like that?
Well, if you show your cards too early, like you're gonna do some push strats, Team Spirit are gonna react differently, right? They're gonna pick different heroes, and now you end up in a worse situation, like the same situation, just different kind of heroes, right? I don't think you need to change that much. I think just like bad Medusa cores, it's too much farm, right? Like I really think that's the main thing this game is that.
Yeah, I would just like
normally
one tower hitter, just one guy that can actually hit objectives. Because Doom won't do it, Bad won't do it, Medusa won't do it. Like just pick one guy that can actually kill buildings.
When you see Tundra be effective, it's usually like Nine and Fata running around together, getting some kills, and then they create space, and then they bait people into these team fights, and then suddenly there are 5 there, and like they start spamming all chat and stuff, and like Tundra is like looks so strong, but this game they don't have that at all. Like they need so much items before they can actually take any fights.
Scary stuff. I want to talk a little bit about Tundra's. I guess what they did well there. Is there anything you think little kind of bright sparks in their play in that game? Because it's easy for us to kind of talk about doom and gloom, but what are Tundra doing well that they can keep on doing, Black?
I think what surprised me the most was the top lane. Like Morphling actually got destroyed in that lane. Doom had almost double his CS, almost double his net worth, which both Misery and I thought was just going to be a free lane for Morphling, which sort of mitigated the problem that they had, because Morphling's Lincoln Sphere was delayed by, I don't know, like maybe 3 or 4 or 5 minutes even.
Mm-hmm.
So that gave him a really good shot in the mid game. It just, like, they never could make it happen, right? They just got outplayed in the mid game, outmoved, and yeah, like they overperformed in the laning phase, but in the mid game they just got completely destroyed.
Okay, well, let's
I
see
also
what
think-
they're going to pull forward, because we do have a draft coming up very, very imminently. What early picks and bans can we expect to see coming out here? We've already had that OD banned immediately from Tundra. They don't want to
Right.
place that again. The Spirit Breaker banned by Team Spirit. We've not seen a lot of that yet today. Any other bans you'd expect to see from either team, Misery?
Was Spirit Breaker banned by Spirit last game as well, or is this like a new?
I don't believe it was.
they
I'll double
mixed that
check
up.
quickly while you.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, the OD is like kind of obvious, right? Like he destroyed them last game, the double save. He took their tower. Like I don't think they like having the 0 in the off lane, like just taking the tower at 7 minutes and just like, I don't know, you can't really stop it, you know? Like they tried, but Team Spirit are too smart, so they're not gonna allow any shenanigans.
They did ban
so,
it last
yeah.
game, by the way, as well. So they clearly
okay.
don't like it.
Well, it makes perfect sense with their playstyle, right? The way they played last game, just like poke and like split push everywhere. Spirit Breaker is really good against a strategy like that, and probably the best here in the game against something like that, actually.
Mm.
It might also be one of the strongest strategies from Tundra in like recent times, right? Where they pick the Spirit Breaker and they just have it mid, or they have it on Snaking, or I'm sure 33 could play it as well, and it's just too annoying to deal with.
Yeah.
That they ban out the Monkey King, so that leaves Weaver in the pool still, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
Maybe
also
Tundra
leaves
will just
collapsed
first pick
Mars
Weaver
as
here.
well, which is such a big one for him.
Right,
Yeah.
was Mars was banned last game?
Yes, they banned it. They first banned it last game.
Okay. Weaver gets banned out, so the Vision guys are gone from last game. I wouldn't mind Tundra picking Bane up again, because
Mhm.
Yeah, it's
it's a
just really
different
solid.
scenario, and like I don't think you need to lose faith in that Bane.
I like Bane a lot as well.
But I don't know what else has gone by since last game, because like pretty much all heroes from last game are banned.
Io. I actually thought Spirit was going to pick up Io Mars together as one of the
Yeah,
favorite
that's what I
combos.
was going to suggest they did as well. So, I mean, would they pick up the Mars without the Io? Or, I mean, our Mars is still a strong hero without an Io. An Io. I can't speak, sorry.
I think it's still a good pick. Like Mars and Dark Willow is something they like to play a lot as well. Very
5
strong combination,
seconds
very
remaining.
strong lane. If they want to go for that Mars, maybe they just want to kind of experiment and expand the hero pool.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't be surprised to see like a Mars Dark Willow, right? Like that would be very solid for them, I think.
Yeah.
I'm going to take
They
that
go with the
Bane.
Bane.
Yeah, the Miposhka Bane, classic, staple.
Mirror Bane, maybe.
Mirror Bane, maybe even, yeah. Dude, the Axe Scepter on Bane is not balanced, right? It cuts the cooldown in half. It's so strong.
It's crazy. It is Aposhka's second most played
10
hero.
seconds
So
remaining.
very much it could mirror plays it occasionally, but it's not within its top 10. So it does feel like
5
very often
seconds
that will fall
remaining.
upon Aposhka.
Yeah. So what are they going to pair up with it? Are they still going to go for the Mars or... Would be a solid option. Kind of secures them the team fight. Got some good anti-IO tech.
Does it feel like a strong pick still to you, Misery or Mars? Yeah.
Yeah, it would be very solid, right?
Radiant team pick.
I don't know. It's like very
go.
standard.
Alright, so no experimenting for them.
Might
They're like,
be-
alright, we're good at this. Let's go.
Yeah.
If it's not broken, don't bother fixing it. Whereas Tundra, a little broken, a kind of a touch of paint and tape going into the draft here. What sort of stuff?
10
Because the
seconds
collapse
remaining.
Mars is pretty legendary. It was obviously the Magnus was the one that made the headlines at TI, but
5
Mars was
seconds
his consistent
remaining.
top pick throughout the tournament, and he was always incredible on it. What sort of stuff do you want to pick around Mars to make it less effective?
Radiant team ban.
Tide Hunter.
Either a stronger team fight or here's like Tidehunter that don't... I mean, they care about being in the arena, but they can't get like bursted down in the arena. So here's like Lifestealer are good, Tidehunter, just heroes that can survive the arena by themselves, just with their skill
10
set.
seconds remaining.
So Tide makes a lot of sense. Tide IO also very
5
strong.
seconds remaining.
Because like you have this good initiate where the IO can relocate in as well. And it's one of 33's best heroes, right?
Yeah, it's his most played hero in the past 2 patches. I
Most
remember
played hero even.
him taking this mid for OG. Do you remember that mid tide 33? An incredible performance.
It
Yeah, I
is
think
a
even
strong
9
mid.
played it.
Yeah.
9 has also played, I think, at some point this mid side, but yeah, it's probably 33 in snaking, right? I don't know. Tundra doesn't play that much Wisp,
Team spirits
at least not
turn to
recently.
ban.
I don't know
Does
if they
Fata
prefer
play
playing
it?
it.
No, it's
I'm
not in
sure
his
he
top
does,
10.
right? But I'm sure he does. But I imagine it's more like a snaking right now.
Yeah.
Like this could just be their lane, right?
It could be like Tide IO is not weak, but they could also just play Fata in the offlane and IO and it's Skita in the safe lane, right?
It sounds to me like a very 33 type of thing. Like you have a Tide tether down there, and he just free farms, right? I could definitely see that.
And he gets like his Helm of Dominator and starts pressuring tower or like Meteor Hammer.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. No, I could definitely see that happen. Just I've never really seen Tundra with IO a whole lot.
No, I
No,
mean,
me neither.
looking back at their picks,
don't
I'm sorry to
remember.
always pick up pick stats, but Fata hasn't played it in his top 10 and neither is Snaking. So I don't know where that fits. It's an interesting one. I mean, I've picked it up once or twice. I know I've seen Snaking on the Wisp occasionally, but it doesn't feel like a signature hero for him by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, I do have to imagine that it was also a deny pick because they always pick Mars IO together, like every time.
Yeah, kind of like a third ban in a way.
Yeah. I just hope they didn't kind of sabotage themselves with it, because that's what happened a lot at TI as well. You like, pick the hero so the enemy can't pick it, but you're actually not super accustomed to it, so you don't know how to play around it very well, and then it just ends up being a disaster.
We've got bands coming out here with the PA banned by Tundra and an Ursa banned by Spirit. Talk to me a little bit about what they're aiming to get rid of here, Misery. What are they closing out of the draft at this point?
I mean, there hasn't really been given out that much information from either team, right? So it's the ban should more be directed at certain players or something that you're gonna aim for later on, like in the draft, right? Like these PA and Terrorblades are very Yatoro. It's not usually heroes that you normally want to pick into Tidehunter though, right? But it's very like signature Yatoro heroes, so that might be what they're going for.
Yeah, actually, PA with his new shard, old shard, is quite strong against Tidehunter in the mid game, where you just break him and instant kill him. But it's not good in the lane at all.
Yeah. Like the thing about Tidehunter is you wanna have a way to kill this hero, right? At some point.
Yeah.
If like that's the main thing when you see Tide, you want to have a hero that can like either break the Tide or some kind of Racer, OD, some way of actually killing this guy, so he's not this insane frontline unkillable guy.
10 seconds.
Yeah, like the worst case scenario is when Tide just buys a hood and he's unkillable. Makes the game so hard to play. But we've seen there's some Slark maybe, could be very strong for Yatoro. He likes that quite a lot.
Yeah, could be. I mean, there's also all these type of like Shadow Fiend carry, right? Like can be really strong here, I think. I don't know if that's something Team Spirit likes to play right now, but it is something that's pretty popular in EU pubs recently. And
yeah, I've seen the Shadow Fiend carry come up quite a lot recently. What does that do? I mean, obviously I know it's functionally what it does, but what kind of function does it perform in a draft, the Shadow Fiend carry?
He's just surprisingly strong in everything, right? He's a ranged carry in the safe lane, which is he's hard to pressure, and
10 seconds.
He kills Roshan, he kills towers. He scales really well. Even you think he's not a strong late gamer as some other heroes, but actually he can match most carries. So
yeah, like minus 11 AOE armor reduction. It's pretty insane. I think the reason why SF is so popular is really just his presence of the Dark Lord. Like in the lane, level 1, minus 4 armor is insane value. And then in level 15, it also applies to buildings. So all the building armor is halved. You buy an AC, they're almost down to 0. Like you're basically a ranged tiny at that point.
Yeah, I mean, you would think that you can actually pressure and kill Shadow Fiend because he's kind of squishy, but in the safe lane, it's a bit different because you have to go through the support and then he just kind of fights back, right? And then this minus armor really kicks in.
Did you ever try to dive in SF with the minus 4 armor aura? The tower deals over 100 damage per hit, man. It's crazy.
Gyrocopter Leshrac. Let's talk about the heroes that are being picked here. Then Gyrocopter Leshrac on Tundra. What sort of stuff are they looking for? Is that push draft we were perhaps talking about before?
definitely way higher tempo, right? Like Lash can destroy buildings no problem.
10
IO
seconds
Gyro,
remaining.
very strong duo, one of the classics as well. We've seen very
5
many times.
seconds
And I
remaining.
like this pace of their draft a whole lot better. Their team fight is really strong with Gyro Lash tight. IO
Radiant team
plays very
battle.
well around Lash and
Lina.
Gyrocopter. It's a very strong draft. And then the Lina against Lash matchup, we've seen that today already. Lina destroyed that one.
It's a classic
Yeah, I
Toronto
mean-
Tokyo hero.
I also
Yeah.
like this better for Tundra. Is there? I guess they are showing their 3
10
cores right now, right?
seconds remaining.
'Cause they don't
Mhm.
have last pick anyways.
Actually-
so they just.
Fata does play 5 Gyro quite a lot.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, but there's no real like. Maybe now, if maybe you see Lina and Luna cores, you could maybe think about swapping Gyro 5 because
Yeah.
Gyro is kind of weak against this Lina, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
I
with
feel
IO,
like
it's
Void
might
would
be
be
fine,
very
but-
strong.
You think it's gonna go unbanned here?
I mean, if they expect Gyro to be carry, it could. But I think
Am I
Faces
really
Void for
banning
Tundra is
4s
insane.
or 5s here? Like last
Yeah,
ban?
it would be
Feels
weird, right?
kinda-
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it would
Could,
be
I
very
guess.
weird.
Maybe
Yeah.
you ban like if you want to ban supports like Rubik, maybe I don't know.
Yeah. Actually, this Luna pick makes so much sense with Lina and Mars, right? The plus 35 damage for both of them is so impactful.
Mm. It's a good one. It does put Spirit into a tricky position of these last bans. You can see they're thinking about them quite a lot of how the time's ticking down because Fata does play a lot of Gyro. It's his second most played hero. It must be really hard. You guys have both drafted in the past and presently. Talk to me about how hard it is to do a last pick like this or a last couple of bans when you don't know exactly what you're banning for.
Well, yeah, I guess that's just where you have to. Okay, so they're banning support, right?
Yeah.
But it's like, what are you actually like thinking? What do you think the enemy is gonna do, and what are you more scared of? Are you more scared of another carry potentially against your draft, or are you scared of certain supports? Like SD makes sense, right? It's
10
really good against
seconds
Mars,
remaining.
it's really good against Bane,
Turn
and
to
it's super
battle.
good against Luna, right? So maybe they'll ban a carry here. Like just it might just be like one SD ban and then another hero that is a different role. I think
Yeah.
Grimstroke could also be a ban they could think about because of the Dark Portrait against Luna.
Mm-hmm.
Now that they're thinking
10
along those
seconds
lines,
remaining.
anyway, yeah. So
Yeah. I think Grim makes a lot of
5
sense if they want to ban
seconds
supports for
remaining.
sure.
I do
Is
think
there
that
anything
Tundra,
else?
if Tundra would have put 5 Gyro, they kind of need a way to start a fight, right? Like they
Yeah.
don't have this initiator, which is kind of a problem. Like they need to wait for Blink Tide or need to wait for Yules on Lesh, and
Yeah.
both Gyro and Lesh need kind of heroes to go in and stun people to deal
Radiant
damage.
team pick.
So I
Ban
think
out that
Tundra
clock.
should. Yeah, Tundra needs some kind of initiator, I think.
For sure. Start of a like Tide never wants to jump in first if you can help it. Like he would kind of just wants someone to bait for him a little bit. You get 2-3 Ravage, and it feels way better than if you have to blink in first.
Faceless void.
They do pick up
Yeah,
that
look-
void.
Okay.
Okay, so they do go for that. Okay, yeah.
I still like it more
Now-
though in general for Tundra than last game because now it's also they can kind of play their game a bit more this game. I think
Yeah.
they have this mass
10
AOE team fight that
seconds
and Spirit kind of has to come to them because Void.
5
I
seconds
think Void pretty
remaining.
much trumps everything that game.
How about Spirit just puts the Lina forward together with Mars, very strong lane, and pick Tinker middle.
I mean, sure, just go for the full debate.
Like Tinker looks so good this game.
Yeah, it does. It does. You're right.
You may now
Phoenix,
select
alright.
your
I mean,
heroes.
Phoenix
Another
is really good
classic.
too.
Yeah. Against IO though can be scary.
Why? Because overcharge kill
Yeah.
your egg or what?
Yeah. I mean, even the Gyro and IO, both support could just kill the egg by themselves.
Yeah, but there's a Mars and like
Yeah, it's not
Leaving
easy.
the
It's just
Luna.
if you ever get on top of it, it's just gone.
Mhm.
Fried egg.
red egg.
Well,
I like fried egg.
But this is a nice save for the Chrono, right? Like the Sunray, like it's actually legit, right? And
Yeah.
then you have the Sunray against Tide Hunter is really strong.
You reckon it's gonna go lock it or no? Yeah, the Phoenix.
I don't know. Maybe
Chill, bro.
It could also
chill,
be like-
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know what people buy on
Chill,
Phoenix. It's
bro,
like
chill,
kind of
chill.
outplayed right now.
Yeah, I
Maybe he
think
has
Locket
a-
was very
Maybe he has a
popular.
new, maybe he has some new
XD.
idea of what to do. But Locket could be a play, like some
Yeah.
Yules. Fast
Yeah,
Refresher is also good, I think.
Halberd even against the Void maybe could be good.
mhm.
Maybe.
So to summarize, Black, do you like this Tundra draft a lot more? Are you feeling more positive about their chances in this game too?
I like it way better than the first one. Whether I think it's better than Spirit's draft though, probably not. Like it looks really good, but like Spirit just have like this really strong team fight combination, and they're really reliant on a very good Chronosphere. I feel like a really good Chrono or Ravage, and it's just not very easy to set up against the heroes that Spirit have.
Okay, if Tundra are reliant on a Chrono, what are Spirit reliant on, Misery? What can we expect them to see if they're going to win this game?
I mean, just the normal Spirit stuff, right? Like Toronto, Tokyo getting really fat, Toro getting really fat, and like just like I don't know, just good play. Like
Just
the
good
last
play.
game, you know, it's gonna be hard. Like once again, Tundra doesn't have a really easy way to start a fight, and Spirit are just gonna like use that to their advantage, I think, and just not give Tundra any way of taking a good fight. So I think they're gonna get out farmed again, like because they won't be able to catch Spirit. But Spirit will be able to catch Tundra. So
Okay, well, can Tundra catch Spirit up in this game too and bring the series to a 1-1, or will Spirit run away from it? We're going to hand over to Nomad and Lizard to find out.
Thank you very much, Dan and the gang. Yep, that's right. The new freshest duo. You know, we've got it all, don't we, Lizard? You know, we've got the brains. That's you. We've got the strength. Also you. We've got the good looks. Also you, actually. Let's just get on with the game. Game number 2. Do Tundra stand a better chance than game number 1, Lizard?
Yeah, I think so. I think the draft is pretty neat. I liked what the panel was talking about. I like the fact that they mentioned the overcharge versus the Phoenix egg. It's not even only the overcharge, right? Like it's much harder to play the Phoenix when there could be extra 2 heroes on top of your egg at any given time that are just sitting, right? The relocate allows you to have that. That's why you hate playing the egg versus anything literally that can get on top of it easily, like a Mirana, if you remember. Leaps on has extra attack speed, suddenly you're scrambled. But you do have the Mars to protect you, and you do have the Mars to protect the Lina as well. Overall, Team Spirit's draft looks very well rounded.
Yeah, both teams actually, I'd say, coming with similarly well-rounded drafts. They've got a bit of everything. And pretty normal across the board, actually. You know, we talked a lot about creativity, but, you know, part of having a good amount of creativity in your team... Oh, hello here. He's gotten nightmared up for the time being. Is there anyone else here? Do they need anyone else? I think they'll just be able to get this kill regardless.
They're playing with him even a little bit. I feel like Miposhka could have given it another hit there, but... yeah, it didn't happen. You see what Miposhka did with that sentry. Not only did he block the hard camp, he realized that Fata likes to plant this ward. There's a ward behind the tree that he likes to plant right there. He ate the tree even to try and find it. Sadly for him, didn't happen this time.
That sneaky Badger stun out in the bottom lane as things get started. But yeah, as I was saying before, you know, creativity, it comes with a caveat that you have to know when to be creative and when actually just like these tried and tested drafts are going to serve you just as well as something a little bit off the wall. And I think when 2 teams are equally as creative as other, then we are going to see some more normal drafts because they're going to know that they're ready for anything coming their way. But yeah, I really like this top lane of 33 and Snaking. You know, I know it's not going to be like the Slardar lane or something like that where you're really making a great use of the overcharge, but actually just giving this Tidehunter a battery just to constantly be in the faces of Mira and Yatoro should be pretty strong.
Oh yeah, sure. I feel like even Tide, don't underestimate his right-click potential with the Wisp. Like, you can dive heroes. With that Gush, you know, minus armor, overcharge, you get close enough to hit that Anchor Smash, connect it to all of the heroes too. Like, it's a dangerous lane, and Phoenix, he never truly was considered the best laning support. Like, later on is where he truly shines, so the lane can be problematic. But then again, this is a long tandem, and I'm sorry, but then again, Luna is considered quite neat versus the Tidehunter, isn't she?
She is, yeah. She's got that magic damage to make up for it. If she gets Anchor Smashed, she generally is very fast to stay away from him. There's a lot going on in this lane between these matchups. And yeah, definitely a game where Phoenix, you know, you mentioned before the egg, not really as important. There are a lot of ways to kill off the egg this game. It is much more about that sun ray.
Hey, I didn't say that. Don't put things in my...
Sorry, Misery said that.
Misery said it, but he's right, like, the sun ray is really strong here. Utilizing it in that Chronosphere, it's... it can come in handy, but that's later on, right? Like you don't even skill it up this early on.
Yeah, definitely not. So, as well, do you think that Tundra have replied to the collapse Mars well in this game?
Well, if you think about it, Void can get out of the arena if he's not completely like speared to it and controlled, which is nice. Overall, you have some save coming from the Nio, but I don't think I don't think that they've really answered him that hard. I don't feel like he can answer collapse that much. He just plays the hero really, really well.
Yeah, there's a few of these players, you know, Amara as well, also another one where they will just first phase the Mars because they know that they just feel like they can't be beaten. But Nightmare out into the spear. This Gyrocopter can't do anything. All he can do is get off a rocket barrage as he will go down in the bottom lane. Second kill coming in for Team Spirit onto the Gyrocopter.
Yeah, 1 kill, 1 assist. Both of them on the bottom lane, and both of those kills have been on the Gyro. Mid lane, Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah, this is interesting. Not quite sure what they're hoping to achieve here, but I mean, there's a decent amount of damage coming out. Thank you, Lizard. Very helpful.
I think that's what they're trying. I'm not sure. Maybe they just want a friend and they're chasing him around, but there's definitely potential. If you think about it, there is this IO that can protect Flash and give him enough region and resources to dive Alina under the tower. So
For sure.
Unfortunately for him, he did not secure the rune, he took it away from the Lash, and Lina took the bottom rune, so Lash is kind of struggling at the moment. Can't really have easiest time on the lane anymore.
Also the fact that Overcharge increases spell damage, right? And that's going to be really good for a Leshrac.
It's amazing. Just diving with it, it feels really, really nice. I feel like Io, there's just so many ways to play it right now. If you check out different supports, different players, they all build him differently even. Bottom lane, Fata again.
Fata falling again. 0-3 is the scoreline, and that is also, unfortunately, Fata's KD right now.
And that deny on the creep in the end as well. Poor Skitter is just left alone. He's trying to block these creeps. He doesn't have a lot of region, so he can't really poke his head out as well. It's a really, really rough lane for him.
I mean, at least it's not Skitter getting constantly killed by this terrifying bottom lane. Is that something we can say?
I feel like, yeah, we can say that. At the same time, I feel like Fata is just a completely different beast when he has a decent time on this Gyro. You know, when you start the game on this Gyro position 5, and then you get to an urn fast enough, or any single item, you get some levels, you can do so much more on the map. But if you don't, you just never become a threat. You know what I mean? Like, you need this oomph, you need this kickstart from the laning stage to actually be a nuisance afterwards.
And Gyro's not a weak laner either, it's just that Mars Bane is just ridiculously strong. It's such a good lane.
They just read the lanes really well and swap things around.
Oh, once again, snaking in 9, going for the play on Toronto Tokyo. Toronto Tokyo just bailing straight up as she'll not stick around and face the wrath of the Leshrac. However, Miposhka comes in, steals the rune. Fada's on top though. This might spell trouble for Miposhka here, maybe biting off a bit more than he can chew. At least get the bounty rune. At least get the bounty. He's not even going to get a bounty rune. Nigel's going to take it out from under him. A sad death for Miposhka. Oh, and a stack as well. Oh my god, Miposhka just led them into like a positive treasure trove.
Yeah, he tried to deny it. He tried to deny it, it just didn't work. So overall, it's not really worth it. He took the illusion, but he gave the bounty and the stacks. That voice line, man.
I see Quincy Crew have gone with a very bold strategy of just yelling down the microphone.
What's really nice that Team Spirit is doing right now as well is setting up Mira on top lane. If you think about it, without Ravage, and maybe even with Ravage, it's unlikely that 33 kills him. So he can get all the experience on top, meanwhile Luna is getting, well, actually, I take that back. It's getting really close to dying here.
No one else coming in though to help out with this kill, so 33, I mean he's just going to continue to dominate this lane. Really good start for 33 on the Tidehunter.
Yeah, he was actually tanking the tower a little bit as well, so the Karti dishes out more damage on it, but in the end he needed to, just run away. He was taking too much damage. Catapult dies, and now Mira is back again.
Try to be as annoying as possible, trying to do anything he can to stop his tide, just getting everything at once. But similar thing happening at bottom, to be fair. Collapse is also having a pretty free time. In fact, might even be getting a kill as well here, as they have the Nightmare set up onto the Gyrocopter. We've seen it 3 times already, and now we see it a 4th.
No, I completely understand what they're doing. It's symmetrical, right? On top lane Phoenix and on the bottom lane Gyro, but I wasn't sure about this IOTP. However, it seems alright. I wonder if Snake King actually understood that they will try and pull that small camp. He might die though.
Yeah. Once again, I mean, how many times are we going to see this combo work so well? Well, actually, they're coming in for a bit of revenge here, Tundra. They're looking for Miposhka, and they might well just find him. There's a lovely bash coming through from Skidder, and that will get them the kill onto Miposhka. And the Chrono's there to get the kill onto the Mars as well. All right, fair enough. Yep, drop it down, cancel the TP. Let's see, can he toggle his way out of this one? He's got an arena as well, but I just don't think... Oh, he's turning around to the Void Collapse, toggling through. Skidder getting away, and Fada trying to chase down this Mars. I'm not sure Mars is actually going to make it out in the end. No toggles today, sir. Collapse is gone. It was looking a little bit spicy for a minute there. Meanwhile, up in the top lane, 33 under the tower. Mira's got the Sunray coming out onto him. That percentage-based damage is going to rip through the Tidehunter along with the Toro to get your Toro a kill and keep their tower alive. It is very healthy, this top tower, actually.
Yeah, the top tower is very healthy, the bottom one as well. It's some peculiar moves. Like both of these teams, usually they are very objective-based. They take down that tier 1. And they proceed from that, like they continue making the right moves, but on both sides they kind of went too far. On top lane, 33 seems like he's been taunted by the Phoenix, and on the bottom lane, Mars, instead of taking the tower, he goes for the kills on Io and Gyro, which results in him dying in the end. So,
indeed.
Yeah, peculiar plays, like overall not as disciplined as you'd expect from them.
None to burn.
Mira, I mean, Nine's down here. He's looking to at least take the tower, I think. Won't be getting the kill onto the Phoenix, I don't believe.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower.
Mid lane as well, though. Yeah, Team Spirit are putting on the pressure onto the middle tier 1 at the same time, so symmetrical moves happening across the map as Team Spirit move in their Lunar as well, utilizing that aura to take down that tower, and it's a tier 1. Meanwhile, Reload coming in. They want to help out, but Fada's already gone, and, well, they find the Tidehunter, but they don't really TP him into the best place. They'll kill off Toronto Tokyo, but I don't think they're getting anything more from this. Snake King, does he bring anyone back with him? Oh, going back alone into 2 heroes. This could get very messy very quickly. It is both the supports, but I'm not sure. Do they have enough to kill off Snake King?
I think so. He has sticks and wand though, and the raindrop, but I still think he dies.
Yeah. Pops the wand, got the Fairy Fire next, pops
Maybe
that.
he doesn't.
Oh, the tether away, Snake King! He's not going to burn out, he's fine. My goodness.
They had grip there, they just didn't want to use it. They also had sleep that they could have used to hit him a bit.
9, taking a lot of damage inside this arena, can't survive here. Big kill from Team Spirit in the bottom side. I'm not sure how they caught 9 out there.
I think
but, the Last Track is gone.
Yeah, he was running down with haste, I believe. He picked it up, he might have been a little bit too aggressive trying to get the kill. They catch him. Yeah, just interesting plays from both teams. Like I said before, a little bit undisciplined, you could call it perhaps that way. But one thing that Team Spirit does really well is when a team is taking their tier 1 top, it seems like they really like to pressure the tier 1 mid at the same time with the carry and the position 2, right? Like they did it a couple of times now that I've been watching them. Post TI, I mean.
Yeah. That was looking very good for Team Spirit. On the left side of your screen there, the Luna, the Mars, the Lena, all above their counterparts. Not having the gold on Tundra right now. Chronosphere coming down to the bottom lane. It's a good one from Skidder. They got the follow-up damage. They do indeed, as 9 gets relocated in. They want to take down the Mars, and Collapse will go down. They get themselves something on Tundra. However, where are they relocating back to?
To Luna.
Uh-oh. That's an Eclipse. 9. He doesn't want to be here. Can he get himself out? The LSA is down, and Toronto Tokyo is going to take down the Leshrac. Team Spirit set up for the relocate gang, but the Ravage is in. Can they kill the Luna? It's a great kill if they can get it, then they can. Yotaro is gone. Meanwhile, the Luna is able to get herself back and away, but the Luna not quite so lucky.
Yeah, still though, that's a really nice kill that they got. They did lose the Leshrac, but killing off the Luna, preventing her from ramping up that farming speed is really important. So a really nice kill. They did use what, Ravage and relocate. So it's solid. I'm just waiting for Team Spirit to make the first move. So far they've been making these 1-2 connections, but not necessarily a full team fight. The egg plus the Mars Arena is really what we're waiting for.
Yeah, that is the combo, isn't it?
I'm just thinking, like, what's the go time for them? Is it the Lina BKB, or do they just go into the pit like they're doing right now?
Liz, I think they're going to go into the pit like they're doing right now.
Yep. Amazing call, Nomad. You know,
Thank you.
Phoenix is probably one of the best heroes to have around the pit. And then, if you don't have any ways of initiating, like your Mars went for an armlet instead of a blink, you can force them to come to you if they want to, obviously, instead of chasing them around. So, a free rush for them.
Yep, fantastically done by Team Spirit. Great read, and that's going to get Toronto Tokyo an Aegis of Immortality on his Lina, which is scary enough as is, and now also being immortal. Nine's got to be careful. This is not an area they really want to be hanging out with. Snaking went for the stack and does get away with it.
It's just no initiating tools. It's hard for them. Like, when you look at these heroes, it's literally only the Mars that can initiate. And he, I believe, has a Blink Dagger flying to him. Okay, after that, a team fight is possible. Yeah.
Yep, this is their timing. They have an Aegis, they have an Armlet Blink Mars. Anything a little Dota player could want, they now have. Tundra, I don't know how they're going to fight into this. I imagine it's just going to be split the waves, try and avoid them, try and wait for another Chronosphere timing and Ravage. Maybe that's the way you can swing a team fight, but so hard.
It is difficult, but if you look at their team fight, it's not really that shabby as well. You have this cooldown with the Ravage, with the Chronosphere follow-up afterwards, Lash dealing a lot of damage without actually having to do a lot. So I feel like they definitely have the way of fighting back, and that's why they smoke. So easy to smoke like this when you have IO. Like, you just show top, you continue split pushing, and then relocate back into the fight.
And again, this is Team Spirit playing unpressured, untilted, just relaxing. You know, they're like, you know what, they've got these big ultimates. Maybe we can fight them, maybe we can't. Well, actually, is starting in the bottom lane right now. As Collapse already very low to start off this fight. And now they'll TP in the Leshrac, but wait, the blink away from Collapse? Wow. No idea how he got that off, but gets himself away. And that's going to be no kill for Tundra by the looks of it.
He's still very low, and he's still around.
He's got the armlet though, and he's ready to drop the arena if he sees an opportunity. Even
Gyro.
now. Yeah, that's going to be a freebie, although the Spear's still in vision. No worries at all. They'll kill off Fatter again.
Well,
There's a Void on the bottom lane. He's setting up perhaps for a Chronosphere. I wonder if they'll take the bait. You can see Toronto Tokyo. He's actually going through the trees, checking the flanks, making sure that no one gets him from that side. And they go. I mean, if they use Chrono, it's only for the Aegis.
Yeah, Skidder was actually mid-animation there, but cancelled it. I'm not sure he was trying to bait a response or what, but yeah, that was never gonna work well for them.
Oh, he was about to Ravage there.
I mean, doesn't this kind of show like how indecisive Tundra are being though? They're like kind of cancelling it. Everyone's kind of not so sure, but still looks good as they do take down the Bane, clear out their jungle, and kind of reclaim this part of the map for themselves.
They smoke up instantly. Yeah, nice. So that's decisive. Mars perhaps Collapse has a blink. Yeah, he saw them.
Got a ward
Lina.
on the low ground. Oh, the Lina, this could be a good kill, but don't forget, she has the Aegis. They don't want to drop any ultimates on her. 33, he could be in a good place to do it, but with the BKB coming out from the Luna, they'll just shred apart poor old 33. Fata running away on the back lines, but they're more looking towards 9. I think 9's going to be okay, and it's just going to be a Jericho going down as well. So the moment they get off that BKB on the Luna, you can't Ravage anymore, and it just looks a little bit awkward for poor old Tundra again.
Yeah, they run uphill. They run into an area where they have wards, but it still doesn't matter because of the quick fingers from the Luna, from that BKB. I think they wanted to kill off Lina first. Obviously, that's who they initiated on, but she has an Aegis. What's the point, really? And we were talking about that undecisiveness. I feel like the better decision might have been to just chill out and wait for the Aegis to be reclaimed.
Yep, perhaps. But Tundra, you know, they've got these big spells, you know. I bought the Chronosphere,
Yeah.
I want to use the Chronosphere. Well, talking of which, they found Toronto Tokyo here. That's going to be an easy first kill. Now, the rest of Team Spirit, they are nearby, but are they nearby enough? Yatoro coming in from the sidelines, 33 is ready with a Ravage, but the BKB comes out from Toronto Tokyo immediately, not letting us down to Fate, and just trying to get back under the safety of the tower. But the oh my god,
Perfect
beautiful timing there from 33. That was perfect. But now they need to get themselves back. They've got the kill on the Lina. The egg is down. Get yourselves away, and now maybe Tundra can look to go again. Don't forget, there's a secondary ultimate. The Chronosphere is available. The Void hiding in the backlines, looking for an opportunity and threatening Team Spirit. Man, I mean, I haven't seen timing like that in a while. That was beautiful from 33.
Yeah, he actually used the Ravage before the BKB went away, so that third wave of spikes actually latches onto Lina. Really nicely played. Also really nicely abused the fact that there are no ultis on Team Spirit. No Mars Arena, so they managed to kill off Lina very easily like that. What's up?
Grace issues there. Hello, Collapse. Collapse realizing he's been seen due to the fact that the rockets are going upon him. Nice Nightmare out from the Bane to buy him some time, but it's not going to be enough. The stun from 9 lands, and they will kill off Collapse. Now Tundra looking for more. Can they find it? Toronto Tokyo would be... Toro would be a great target, but unfortunately not able to get on top of him. I think he still had a BKB charge available as well, so...
Now, one thing that I'm noticing from Team Spirit in this game is that they're not really executing the farming game as hard as in the last match. Like the last match, they were kind of always ahead of Tundra. Somehow they found ways of staying ahead. This game is similar. They are, but you would perhaps expect more from a Luna. Like the 5 kills are literally where it's coming from. The net worth advantage, that is, I mean.
Yeah. Well, we shall see. I mean, it's the difference between, you know, a carry with a lot of money and a carry with a IO behind it. Although, I say carry, we're talking more about 9 here being the carry of this game.
Nice
at the moment,
arena.
as the arena comes down, very nicely done. Catching out both 9 and the IO. 9, no BKB available just yet, so no way to escape the wrath of Collapse, as they will get the 2 kills up on the top side.
So easy. They make it look so easy to make these small little turnaround plays to get the arena to kill off both IO and the Lash. That's also in part because of the relocate. It was on cooldown. So the IO was playing more with Lash instead of just staying somewhere behind and then tethering and relocating him away out of problems.
I think sometimes we all wish we had an IO to just take us away from our problems, but alas.
Don't we?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So at what point in the game are we going to see the Void taking the initiative and being on the front lines?
Never, maybe.
Okay.
you have Lash, you have Tide. You don't necessarily have to. It's a dream. It's a dream Void game in which you can really be patient and choose the target at your chrono. Like it truly doesn't matter as long as they manage to bait out the BKBs and fight afterwards.
Yeah, should we be concerned that he is like 4k gold behind the Luna though?
It's concerning, but it's a Luna, right? Like, it's a hero that farms extremely fast plus has 5 kills to her name. Lane, can they catch the Tide Hunter? Very unlikely.
Top lane smoke up from Team Spirit. They're moving in towards the Roshan pit. This guy's going to respawn. Or we'll know when in about a second exactly when it's going to be back.
Again.
But here we go. This is the big target. The Lash Rack completely locked down. No chance of escape at all. Well done by Team Spirit. And now they look for more. Snakey's going to be the next target. They want to bring down the IO as well as the Lash Rack. And they will be able to do exactly that. 33.
Maybe more?
We've seen this one before last game, but this time he gets to blink away to the safety. 33 will be alright, but that is 2 big kills again. 9 has just lost all of his momentum in the case of about like 2 ganks in a row. Team Spirit have just completely shut down this Leshrac again.
Yeah, I'm not sure just how they're making it look so easy. Like, remember the first series with Navi that we watched? Navi versus, who was it again? OG?
OG.
Like Navi, maybe they would be behind, but they would always read OG's smokes and moves and they would kind of dodge them. Team Spirit is just way too quick or way too unpredictable for Tundra at the moment. Like, they just lost Io and Lesh like 2 times consecutively. Their game is... Their momentum, like you said, is extremely ruined.
Yep. A stick in the spokes of their bike right now. Still, plenty of hope left for Tundra, and they're never really out of this game. As you mentioned before, they have those ultimates. The ability to 5-on-5 from them is always going to be a scary factor for Team Spirit to deal with. And doesn't matter how far Jaluna gets, you know, if that Chronosphere comes out and no one can help you, then you are going to die. But of course, Team Spirit not going to let that happen without a huge fight. And this Roshan's going to be up in 8 seconds time, and that means that Team Spirit, they want to tango.
Team Spirit is doing the same thing again. Aiding the triangle. Literally 3 times in a row they're running to the same spot, and again 9 is up front.
Yep, they want this Roshan, and the easy way to get it is to get control of this triangle. It just means that they'll have no way into the pit on the side of Tundra. And in we go, jumping in, Arena comes down, they want to catch the IO straight off the bat, and they might be able to do exactly that, but the Ravage comes in, Snaking's still alive, dying to Collapse, but Collapse is giving it its all. Meanwhile, Toronto took it, oh, they're going to get the Chrono off, but now the grip comes down from a potion, meaning the Void can do nothing. And Toro, is he still alive here? Ow, finally goes down, caught by a Thunderbolt, but 9 falls as well. Both the big calls on the side of Tundra are gone. 33 still alive, but he is one man versus the world, and that's not a fight he's gonna win, as Team Spirit will be able to clean him up. 5 heroes for 1. I'm not great at maths, but that seems worth it for Team Spirit to me.
Yeah, I think mathematically it's worth it for them. They did lose that Luna who's on top of the network charge, but it doesn't matter. And you know what's the saddest part for Tundra? Like, they saw this one. Okay, they got fooled twice. This 3rd time they weren't truly fooled because they understood what was happening. Leshrac even popped the dust expecting Lina to be nearby. Like, they knew the move is heading their way, but they still couldn't react properly and on time. Chrono on the Luna was nice, but the egg was already used on the high ground, so the egg stuns the Void, who was also gripped. So, like, you get stunned by the egg and you're gripped, you're probably not going to kill anyone. They do manage to kill off Luna in the end, but the cost was way too high.
Yep. Team Spirit are inevitable. You can feel them coming. You can read them all you want, but they're still going to do it. And in this game, at least, they're going to come out the better team in that engagement. And now an Aegis, once again, in the hands of Toronto Tokyo. This Lina is going to be unstoppable now. We know how scary that is. You know, the one downfall Lina has is that if you get on top of her, you can kind of bully her and take her out of her fight, because she has to back away. But when she has this Aegis, she doesn't need to. She'll stand her ground and attack you right back.
Mira is level 17. This is
insane.
Yeah, this is a huge deal, because once that 18 is there, the egg becomes not necessarily unkillable, but extremely difficult. It becomes an additional big problem that you're going to have.
He's also sniffing at the Void here when it comes to net worth. He's not that far away, less than 2,000 gold within catching distance of the Faceless Void in net worth, which would just be bad. And talking about bad, 9 dying here would not be ideal at all for Team Tundra. BKB's out, but doesn't really make a difference. The damage from this double damage Lina is just ridiculous. And have they noticed the IO's coming back as well? Alright, that's probably going to be another kill for the Lina then. Meanwhile, Collapse just jumping in the back lines, finding Fata, a nice little +1, realizing that Fata's going to be waiting for the IO to try and help him out and give him a tether target. Instead of 33 will be the tether target. Looks like IO will get away. 33's going to the secret spot. The spear catches them out. The Yules is there as well. And now it's just going to be another hero gone for Tundra. But hey, they got the IO out, so mission complete?
Yeah, press X to show doubt. Tide tried to TP away there from that little spot where you're kind of in the fog, unless you're standing straight on top of him. Was a nice attempt, just didn't work. And I'm not sure, like, you asked me 5 minutes ago if it's all right that Faceless Void is behind Luna.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It was okay, but his net worth didn't change in 5 minutes. It remained the same, and that's a bigger issue. And now you're getting this BKB. It will be helpful, but still you're playing versus a Bane. The grip will go through it.
Yeah, that's the issue. Not just that, but the Supernova as well, when that comes crashing down, gonna stun you up a little bit as well. Like, it's not gonna make you feel that safe. And that's all he has. Mask of Madness, Maelstrom, BKB, it's...
Radiant's bottom.
Oof, it's a rough one.
Radiant's bottom has fallen.
I mean, how did it get to this point, though? Because, like, it feels like this game is just going in a flash because, you know, Team Spirit are so flashy. They're making these aggressive, quick plays. But, like, how have Tundra not been able to utilize their ultimates to get a fight or two in their favor?
I feel like Team Spirit found the right fights, found Io and Lash a couple of times. Usually when you're playing heroes such as Void and Tidehunter, you want to use your big ultis, win that fight, and then go down low, chill out a little bit, farm up until you have the cooldowns back up. But they never truly used them. Like, we remember one Lina kill with the Ravage on the bottom tier 1, right? The one we praised a lot. And that's it. Besides that, it's always Team Spirit that are on the hunt, whether Tundra has their big ultis on off cooldown or not. It didn't truly matter. That's how it feels, at least. They're reading the IO strategy really well and cutting them off while they're trying to split push.
It also feels like they've been able to avoid the Tidehunter and the Faceless Void as well, quite well. You know, they know that they'll outfarm them if they simply just don't interact with them, don't get chronoed, don't get ravaged, and that seems to be the game plan for Team Spirit. And the few times where Tundra have been the ones trying to be aggressive, trying to get the entrance to the fights, like, they've just been met with Toronto Tokyo popping the BKB before the Tide can get off the Ravage, and then they just kill the Tide in time. No problems at all.
Yeah, they do have BKBs now on Tundra that you mentioned. There's a BKB on Lash, there's a BKB on Void. On Lash we already saw it used. 33 as well has one.
A little bit, oh god, 33 on the run. Tundra have no intentions of taking this fight by the looks of it. Skidder, I mean, he's nearby. He's like, well, I could. Oh, okay, the relo out. Fair enough. They will keep 33 safe for the time being, but 9 in the sidelines. He's in trouble. Ravage is going to come down, though, directly onto the Luna. They're throwing everything onto your Toro right now. The Chrono comes down on top of her as well. The Luna is dead, but Toronto Tokyo is still very much alive and fighting into the void. He can't man-fight the Lina. The Lina is just too much of a Chad. He's going to take down Snaking, move across, just blasting away at 33. The TP is out from 33, but he is going nowhere, as it's going to be Team Spirit once again, taking down 4. A great play from Tundra to jump both their ultimates onto Luna, but there's another problem in this game, and that is the Lina. And unfortunately, you know, if you don't kill both these cores with these ultimates, then it's just not going to go your way, and that's exactly what happens. Toronto Tokyo is not done.
Look at this.
Top tower is under attack.
Oh
Can you
my
actually do
god,
it?
Toronto Tokyo. I don't think so. Snake even buying back just to help get her out there, just to make sure.
And this is straight towards the tier 3 on the mid lane. Even without the Luna, it's just 4 of them, but there's no Lash, there's no Tidehunter.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah.
Radiant's top
These
tower
barracks are starting to fall. It's a sorry state of affairs for Tundra here. They've even found Skidder in the trees, but he's got the time walk to get himself back. Okay for now.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Nightmare once again. He's so reliable. He's so reliable. Every time this rocket comes out, you know it's not going to land. Void? Void? They can't keep him alive here. He's gone. Oh my goodness. Buyback from the Void, but 9 trying to fight into them, but the right-click damage from the Lina, it's no joke. And now they turn around with the Nightmare out onto the Fada just to keep him back. Collapse, he is rocketed up, so they see where the Mars is. BKB out from 33. The Luna is back though, and she's coming into this engagement from round the side. Mirror as well, backing her up. They're looking for the stun out onto Fata, and Fata is probably just going to get melted away by the Sun Ray. And Fata is gone for 45 seconds, has got buyback available should he need it. They look over towards Skidder. Skidder forced to pop the BKB, now looking to fight up into somebody here, but who? There's no one you can kill Skidder. He has to back himself away. Oh my goodness. I mean, Team Spirit, they're just holding such a clean line here, losing nobody on the retreat, and then the subsequent re-engage. And I think they might just wait for Roshan to finish up this game.
They're just playing so well. They're holding the line so well. Even without the Luna, it was pretty much all Lina that dish out the damage, that took the tier 3s, that took the last set of those middle Raxes. And it's Miposhka as well, right? This Bane, all reliable, how you called him. Like, every single spell that he can dodge with Nightmare, he dodges. It doesn't matter. His teammates know that, and it's so easy to re-engage. You don't really see Alina as ballsy as Toronto Tokyo's. Like, it's because he knows he has this Bane that will save him and it's a free ticket out of jail.
Yep.
Now with the Satanic, the things are a little bit easier, I would even say, for Toronto Tokyo. Even if you do drop him low enough, he can BKB Satanic heal up completely.
Ooh, some high fives. Careful. Careful. So Sparta. Sparta's like, I want to high five you, but I also don't want to die trying to do it. Don't think that is a worthwhile trade. Well, that's very rude. You don't high five me, I throw a rocket at you.
It was a nice little bait, right, with him.
Yeah.
Him just standing in front of the tier 2 and hoping that if they do go on him, then you can follow up with Ravage and Chrono and whatnot, but Team Spirit are way too good for that.
Done onto the Tidehunter doesn't really mean much. I mean, this is just Collapse basically just holding heroes in the top lane, making them feel like there's a whole team about to jump them. And that's not the case. Like, Luna is literally farming in the triangle, right? Like, the heroes aren't here. Luna is farming in the jungle. Like, they're just pretending that they're like, oh yeah, we're going for this top lane push. And they're not.
That's true, but remember that Lina has travels, so
Yes,
it's very
of course.
easy for her to join a fight. And Luna is just waiting for Rosh, who has respawned.
And Fata maybe getting down here. Yeah. Again, Team Spirit kind of showing their hand, showing that there's not actually backup here for the Mars. And now Tundra realise that they'll take back of their triangle and they go, oh wait, yeah, they've just been farming this whole time.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And it's all about vision, right? It's a nice
course.
game that they're playing, because as long as you're not showing on the Lina and the Luna, they can't really initiate on the Mars. So while Mars is forgetting the cheese, okay, never mind, he took it.
These guys are TI winners, listen. They don't forget their cheese.
Yeah, we definitely didn't see that at TI.
Not at all. Didn't happen multiple times, no.
Radiant's top tower
Tundra, it's going to be high ground game. Man, this guy hates Fata! Oh, in comes Snaking, trying to save the Gyrocopter, but it won't be enough. Skidder jumping in, it's a nice Chronosphere, but does it really matter? Especially with the grip coming out from Miposhka. The Ravage will connect onto him, but there's an Aeon Disc even on Toronto Tokyo. Toronto Tokyo is so tanky, now the Eclipse coming down as well. They're trying to find something, they're trying to find anything. Tundra scrounging for a kill, a support, anything, but there is nothing going their way. 1,000 buybacks could be used, 2,000 buybacks could be used. It doesn't matter. Team Spirit, take them down, and that'll be GG. And a rampage from Toronto Tokyo to tie it off. That's usually your Toro's job, but Toronto Tokyo will be taking this one.
Oh, that was clinical. I actually believe that this should be the better series out of the first two that we casted, that we get to cast. I thought that this series, well, necessarily not better quality of Dota, but perhaps more even. Perhaps that we would see game 3 here, but we didn't. Team Spirit just clinically removed Tundra out of the game. The first game of the series was pretty simple and straightforward, but the second one, it looked like they never had a shot. Like the Void, like it never really felt like a hero. You have this Chrono and you want to kill Lina or Luna in it, but then again, Miposhka is such a god on Bane that you never get to hit anyone in the Chronosphere. He just grips you every single time.
It was so good. His positioning, everything was just so damn good that game. And I'm going to check after this game if OGA Dota Pit have an HR department, because I firmly believe we should report Collapse for bullying Fata this game after spearing him and killing him like 10 times in a row. I mean, that's just not okay. The poor guy is just following him around the map. Like, even in front of his whole team, he just targets him out, kills him. And that's respect. He knows how much Fata can get done on this Gyrocopter. And here to break down the game a little bit further for you guys, we have got Dan, Misery, and Black to delve into the depths of analysis.
Well, Team Spirit just beat Team Tundra to a pulp there, with them looking completely in a different class. Misery and Black, why don't you guys talk me through what did Team Spirit do so well there, and what did Team Tundra do so badly?
Well, I mean, I think it starts in the lanes, right? Like it feels like maybe Tundra are a little bit tilted from the first game or something, but they definitely didn't play the lanes as well as they maybe could have. So the Mars Bane lane at least crushed the Void Gyro lane. I guess it kind of makes sense, right? Void Gyrocopter, what kind of lane is that?
Yeah, but he should get 6 kills,
so-
right?
Yeah, I think it starts there, and then just like we talked about before the game started too, it's so hard for Tundra to come back into this game because the way the pace is going, the way the fights like happen is so on Team Spirit's terms, right? It's always Bane catching somebody, it's always Mars setting up something, even Phoenix catching people with a Eul Scepter, right? Whereas Tundra, they have to, I don't know, the only time they got a kill kind of was like on the Lina, right? After BKB ran out bottom, where Tide had to expend the Ravage. Every other time, it's like Spirit just running away from Tundra and then re-engaging as they please. And that's just the story of this game, I think. It just felt, once again, like a really rough game for Tundra to play.
Black, do you have a different story, or are you reading from the same page as Misery here?
No, I am pretty much agreeing with everything he said.
muted
I'm just thinking from Tundra's perspective what they could have done differently. Perhaps
Black is
like
spitting blanks here. He's muted in Discord. Please unmute yourself so we can hear you.
Oh, hello.
Man.
I was muted. Okay, so I said I'm agreeing with everything Misery said, but that I'm trying to kind of see from Tundra's perspective what they could have done differently. And the only thing that comes to mind is that perhaps the Leshrac needed to go for like a Eul Scepter, so they have like a more consistent and lower cooldown initiation potential. Because like what happened is, as Misery also said, the Mars and Bane, just on their low cooldowns, they keep setting stuff up, and Tundra just can't keep up with the pace at all.
Do you feel like, I mean, a lot of people in the chat or watching might be going, oh, these Tundra guys, I thought they were going to be really good. They got outclassed here. Is it the case that they are bad, or is it really just that Team Spirit are so good at the moment?
Oh, they're not bad at all. Tundra is like, they played against Secret. They had like an amazing series there. If you didn't watch it, you should definitely do that. But Spirit in both of these games, they just looked like on a different level. Like in game 1, just destroyed. In game 2 was even more one-sided, and it just looks like they're,
I mean,
whatever
Team Spirit,
happened during the TI run is still there.
I mean, Team Spirit is no doubt, like, they won TI, right? Like, they're definitely like one of the absolute best, if not the best team still in the world, right? But that being said, though, Dota is a kind of unforgiving game in the sense that Tundra should not be that much worse than Spirit. Like, they should not be dominated this hard, I think. It comes down to the draft, like, a lot. Like, it's unforgiving in the sense that if you don't have this catch, if you don't have this way to start a fight, if you don't have a way to, like, punish mistakes, which they kind of don't this game, then it's easy for Team Spirit to play. I feel like they were not challenged much in this game just because they saw everything coming in both games, right? And Tundra just on the back foot the entire time.
Yeah, for me, Dota is like 2 games, right? The first game, at least in tournament games, like the first game is like the draft, which Spirit won soundly in both games. And the second game is obviously the actual game, which Spirit also kind of outplayed them. And it just happens sometimes, as Misery said, that those teams are amazing teams, and it's very hard to come back from these tight spots sometimes. And then the game can just look really, really one-sided.
Are there any particular players you'd like to laud on Team Spirit?
For me, it's like, I don't know, Toronto Tokyo, just such a beast on Lina. I still remember his games at TI too, where he's just one-man army, running around like just turret killing people, and it's like unlimited damage the 0 deals.
Yeah,
it's
he
insane.
gives no cares, right? Like he always has Shadow Blades around solo somewhere where you did never expect him, and he goes like boom, 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 kills that guy. Suddenly his team connects.
It's like his hero is on steroids, Like you see, what Lina is capable of, but with him, it's just like it's almost like it's a bit more than than what's real. Yeah.
And let's be a little positive about Team Tundra. Obviously, we have heaped praises on them before. Was there any bright spots at all in this performance, or is it one they're going to want to go home and sleep on?
I think these 2 games you're just gonna kind of forget. Because this is not like the best Tundra can do, obviously. Like, sure, you can go back to the draft and probably learn a lot from it. Like, oh, we shouldn't have done this, or we shouldn't have given them that. Sure, but like, just they shouldn't feel like demoralized about anything. It's just what can happen in Dota sometimes. They did that to other enemies in their own DPC league as well already, so they know they're capable of much more.
For me, it's like I think something in Dota in pro level is like when you're winning and you're like strong team, and then you start losing, you kind of need to relearn things that made you win in the first place, if that makes sense. So I think they can learn a lot from these two games and realize, oh, we need this and this to actually match the timings or match the pace of the game, so we don't get so outplayed all the time. We need to have catch, we need to actually be able to start a fight. Maybe we need less greedy heroes and so on. Like, I think there's a lot to learn from these games. I also think that potentially they didn't show their best, and they might also be a bit marked by the fact that they lost their first series in a very long time the other day to Secret. Who knows? But yeah, I think they shouldn't take it too hard, right? It's TI winners, and it's they're going to be fine. They're still a really strong team.
Well, they've got a chance to prove that and dust themselves up on Thursday when they're going to be coming up against Na'Vi in the lower bracket. Team Spirit, of course, moving forwards to come up against OG, which will be a great series. I imagine Team Spirit are favoured, but OG are an interesting, exciting team. We are going to head to a break, but we'll be back very, very shortly. I'll be replaced by Nomad. We'll have a bit of a refresher of the panel. We'll for Alliance and Enigma Galaxy. So don't go anywhere. There's more great Dota to come here at the OGA Dota Pit.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I want a rematch. Ensnared in fire. Something is showing.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is down. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Burn you to ashes.
Radiant's middle tower. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Burns, doesn't it?
Bro, cheat on flicks, bro. Come on.
First blood.
Tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Perfect, of course. Well. A real killer.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Cheat, bro. Cheat on flicks, bro.
I sleep.
Middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Hello and welcome back to the OGA Dota Pit Season 5 EU and CIS, where we are now into the second half of our day. That's right, a lot of Dota being played today, 4 best of 3s, and we are now into Alliance versus Nigma Galaxy, a matchup which is going to be very interesting indeed. And of course, this morning we did see the other series of the day. That was OG versus Navi, where OG took the 2-1 win, and Team Spirit versus Tundra, where Team Spirit took a convincing 2-0 win, which is going to be a little bit nerve-wracking for Alliance and Nigma Galaxy. Consider they started their DPC season somewhat rockily, both having dropped a series to Tundra very convincingly. And also, Alliance got beaten by Team Secret as well, and Nigma got beaten by Tickles. Misery, talk me through your experiences with Nigma in the DPC so far and what you think they've got to do differently today.
Well, first of all, they have Miracle back, right?
They do.
Which is a big thing.
Yes.
So they're actually a whole team now. I mean, no offense, our men, right? But they didn't look like a whole team in those games. It felt like it was like a last-minute resort stand-in type of thing. So I expect them to come really motivated and like, you know, they definitely want to prove themselves now, I believe, based on their last performances.
Absolutely, yeah. I think it's time for them to really pull it out of the bag on Nigma Galaxy, especially now that they've got Miracle back. Quickly about Alliance, Lizard. I mean, can you sum up their DPC experience for me so far?
Yeah, it wasn't great, right? Like 2 losses, 2 series, 2 losses. So they're kind of looking forward to reinventing themselves as well, perhaps in this tournament, perhaps practice some different things and come back refreshed into the DPC season, because you don't really have a lot of games. Like this DPC season is even rougher than the last one. Each team gets, what, 7 matches? Am I correct overall?
Yeah,
I think so, 7. Yeah, so
Yeah.
like they already dropped 2. If they want to qualify for that major, maybe you can drop 1 more, but that's it. That's the maximum. It's going to be really hard for them.
I mean, it's not just qualifying for the major, it's avoiding knockout. But let's talk about the team's journeys in general, because, of course, someone was saying that when you form a team now after the TI shuffle, you're not really looking to win the first major. You're not probably even looking to win the second major. It's all about, you know, the end of the season and TI, and that's when you hope to have things figured out by. So what we're hoping to see from Alliance is a kind of slow improvement, and that beginning of those improvements have to start now, really, if they want to start making that journey. What promising things have we seen from Alliance so far?
Sorry, was it like that for you, Misery? Like if you form a team, are you taking it easy? Like it's fine, we're adapting, or do you just want to win straight up?
No, I think every team plays to win at all times. I think, you know, nobody likes to lose. Maybe you have less motivation at certain times and stuff like that, but it's once you lose, you know, it doesn't feel good, right? At least that's my opinion. So
Of course.
and of course as well, like even getting to TI is extremely difficult nowadays, right? So every major, every point you can get your hands on is like super important. But of course you want to hit the perfect form at TI, right? That's the idea.
Yeah.
Ideal scenario.
Yeah, the ramp up and, you know, managing your expectations, but at the same time, yeah, it's been a slow start for Alliance so far, but again, only 2 series just yet. We're still waiting to see what they can really bring to the table. And yeah, I mean, what do we see that we could possibly has been good for Alliance so far, and that they could bring to surprise Nigma with today?
They have Leslau God on their side, you know, just pick some cool hero for him. Nico Baby, you know, in that old alliance, Nico Baby was the shining light, the shining star in some games, but the supporting cast just wasn't there. And by supporting, I mean the whole team that stands between him and the position 5, not only the 4 and the 5. So I think it's a bit different here now for Alliance. And once they gel it all together, once they start making it work, it's just a matter of time until they start winning.
Yeah, they have the foundations of what should be a really great team, but so far it just hasn't really come together for them. I mean, I'd definitely like to see maybe a little bit of Leslau Beastmaster. That's something he's been very well known for. And a hero he can kind of like control up that entire top side of the map with, or off lane side of the map, whatever that may be, and kind of just allow Nico Baby to do his thing and farm up as much as he wants, but we haven't really seen a whole lot of that just yet. Misery. I mean, Nigma, you know, obviously having lacked RMN, now Miracle's going to be back playing for them once more. And they're going to be firing on all cylinders. Do you feel like this should be like, you're expecting them to win this game, I assume, right?
Yeah, I think it's like similarly to how Nigma wants to show that they are still good and like, you know, prove themselves. I think Alliance is in the same boat, right? So it's gonna be both teams coming in maybe with a fresh kind of feeling of, okay, we need to reset here and try our best. And like, yeah, so I think it's hard to predict. I would say Nigma are favorites, but yeah, it's not that much potentially. I guess we have to see after the first game how both teams, what kind of form they're in and stuff like that.
Yeah, is Kuroki like the only captain that's more chill, and he takes losses a little bit easier, I would say. If you remember, even with what was it, Bkop Minor or something, when he said, "Yeah, just give us a couple more months, like 2-3 months, and it doesn't matter that we lost, banged out of this tournament. We'll make a comeback. We're finding ourselves." I think perhaps in a tournament such as this one, they'll take it easy and just adapt as much as possible, experiment, try to get that real form that Misery was talking about.
Yeah, it's confidence in the long term, you know, the ability to play the long game and know that eventually you will get that. And that's why they've stuck together. And I think they need to start proving that to us now. And the draft is now underway. So let's waste no time and jump into it and find out exactly what heroes we're going to be seeing on our screens. And right away, we've got the SAPPHIRE pickup. I don't think there's any surprises in the bans, just Weaver, Spirit Breaker, normal stuff, Io and Bane. But the SAPPHIRE pickup from Alliance, I mean, this was a hero they've been very confident with for a long time in this organization, and a hero which I personally enjoy seeing them play quite a lot.
It was also a hero that they lost to 2 times in a row versus Tundra. So they're snatching that away from them a little bit. They also like to play Mars quite a bit, so maybe Snap plus Mars is an option for them.
5 seconds remaining.
I think one thing that I would like Alliance to think about, I don't know like how they feel, but I think some 4 protect 1 kind of style where they have an active hero on Supreme, an active hero on Leslau, and then Nico Baby on the hard carry. I think that's a good way to approach. So that's what I would like to see from them. I think when they have Nico Baby and Supreme on farming, it feels like they're just hitting creeps too much. And I think it's not that many teams that can like get away with, you know, having multiple cores now. I think that needs a lot of farm. It's hard.
Yeah, like today with the Clinks and the Lina, or Lina and
5
Luna.
seconds remaining.
Well, I mean, Team Spirit can pull it off, right?
Yeah,
that's
what I mean.
It's more about the Tundra, right? It's like the Tundra games. It's like their heroes take up so much farm, and if they spread the farm on 3 heroes, the power levels you need on certain heroes like Lesh and what they have, like Lesh, one game, the other game they had Batrider and Doom, right? Like these heroes, they just need so much space, right? And when they don't get the space, they just feel, I don't know, they don't feel as strong as they could be if they had, you know, that extra 20%, 25% more farm to get on the map.
Just underwhelming.
Yeah.
Are we gonna see a Monkey 5 like they did before, or should this be a bit more straightforward? Perhaps a 1. Like I believe Kuroki played it, right? Versus who was it against? Tundra? I think he played it on a 5.
Yeah, I hope not. I would much prefer just a ILTW Monkey here. I also think it makes sense for them to do that, in the sense they have Miracle back now. He's gonna have the last pick, you know, the most important pick probably later on, right? And now you have this very flexible carry that doesn't really care much about, you know, anything. This could be their safe lane straight up. SD is also kind of flexible now. 4 as of 4 or 5, right?
10 seconds remaining.
Yep.
What I also like about the opening from Nigma
seconds
with the Monkey
remaining.
King is that it's kind of a natural counter to the Raid King, right? Like it's one of those position ones that really likes to play into Raid
Dire
King.
team
Kill him
back.
once, set up the arena, kill him again. And the Lions actually play it quite a bit on Nico Baby. They drafted pretty much a very similar draft versus versus Tundra. Like they had Raid King with the Mars.
10
Oh yeah,
seconds
it's definitely a
remaining.
Nico Baby favorite. It's something he made a name for himself during I think,
Alliances
TI.
turn to ban.
What was it? TI 9, I think he played it and did very well with Mineski. So since then, it's just been kind of renowned that Nico Baby just absolutely owns when he picks up that Wraith King hero. But yeah, I mean, how do we feel about Leslau playing Mars again? You know, it hasn't worked out for them so far, but they're going down this route again. Is it really that much of a comfort pick for them? They want to just keep on first phasing it?
5
I don't know.
seconds
I don't know if it's
remaining.
about the hero-player combination or like in the previous
Dire
games, or it
team
was
back.
more like just a new team getting together and it doesn't go as they hoped, kind of thing. Like the whole team doesn't gel, or because I'm sure Leslau is capable of playing the Mars, right?
Of course.
And you have to open something, right? Mars is just such a solid hero, but it could be a Supreme Mars as well, I
10
suppose.
seconds
It's
remaining.
People are
possible.
doing that occasionally, but this is probably just their lane, like
5 seconds
keeping
remaining.
it simple for themselves. The snap Mars lane, it's gonna be strong. So
Do you just ban out another
Dire
spirit here now
team
for
pick.
Ning? No, they go with the Morphling. They ban out the Raid King, the Storm. I guess the Raid King, all right. Even though you have a hero that's decent against him, perhaps it's not that great, and you don't want to let Alliance have the best hero that's in their arsenal or
10
one of the
seconds
best ones.
remaining.
So they're just aiming now at Nico Baby, banning out the Morphling,
5
banning out the
seconds
Raid King.
remaining.
If you think
Yep.
about the first time Nico Baby got into, what was it? It was with Fata, I believe, that stack. That's literally what he played. Morphling, Void,
that was
and
the
Raid
old
King.
alliance, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the old one, all the time.
Yeah, no, that's definitely his signature. Maybe Slag as well. But yeah, so
What do
Storm gets banned as well.
what do you continue here with? You perhaps don't want to show where the Monkey King is, and you could go for an offlane as well, or do you just pick another support and pretty
Yeah,
much
I think you
say
just.
that Monkey is a carry?
I would just think. Yeah, I would say so. I would think you just pick another support, a very strong support, because then the thing is, Alliance has to show 2 heroes, right?
Phantom Assassin.
Okay, they go PA.
So
Yep.
with this, now you can't be sure where Monkey is. He can be your 5, he can be your 4, he can be your offlane even. We've seen him played on literally any position recently. But why PA? Like,
10
okay, you can
seconds
blink out of
remaining.
the Mars Arena, which is nice. Do they just value the hero that highly?
5
or-
seconds remaining.
Maybe, I'm not sure. Like, I'm just thinking about it. Like, you pick the hero on this spot, and now you see the Alliance sees the win condition, right?
Yep.
And they can kind of react to that. Whereas
In
if you,
fairness,
you
PA
keep it
is
open,
the
though.
most picked carry hero in pro games, in pro pub games at the moment. So
Yeah.
that might have something to do with it.
We've seen her today. Was that game a win? Nomad, we casted it. We should probably remember, right?
We should, and we
no, they
definitely
lost,
do.
right? They lost with the Viper and
They
Necro.
lost. Yeah.
That was
It didn't look that.
Yeah,
PA
Navi versus
did
OG
find
game
that game,
3.
right? He was
Yeah.
like definitely not about that. I mean, PA is
Alliances
strong in the
turn
sense
to
that
pick.
he's gonna go safe lane.
Face the
He
void.
won't really care, right, what he's up against. He's gonna do his thing and farm.
Yeah, but this combination of heroes from Alliance is looking scary. Now you have the Chrono with the Snapfire, you have the Mars Snapfire that you can work with.
Yeah.
PA isn't really that. I guess you did pick Faceless Void into Shadow Demon, so there is that disruption save potential in the Chronosphere,
10
which is neat.
seconds remaining.
So what do you pick here now?
5
Your
seconds remaining.
your Enigma. You're picking your miracle hero here. Invoker, maybe?
It always comes to that when we're thinking about Miracle, doesn't it?
I don't know. You don't really have much team fight right now.
Alliances turn to ban.
Nina is
Very
no,
slow.
they go with
I
the
mean,
puck. Okay,
Puck,
Nice.
Puck is definitely good against both Quap and, I mean, everything you see, right? Realistically.
it's very difficult to kill him off, right? And you also have catch for Faceless Void and Queen of Pain.
Yeah.
That
10
coil is great.
seconds
The
remaining.
silences are amazing. So they just need to round up this
5
draft with a
seconds
solid.
remaining.
I'm still not sold on what they need. Is it going to be a position 4 or an offlane now as the last pick? Because Monkey King, I've seen teams in, which was it, SEA DPC. They actually rolled a Monkey King on 3, and it works all right. It works fine with that level 10 talent on the Boundless Strike. You can actually set up kills.
Does it feel like a mind control hero though?
I
that's
think
true.
they need like a Tide Hunter or something, like some kind of team fight. I would think,
Yeah, I agree.
unless they can somehow like do this Monkey King 3 and aim on like winning the lane hard against Void, right? Like that's
Yeah, like-
also an option, of course. But I mean, they have last pick, right? So
Could they go like completely out of the box, Monkey 4 and Veno 3, and then just dumpster the Faceless Void in the lane? I guess it's an option, but if you don't really win the lane, it can be hard. But you should
it's an
be able
option.
to, right?
It's just
10 seconds
this
remaining.
Veno Void matchup is kind of weird because like you win the lane, but then
5
later on
seconds
you don't really do
remaining.
anything to Void anymore.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's an option.
It's like all the lanes with Veno. You own the lane, and then later on,
Alliances turn to ban.
you're like, what do I buy? How do I make impact in this game?
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. It's a very special hero for sure. But right now I'm looking at the drafts, and the Alliance lineup looks more well-rounded. I think what they lack is an answer for Puck.
10 seconds remaining.
So I think they should look for that in the last
Dire
pick.
team
They're actually
ban.
banning Ember Spirit, huh? What are they thinking about this Quap? Is some support Quap or what? Or are they just scared of the fact that there could be some shenanigans and an Ember mid? Maybe that's why.
Yeah, probably they're
Alliances
seeing that
turn to
Alliance
pick.
can flex things out. That even an Invoker ban afterwards.
Dire
Maybe
team
they
pick.
saw some Queen of Pain position 4.
Oh,
Alliance just
Jakiro.
go with just with the Jakiro. So doubling
Alright.
down on the team fights, getting even more of that.
Yeah.
Macropyre in the Chrono, you have that Ice Path now as well. But do you like that they have no ways of catching Puck
10
without
seconds
itemizing
remaining.
for it?
It's a bit like I feel like they doubled
5
down on all
seconds remaining.
the follow up that they already have.
Mhm.
Like if the game goes late, they're gonna have so much team fight and so much disables and low cooldown spells. They're gonna be really strong mid game. But I fear that the weakness of their draft was not that. It was maybe that what happens if you start losing the lanes, right? And this Jakiro doesn't have boots, and like he's kind of useless in the game, and Snap's kind of the same hero, and then how do you come back, right? So, but I mean, Jakiro is a very strong hero right now. It's also rising in popularity a lot in pubs in Europe right now. So, I would like to see Nigma going for some aggressive heroes.
Abaddon.
Choose your
That's the
hero.
best hero that you can pick versus Jakiro, right? Like at least for the
Abaddon
lane.
3, huh? Oh
Ooh,
wow!
it is. I like that. That is very interesting. What's the build on this, Abaddon?
I have no idea. What is he gonna build? Just any sort of
Maybe
utility, I guess.
Dominator. Is that a thing?
Like I was listening to your panel with Black. Literally every offlaner that was picked, you suggested Dominator. Like,
Really? I mean, the heroes that we're watching are like these weird offlaners, Void and Abaddon, and maybe he
When
goes
in doubt,
Hood,
go
Halberd,
Dominator.
Like, I don't know. Yeah.
they're playing 5 Monkey King again. It's actually not gonna even be 4.
Wow.
You will
Actually,
have mind
some-
control with Shadow Demon with 3 illusions silencing you down or something. which is
Something
nice.
Nigma has been doing quite a lot, not just recently, but for a while, is to put Kurogi in S4, right? Like, not S4 in that way, but like in the off lane with mind control. Like they did that quite a few times now, so that they might do that as well. Although, like Monkey King into Jakiro doesn't sound like the best.
Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. All right. Well, yeah, both teams have a reasonable amount of team fight. Actually, no. One team has a hell of a lot of team fight, Alliance, and one team has a decent amount, a bit more well-rounded, perhaps. I mean, does this seem like a game where PA can really kick off and be the dominator of the entire match?
Yeah, for sure. You have that Abaddon to follow up to save her from problems. Shadow Demon from the Chronosphere, Abaddon from all the debuffs. Like she can definitely pop off. It's on Nigma to just dodge these big team fights, bait out the chronos, and fight afterwards. Pick them apart.
All right, quick prediction, Misery.
We gotta believe in Miracle, right? He's back, you know. Like
Miracle is back. He's going to get a win with his debut, Lizard.
Yeah, Miracle is back. Let's go.
Alrighty, let's hand it over to our casters for this game. We've got Bkop and Black casting Alliance versus Nigma Galaxy in the first of a best of 3.
Thank you so much, Nomad. Ready to get into this game, ready to go, and there you go. First fight,
battle,
thought it was going to
Roshan.
be a team, but instead, it's going to be Roche. Very easily done for Roche.
Easy first off for Roshan.
I don't know, guys. What can you do?
How have you been, Mr. Bkop?
I've been in ready for Dota City, especially
Ready for
with
Dota
you.
City?
Yeah,
I like it. I like it. Alright, so what are we gonna see from the Baden here?
I'm with the Dominator, obviously.
Yeah, a Dominator, or you just go right-click a Baden and go into the Armlet. No, but seriously, what I want to see from him this game, I think Aghanim's Scepter could be an absolute game changer.
Upgrading that borrowed time, so we'll see if he does go to that Ags. We see a lot of halberds in the first 2 series. They've actually been able to push mind control away a little bit. 2 for 2 in the bounty runes.
It's pretty rough for the Quap. Already lost half HP. Gotta chew through 2 tangos there. And Miracle obviously at full health.
Any matchups sticking out to you?
Hello, mic test.
Sorry, what?
Test, 1, 2, 3.
Any matchups sticking out to you?
Oh, I mean, we have our mid matchup, right? The Quap versus Puck, one of the staples of the mid laners. Like a very, very skilled matchup. Quap can't really skill Shadow Strike there, and if he does, you have to like fake it so he doesn't phase shift thing, but then you still have the orb to dodge the other Shadow Strike attempt. It's like a lot of skill involved. One of the most fun matchups to watch.
You know, we've been waiting to see Miracle back with the team. They've gone through a couple series over in the DPC, and now he's back. So everybody's probably got a lot of expectations coming into this one, especially now it's a Puck Queen of Pain matchup. Pretty classic matchup overall. See it a lot.
Yeah, I wonder how much Dota he has played in like his break, because I would imagine not that much, right? So maybe he's a little bit rusty, and his first game will have to serve as a taking 3 tower hits there. Definitely rusty.
Those tower hits get the rust off. That's what it does.
Yeah.
You remember,
It's
oh
like,
yeah, those towers hurt.
Oh, they deal 90 damage per hit. Gotta be careful.
I'm actually really interested about this Shadow Demon too, because the expectation coming from the panel was that they were going to see the Shadow Demon in the 5 position. Now you're seeing it in the 4, and I love Shadow Demon 4. I think it does activate this hero to a whole other level when he's got himself a little bit more farm, especially if we do potentially see, say, the Ags come out from GH. But what are your expectations for this Shadow Demon? And as he's getting hit here from Hanskin, GH just throwing back some poison.
I do believe that he's just gonna itemize into Aetherlands and Blink first, and then maybe Aghanims after that to like break the Void or the Mars, so there's no Bulwark or Bashes. But like he's mainly going to be a saving tool against the Chronosphere.
Yeah.
Yeah. So him plus the Abandoned Aghanims that I, as I said, really hope comes out, because it is an immense amount of healing. Like it's borderline broken. I don't actually think they will kill almost anybody in the Chronosphere.
Ooh, Miracle going in for a second.
Okay.
Thinks about getting this Queen of Pain, but eating those tower shots once again.
Very low on the Quap though. Nice blink dodge. Alright. Looks like Miracle is kinda back.
Looking like it real quick.
He's putting the pressure on his Quap for sure. Like this matchup is a little bit Puck favored because you have that phase shift ability, of course, but yeah, it's not supposed to be this rough for Quap. Still, net worth is still looking okay, so nothing too crazy yet, but I do think he's gonna need a bottle refill. Or he just steals the enemy's bounty room.
Works
Or
out,
he
get yourself 2 sips.
Because GH says no, and he has no blink right now. Oh, it's already off cooldown, okay. But it's really bad for the Quap now. Like he's sitting at half health, and Miracle still has a bottle charge left.
Top lane, ILTW getting a little bit low. Lislao and Ram is trying to get some pressure onto this top lane.
Yeah, Monkey King 5 against Snapfire Mars doesn't sound super fun. And you can see the PA is not farming well at all. He only has 8 CS. If we look at the bot lane, 17 CS for the Faces Void, 17 also for the Abaddon though, so doing very well in the offlane Abaddon. He's actually going to the Dominator, so Misery was spot on.
And those predictions correct.
Yeah, gonna be putting on the tower pressure as soon as he gets the Dominator creep. And Abaddon with a Helm of Iron Will, like, you cannot bully that hero anymore. He's officially unbullyable, if that's a word.
Unable to be bullied.
Kuroki caught out. Ooh, the God's Rebuke just misses. I think he might have actually died there if it didn't.
Yeah, so far no real first blood, just Roche getting that kill early on. About it. GH getting chased down for a second by this Jakiro, but it's really just a battle of some harassment, not a kill just yet.
Yeah, PA is really feeling the pressure. He's not very happy up there at all. 400 Nepov behind the Mars. Oh, good spear. It's a lot of
Spear
damage.
hits. ILTW might be in trouble. The Balance Strike comes in with a Primal Spring. ILTW backs up and thinks about moving back in for a second.
No more region left on the top lane. That's the last tango they have. Monkey King is sitting on half, and an ILTW very low himself. One more spear. Could potentially end up in the depth here.
Needs to be very careful. Bottom lane, too. They got the silence out on an Eco Baby, but nothing more coming in from the aggression from Nigma over bot.
Yeah. I like how the safe lane has evolved a little bit for some of the players. They're going like triple slipper and no region.
Ooh, Miracle
Whoa.
avoiding the ult over mid, and Supreme,
Nice.
not the best look for him there. But Miracle, like we said, it was the rust from the tower. You know?
Yeah.
Get the
like
rust
if he
off
didn't
and
get
you're
those
good to
dings in.
But Miracle getting jumped again, gets the silence out of the Queen of Pain, has the illusory orb to jaunt over to. Will back up under the tower.
Oh, he has to be so careful. If he goes for a rune, it's potential death for him. Healing Self comes out, but Bkop is going to get that region rune. Ah, that's very bad for Miracle, but he's going to be able to get at least a bounty rune.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He'll have a couple of sips to go back to here for Miracle, and he does have that Dream Coil available to him. What he wants to do now that he's got this level 6.
Yeah, Abaddon actually topping the network chart right now. Just 300 away from the Dominator, and as soon as that's online, I don't know how the Void is actually going to lane here. And I
Ooh, they
don't
got
know
the
who
stun
can lane here.
onto Kuroki. They took out his tree, they land the spear, the Stifling Dagger comes out, and Aramis will finally claim first blood.
Yeah. Too easy for them. Too easy for them. One spear or one cookie stun. It's just too much damage. The God's Rebuke plus a little shredder. Can't live through that.
Finally a kill on the board. Other than that, first blood at the moment. Things are still cooking up to be pretty even.
Yeah. It's a big stack though at the Dire triangle there.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Got
attack.
Monkey
yourself
King
a stat
kind of
there.
just walking around, not entirely sure what he's trying to achieve here. Yeah, Monkey King 5 is very, very different from Monkey King 4, obviously. You don't have as much farm, and I've seen oftentimes that a Monkey 5 just kind of becomes like a bot, you know? You're just sitting on trees, not really contributing too much, because you just don't have the levels of farm. So, let's see if Kuroki can find out here what his use or purpose is in this game.
They're going to be a little bit rough. He feels uncomfortable in that top lane. He came over mid. He refilled the bottle there for Miracle. Miracle goes over and does take that stack. He wants to get into an early Witchblade with the boots and double null.
Okay, Rune Battle bot lane, bot... And spawns top.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Sonic Wave off cooldown. That's half
And
health.
Miracle
Nah.
falls back a little bit. Nothing really coming his way. That was too detrimental to his life, but Supreme comes over, looks over at Kuroki. Stifling Dagger, Balance Strike on it too.
Coil.
ILTW wants to go in on this. He's got some help from Miracle with the Dream Coil down onto both these heroes. Supreme, he'll drop, and Aramis with a foot in the grave will follow him. It's 2 kills there for Nigma, and their first 2 on the board.
Well, that's Kuroki's purpose. Good bait by him. baiting in 2 very good targets. Dream Coil follow-up, and ILTW was in the neighborhood jungling anyway, because he can't lane against the Mars.
Dire's
Things
top tower
working
is
out very
under attack.
nicely for them here.
Was that
But just look at
more
their battle,
so?
man.
Yeah, I mean, Mind Control really hasn't been stopped in this bottom lane. He's third on the net worth. Just
Yeah.
to go back to that play over mid, was that a little bit of just like maybe uncertainty coming in from Supreme? Because you saw he wanted to go for Miracle over mid, maybe thought about using the Sonic Wave. Phase shift, I believe, at that point was on cooldown, and then they changed their attention over towards top. Unfortunately, it happens that ILTW is coming over, but maybe they could have gotten the kill on Miracle if they had just focused their attention on one objective other than splitting it up into 2 different heroes.
Yeah, potentially. But he was like, the main objective for the Quap was like the rune. So he's like, I gotta get the rune. Oh, I can't get the rune. Okay, I gotta get the puck. I can't get the puck. Maybe I can get the monkey. And then they ended up dying.
Ice path down onto Mind Control. Mind Control just right-clicking away at this Jakiro. Force the TP away, and Nico Baby, he's putting some work in, trying to get some bashes, but
Way too survivable.
just stands there.
Radiant structures
Yeah.
are fortified.
And bot tower is effectively gone. However, they did sniff out the smoke rotation
Dire's top
with that observer
tower
was
is
in the
under
mid lane,
attack.
so won't be caught off
Radiant's
guard by
bottom
that.
tower is under
And
attack.
going back to mid. Do they have enough damage to kill this Void? I'd say no. And there's potential for Chrono counterplay too. Gotta be careful. Gotta be very careful.
Disruption, silence, Dream Coil, all there on a Nico Baby, the Boundless Strike, and there's the kill for GH.
I was debated by Kuroki. I didn't even see him. Was he like a creep or something? I didn't see.
Using that mischief to even fool you.
Yeah.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Our PA just hitting the jungle creeps. Already back on track to her Battle Fury. Probably at this rate gonna be like a minute 14, 15. Not the fastest, not the worst. Still in between. But the Mars armlet done already. So now it's his time to really start. Well, I guess since you go armlet, you can't really rotate too much. So his time to farm more. Shadow Demon closing
Got
in
the
on
arcane
6
boost.
here. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got the
Got a tome
tome
too.
and yeah.
And Aban says, alright, bottom is down. Let's go mid.
He really is just running through mid and running through these towers. He has no fear. What can they really do to bring him down? He's got the borrowed time. He feels pretty safe and doesn't go into the Mist Coil at all. Really just focusing Curse of Avernus as well as the Aphotic Shield, as you do as a core Abaddon.
Oh, I'm gonna be careful
Things
now,
look pretty
though.
good for him, and borrowed time's not on the longest cooldown. Only 60 seconds, level 1.
Yeah. Ocean Heart healing self, 63 HP region. They do smoke up though. Snapfire and Quap. No setup for them though. So yeah, usually you want to bring at least the Mars or Void with the smoke, so you have setup. This kill is gonna be very hard. Unless Micro just walks up and yeah, they can't even kill him. Despite Bro tamping on cooldown. But a very interesting smoke. Like, not what I expected.
Radiant are scanning.
Usually it's like Void plus Snap or Mars plus Snap. And they were like, oh, I guess we're missing our setup, and yeah, nothing came of it.
This isn't even a Mars that's going into a Blink Dagger. Say have that Blink as well as the Spear. If you have that set up, maybe the Fire Snap Cookie as well. It's a Mars that's gone Boots Armlet to start.
Radiant's middle tower
Yeah,
is under
he
attack.
is saving a lot of gold though, so I'm expecting that Blink to come out relatively shortly.
Right.
600 gold away from it.
Boundless Strike. They've got Miracle jumping in. Fire Snap Cookie avoided. They got the Dream Coil down onto 2. Blue Kong's coming through to get the kill on Hanskin. The look over as the Sonic Wave comes through from Supreme. They land the Spear on a Miracle, and the God's Rebuke will kill him off as they've also lost Kuroki. Aramis helps out. They get 2 kills there for Alliance, losing the Jakiro. All the while, Mind Control is just running down your bottom tier 2.
Yeah, I think that play works out if Mind Control is there, but with him hitting bot tower, you gotta respect them a little bit more in the mid lane there. If Monkey King dies in a trade, it's good because you force a lot of reactions, but that puck death hurts quite a bit. But you go for this Witchblade item build, which is very snowbally, and every death is gonna hurt just that much more.
kind of jaunted himself into a bit of an odd position, one that's very capable of being killed. And because you're right by some trees, a spear is an easy kill.
Yeah.
When you're right
and
next
now
to all
there's
those
this
trees.
problem where Bkop is gonna have Orchid soon. Hold that thought. They're hitting mid tower.
Boundless Strike,
Easy
Ice
one.
Path. They've got Arena if they want to make the jump.
Has fallen.
They don't. But yeah, now Bkop Orchid done pretty much. Needs 5 gold for that, and Miracle is very vulnerable to that now. Still needs about 1,000 gold to finish his Yule Scepter. And yeah, like if he dies once or twice more, his game could be in shambles. Still very rich though.
He's very rich. You've got Mind Control, who feels like he's got a lot of gold, kind of on pace, and at the moment has more gold than the Phantom Assassin pre-Battle Fury, of course. And then taking a look, the supports here, you've got both supports for Enigma at the same amount of gold. Like, Kuroki's finding some farm. GH obviously has gotten himself into the Aetherlands. He's going into the Blink Dagger like you predicted. Like, this could be a Shadow Demon that becomes a big problem.
He's fine. Yeah, Shadow Demon is definitely going to become a problem. Like, once this Blink is up, he's going to be in position to save pretty much every time. And I'm very surprised that they haven't tried to use a Chronosphere yet at all. Like, just use a Chrono plus Snapple to kill any hero on the map, any core hero, and then go back to farming. But they've just been focused on farming.
And, you know, maybe they're a little bit scared that GH is going to be following whoever they need to or want to go on, but I think that's a fear that you need to overcome and just go for this. Because you have 2 ultis, realistically, that set up the SAPPHIRE ult, right? You've got the Arena, you have the Chrono. You can line up the Mortimer's Kisses from there and make something happen. And I think this is kind of a point in the game where you've got a PA that's kind of not really farming anything too crazy with the Battle Fury still yet to come. And if you could take advantage of that and get a couple of kills and slow down that Phantom Assassin, or like you said, even slow down Miracle, that could be massive. And they just haven't done it yet.
Now you have the problem where Miracle actually finished his Yule Scepter already, so that Orchid is... It's not terrible, of course. It's still good against SD, but... Like, the counter's already there for Miracle now.
Tier 2 down. Wow.
Yeah, and they just haven't done anything in response. It's a very passive game here. Overly passive, I would say, even. From Alliance. They have the superior team fight, but they haven't tried a team fight yet.
The more time they wait, the more tools come out and become available here for the side of Nigma, as now Miracle has picked up that Yules. He's going into the Blink Dagger, then the Boots of Travel. So, you know, he's been given a lot of time to farm. And while all that's happening, I feel like this is the end of so many of my sentences so far. Mind Control is pushing a lane.
Yeah, they have no way to really kill him. I mean, they do. In all honesty, they could have killed him a couple of times. Maybe they have to expand the Chrono or Arena for it, but do it. You gotta punish this like aggression, because otherwise he's gonna keep doing it and you're gonna lose out on so much money.
And Spear used on an illusion that makes this Mars quite vulnerable. They're gonna bring Kuroki over, put him into the trees. The Balance Strike lands. They've got the Wukongs. Leslau trying to run, but there's no chance he gets out of this one. Miracle with another kill for the side of Nigma.
Yeah, and at the same time, the PA finisher Battle Fury just found the quad stack at the 17-minute mark, so a lot of neutral items coming out for them already. I mean, the gold lead is not massive or anything. I'm just saying, I don't like the mindset here of Alliance. I think they could be very much in the lead if they were just to be a little bit more aggressive. Because now PA finished a Battle Fury after an atrocious laning phase, right? Like, PA had nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, going in for a solo kill on Jakiro.
Trying to TP out, no way.
No need him. Huh. Gotta be careful. Feeding that PA is a big problem.
This Void for Alliance, at least at the moment right now, almost feels like the opposite of what we were getting from OG when they had the Void, when they were just trying to run and scare them with this Chronosphere. And while I'm saying that, ILTW goes down to Supreme. Supreme using that ulti, as well as the Mortimer's Kisses being dropped down from afar from Aramis.
Very good pickoff. Like, PA, this is the period you really want to kill her. And
Mind Control.
Oh, SD getting caught out too.
There's the Arena, and they're going to Primal Spring right into Supreme. Mind Control just eating all this damage. They get the kill on the GH, though. Supreme gets credit for that one and blinks back.
Yeah, Void is coming in as well. Orchid is off cooldown very shortly, and do they even need it?
They should be able to get this kill on a mind control. Double kill here for Supreme. Now they're jumping in, but Nico Baby goes down to Kuroki. They still want to chase these two heroes. Miracle now on the high ground.
Ah, that must feel so bad. Like the one time you actually want to join the team for a team fight, you instantly die. Looking for the Jukiro. Good spear.
He pulled a run in, but no balance strike or anything. That's not really leading to much.
Yeah. Now, if you're this Void, you're probably discouraged even more from trying to fight, right? After what just happened.
I know Chrono in that, and
yeah. Have you seen a Chrono this game yet? No, right?
We definitely saw, right? But we have to have.
No, I don't think we did.
I'll just assume we have, and I'll take the brunt of chat. They'll yell at me for being 1K. You could say, you know, the definitive answer, but I'll say we see.
Ah, fair enough. Because if we haven't, that might be closing on a record soon. 20 minutes no Chrono. Okay, now they're looking to punish this Abaddon again. This is exactly what they need to do. Like, this Abaddon needs to die. Like, he's not allowed to get away with this kind of plays.
Robotic shield, and now speared up. He's got the borrowed time, which will eventually go off. They are starting to rotate here for the side of Nigma. They've got themselves the Orchid, so the silence is out, but they've got the Junko coming around on the back end of this one. There's the disruption from GH. He's over in the Roche pit. They've got themselves the arena down as well as the spear that's going to land here on a mind control. The Sonic Wave comes out. Kuroki in a little bit of trouble. Mortimer's Kisses from afar, trying to get the kill here onto the Monkey King, and they will find themselves a second. Nobody dead yet on the side of Alliance. They've finally jumped on the Chrono, but Nico Baby dies! Oh no! They've got themselves a double kill, though, as they take out GH. They look over at ILTW and finally take out a fourth. Miracle maybe thinking about jumping in and salvaging something, but it's a risky maneuver to go into 4 heroes there on the side of Alliance.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Nico Baby that he ended up eating the orb, but this is the teamfight superiority we're talking about. Like, they just go on as Abaddon sort of baits his team to come in and try to help him. And bam, you got Chrono, you got Arena, you got Sonic Wave, you got Kisses. Like, just be aggressive, because you will just overwhelm them with it. Right now, they can't fight back. PA needs BKB first.
PA is not too close to that BKB just yet. Only has the Mythor Hammer right now.
Yeah, he's baiting himself into fighting a little bit too much. Like, you go for this Battle Fury first, your main objective should really just be farm up the next core item. But he has been caught out like twice already, just because he's very, you know, he wants to fight. Well, now they just go Roshan because all the big ults are on cooldown. But they should still be able to annoy them quite a bit here. If they are aware.
Supreme over to the side. They have that obs there for the Dire. Dream Coil placed down. They've got the Silence. There's the Blink as well as the God's Rebuke. They'll snap the Coil. They've got themselves the Balance Strike. Ooh, the Cookie brings them into the low ground. ILTW going in, but they've got the Ice Path on a Miracle. Yules up into the air. Nico Baby trying to surround him, get the skill on a Miracle. But there's the Illusory Orb. Borrowed time from Mind Control. He's going to stand his ground and walk up on these heroes on the side of Alliance. A 3-man silence coming in from Miracle. They get the kill on a Nico Baby. Kuroki, he'll get that one, but the Ice Path lands. They finally take out ILTW. God's Rebuke on a Mind Control. The Spear is not going to land on the proper hero. They'll take out Aramis. Miracle still moving around this fight as the Ice Path lands again onto the Puck. But they've got the Rod of Atos coming out from Kuroki. They'll lock down the Jakiro, who goes invis for the moment. The Sonic Wave comes in, and that's avoided by Miracle again. He gets a kill on the Hotskin. Now he's looking for the Queen of Pain. The Blink over. Can he get the damage? Oh, no. Just in time with the TP. Man, Miracle. Juking and jiving and thriving all over this fight.
Yeah, Miracle is definitely putting on quite a show here with his puck. Fits his playstyle perfectly too, right? Like, super flashy. And now he's going to get an Aegis on top of that. But yeah, unfortunately, both teams' winning condition is dying quite a lot. Like, the PA died 3 times consecutively and the Void did as well.
Right. And that is now slowing down the BKB for both of them.
Yeah, just look at the net worth. They're so, like, far behind the mid laners right now.
It's the mid show right now.
Yeah. Very even game still, but team fight still very much stronger for the Radiant side.
They've got the Chrono. They have the Mortimer's Kisses. Nico Baby, though, he's farming the Ancients. You know how much he wants to get himself that BKB. They've got the Dream Coil down onto Leslau. Ooh, the save from GH. Will that allow Miracle to leave? It looks like it should. As now they look over at Leslau and finish off the kill. Kuroki with another one. That puts him at 3-3 and 8. He's been quite involved.
Yeah, and he's closing in on the Gleipnir. On the support Monkey, that is like... Oh, Hans got caught out.
Ice Path on 2. Not looking like it's going to matter, though. Eventually run down by Miracle.
Ooh, okay. Quite a bit of damage there on the Quap. Sanj Yasha or Kaya Sanj into BKB next. This is the second time I see Void today, and the second time that Void feels very underwhelming. Like, the hero is just so hard to play if you ever fall behind in the laning phase.
The Void previously was in the off lane, right? So...
No, we had a carry Void as well from Tundra. And similar position. Lowest level of all the cores, and just didn't manage to come back into the game. Just because you don't really have any innate farm ability. You have a Time Walk, sure, but you don't have like a Battle Fury or anything crazy like that.
Only a 2k lead right now for Nigma.
Yeah, I mean, the Radiant is still so scary though, right? Like a big Chronosphere, big Sonic Wave, Arena, like all these spells can just turn a team fighter out instantly.
Mortimer's Kiss is ready to go, now at level 2. Has Guardian Greaves for Aramis, so certainly keep the team together.
Come on, Mind Control, I know you want to go Agon Scepter. Do it. Do it.
Yeah, I was waiting for that. If you're gonna say do it, it's always gotta be the Emperor Palpatine one.
Obviously, yeah. Oh, Miss Spear, he still has Aegis on Puck though.
Yeah, double silence though. So do they have enough time to come over and help this out? They've got the Ice Path Chrono. Balance Strike, though, coming out, looking for the Wukongs. Might be enough time to save Miracle. No. They've got the Sonic Wave. They'll drop down the arena. They're going to look over. Zydos TW's coming through, but they got the BKB off on the Faceless Void as well as the Phantom Assassin. GH making his rounds, trying to help out where he can. Pain jumps in. They've got the Disruption. Now PA jumps over to GH. They've got the help from Mind Control. The Blink is going to be through from Supreme. Looking to make something happen. There's the Time Walk forward as well as the Time Dilation. They've got the Ice Path. They're going to buy back on Miracle. They'll look over at Supreme. They've got themselves the kill on the Queen of Pain. Now they look over as the Dream Coil has locked down the Jakiro. They actually completely ignore the Jakiro to maybe get themselves a Mars or a Snapfire. Eventually they do get the kill on a Hanskin, but they also now get the Snapfire. Very worth the buyback there as they'll salvage and get 3.
Yeah, but Miracle overplaying his hand a little bit there, giving away a big streak and being forced to buy back. But at least this time PS survived everything. Now up to level 19, level 3 crit, and once the Deso is up, he's going to be hurting a lot. You already know where we're going to.
Pain City.
Yeah. You got it.
We've traveled a lot, you know? We get to these cities, I get my passport stamped.
Yeah. I'm like, yeah, this is my youngster here. he likes traveling, all sorts of cities.
Mid tier 3 goes down. ILTW losing his courier with the first Mithra Hammer of the Deso.
So the Deso is going to be delayed by 3 minutes then.
Because he's got just about the gold for the next Mithra Hammer, which puts him even, just about close to finishing it off completely.
Well, he's going Radiance in a battle? No way. It's got to be an Axe Scepter. Come on. Don't do me dirty.
20 gold just full out buy Ags right here?
Yeah. Oh, Shadow Demon? Fast Fingers? No.
Silence on the run, Scatter Blast, Rod of Atos. Not going to be enough to save GH. They've got Mind Control in a little bit deep. The Ice Path lands onto the Abaddon. Fire Snap Cookie will land as well. The borrowed time is here. They'll look for the Wukongs. That'll be around these heroes and immediately stops the circle. They've got the spear that lands onto Mind Control as well as the kill being finished off by Supreme.
He put the circle on. I was like, nope.
Radiant's
that was
bottom
funny.
tower is under attack.
I can't believe he's actually opting to go for Radiance. I really do believe if he just gets an axe, they're literally unkillable in team fights.
I'd love to see him buy it in full, but he does need something from the secret shop, and he hasn't even sent a courier over just yet.
Yeah,
Bottom lane,
there's
though.
a lot of gold he's not using.
Guardian Greaves with the Dream Coil Miracle needs to find a way back in. Don't get the kill onto the Snapfire just yet, and there's the Illusory Orb away because Supreme's coming in. They've got the silence on a Kuroki, and they'll get the kill on the Monkey King. Supreme's been doing a lot of work, especially with this Ag Shard.
Yeah, and then caught out Jakiro again. Glimmer Cape useless because of the Purge, and gone. Pushes the lane in at least, so they can't really get any objective off it. But yeah, Monkey King very close now to the Gleipnir. On the support Monkey, as we previously alluded to, it adds so much damage with that Wukong's ring.
Yeah, it's kind of nuts the amount of gold both supports have here on Enigma. And not only that, it's even between the two of them. They've shared the map quite well. They've made something from nothing.
Monkey has even more money than
GH.
Shadow Demon.
Yeah. Ooh, Islam. Spotted.
Yeah, BKBTP. Yeah.
Oh!
You notice the sad part is, he had the money for the Desu. He would have had the Desu here. He would have been dead.
And I think with the
things
courier
always
coming back
snowball.
up, he's going Basher instead, so... We'll keep the Deso queued up while he goes for Basher.
I think I would like the Basher too. There's a couple of BKBs out now. 2, 3 BKBs. So Basher makes sense. Okay, so there is going to be this period of time where... Never mind, he didn't do it. He went for the Armor Corruption talent, not the Blur talent. Because 85% evasion is insane if you don't have any MKB queued up. He actually went for Radiance, man.
And the Axe picked up for Miracle.
Wow,
Ooh,
it's
Sonic
taking a lot of
Wave,
damage.
BKB, ILTW, maybe looking to make the jump. Oh, ILTW's courier goes down with a full Basher this time. Oh man. The item progression is just not happening.
It got Sonic waved. So unfortunate. Oh man. Yeah, now the Basher gone, but at least you can purchase the full Deso.
Yeah.
But that is effectively, what, like 5k network he's not using now?
I got the stun onto the
You have no
Jakiro.
BKB.
Spear, as well as the Arena. Ice Path landing on the 2. Mortimer's Kiss is coming down. They'll get the kill on ILTW. They end up taking out Hanskin. Now there's the borrowed time. Miracle on the other side of this fight trying to get the kill here onto the Snapfire. 5-snap cookie away with the Rod of Atos coming down from Kuroki onto the snap. And there's a Chrono on it too. That's a good one, but no follow-up damage at the moment. Miracle still gets the kill here onto Aramis while Supreme takes out Miracle. Now they're going to focus their attention on a Kuroki as well as Mind Control. Get the kill on Mind Control. Take out Kuroki. And you got to remember that Miracle bought back in a previous fight, so he is dead for 100 seconds.
Yeah, I can't help but think that this Radiance is... it's rough. Like, he's effectively trying to carry from the offlane when both your PA and Puck build into, like, right-click scaling items. So, not a big fan of the purchase. I think, actually, the Aghanims there would have completely changed the fight.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Because the PA went in without BKB.
Right.
Right? So, like, he was definitely expecting some sort of, like, crazy save from the... like, Abaddon, which obviously can't really happen. It's a big blow for them, big blow for them. Roshan up in 1 minute though, so late spawn, lucky.
Middle tower has fallen.
But now we're getting to this problem where, to this phase where Face's void is a very big problem. He's back just fine into the game. And we have Desolator on Mars now. Quop is insanely farmed. And we're getting to this territory where there's just too much damage for this Abaddon to tank.
Whereas maybe that Ags would have helped him a little bit more. And their fight, from Enigma at least, it does seem like the fights are a little split. They're fighting on the stairs while over towards the center of the map, they're also fighting the Snapfire. They're not really fighting together. But that's Alliance doing what they want to do and splitting up Enigma's fight, right?
yes and no, because the team fight is also saying, oh, hold the thought, Monkey King.
In trouble. And very dead. Kuroki goes down. Borrow time is popped. They've got the Dream Coat, but the BKB comes down for the Queen of Pain. You got to remember that the Axe is here on a Miracle.
Where's the damage?
They'll bring over the Faceless Void. They've got the Ice Path as well as the Macro Pyre. Oh, the Disruption has saved the Abaddon for a second, but they've got the Fire Stone Cookie as well as the Spear. That's 2 dead on the side of Enigma and Roche. The prize for themselves to gain here on Alliance.
Yeah, like Enigma is fighting very, very split. Like the PA was bottom. If PA is actually there, the Quap will die no problem. But yeah, like they're not on the same page right now, for sure. Probably PA is like, yeah, my bash is still in the Curry, I don't really want to fight, I don't want to commit. You know? But like if you make these kind of moves, you gotta make them together.
Yeah.
Once this Void gets MKB, this game is almost impossible for the PA. Because all Void needs to do is wait for the PA to jump in, corner the PA, and kill her.
Which means you have to have vision ready to go at all times.
Yeah, and you can't jump in on any target as a PA, is the problem.
Puts a lot of pressure on GH2 to get the blink as well as the disruption, try and get a save here on the PA. But even then, we've seen that that hasn't been enough to save these heroes.
Yeah, yeah. Like the late game of the Radiant is very scary. They have so many disabled for the late game. Where's the Dire? They have like 1 stun, which is a Monkey King stun. And I guess a bash if you want to count that.
Right.
But a PA trying to just itemize to be tankier, going for Satanic straight away. No Deso at all, a little bit unusual. But yeah, only 1400 gold away from that MKB on the Void, and then... Oh, it's looking scary for Enigma now.
Endless Strike, Hunskin bottom.
Don't think they have damage for this.
And he's going to jump in. The TP is coming through. It's a Dream Coil just on a 1, and now it's almost like Kuroki baited himself.
Yeah, they didn't have the damage to kill him. Unless they expand the Wukong's Arena and Coil.
I would say the second he uses that Glimmer Cape, it's time to go.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. And they did too, but then they reinitiated after.
Ooh, Aramis.
Nah, too tanky. 2.5k health. Guardian Greaves. Look at the supports, how tanky they are. Both well over 2000 health. In fact, the lowest HP hero they have is a 2100 HP Jakiro.
A lot of health to break through.
Yeah. Now Abaddon is going to BKB.
Miracle coming bottom again, trying to get a kill here onto the Jakiro, but they've got Leslau to come over. Shadow Poison as well as the Disruption now to try and save Miracle, who goes into the phase shift in the Macro Pyre and blinks away over down low on this map. But they've got Supreme coming over. Miracle again trying to find something. He'll cut the creep wave. This is really restricting Alliance from pushing that lane, but they're pushing mid. They're taking a tier 3. They're looking to continue to push, make Enigma react.
Oh, he's dead.
And oh god. Yes, just like that is gone. Do they have the follow-up to this? They'll look for the Wukongs, but here comes the Mortimer's Kisses. Dream Coil, also a whiff.
Oh, yeah. That might have potentially been a kill, actually, on the Void, because that Wukong would have dealt a lot of damage. The coil just a little bit too late. Mistimed.
Spear onto Mind Control. Follow that up with the Ice Path. ILTW now throwing a Stifling Dagger over on a Supreme who pops the BKB, trying to get the bashes out as well as the crits. ILTW is in deep with the BKB, but they've got themselves the Ice Path on a Mind Control while this is happening. Time Walk over, Nico Baby with the Chrono, but it's only on a Kuroki. So, if you're going to lose anybody, it's going to be the 5 here for Enigma. They pop the BKB on a Leslau. They've got the BKB from Nico Baby, but there's the crits as well as the bash, and they've got themselves the Spear that's going to lock down this PA ILTW Mind Control. They both fall without buyback. Not the cleanest of fights, but a winning one nonetheless here by Alliance.
Yeah, like unless Puck can do some magic. Oh, his Splitter has been cancelled right now. Should be out of safety though.
Ooh.
Playing with fire there. Yeah, it's probably one side down at least. Or is it? Or the Dominated Cube is actually cutting the wave. They have no wave. But sure, you might not lose your barracks now, but every time you lose a fight like this, Alliance is just gonna come into the next fight even stronger, right?
Right.
So yeah, like, there's a couple of really like curious decision making here. Like you used your coil, which is your main lockdown against all these 3 BKB targets, and then after you smoke out to try to find a fight, even though the enemy hasn't used any spell. Quap in a little bit of trouble perhaps. Just pops BKB and Miracle.
Ooh, Miracle. Lincoln's pop. Now they've got the phase shift. Scatter Blast, Fire Snap, Cookie both missed. There's the John as well as the Illusory. They've got the Balance Strike. The Gleipnir. Ooh, Queen of Pain. Oh, just surviving.
Yeah, Guardian Greaves doing a godlike job there. Oh.
Dire's middle tower is under
I'm gonna
Void.
look over. Void's kind of by himself. And just keeping GH alive. Mortimer's Kisses from downtown. Looking to land 3 points here, but they're not going to land all too well onto the side of Nigma. And they've got themselves the Wukong's command as well as the Balance Strike. The BKB is going to be popped here by the Void, retreating into the safety of the rest of his team. And things are getting sketchy for the side of Alliance in this bottom lane. 15k lead for Alliance.
Yeah, it's just gonna get scarier and scarier because late game faces Void wants to get up to the Refresher Orb, which he is probably gonna go for. Honestly, I would like to see him just purchase it straight away, but maybe he wants a Satanic first and then go into it. But once you have double Chrono, this game, I don't know what to do as Enigma. You have to kill the Void before he gets them off. That's the only play.
It's not to say, too, that, like, this is unwinnable for Nigma. I will say it feels like sometimes Nico Baby, as well as Supreme, have put themselves in a little bit of a precarious position, but Nigma haven't exactly capitalized on those movements.
Yeah. Yeah. Usually Enigma is very good at punishing these small mistakes, but this game, Alliance has gotten away with a lot. Level 25 Mars now as well. He's gonna hurt. Oh my god, he has the crit talent.
File TW right into the smoke and will juke away for a second. Stifling Dagger out onto the Mars. You can see Void. Nico Baby. Just kind of hoping his prey steps into the trap. And there are 3 heroes here. He's thinking about moving in. Mars eating a lot of this damage. Fire Snap Cookie, that lands on a Mind Control. They'll follow it up with the Ice Path as well as the Spear. Got the damage to get Mind Control low. He'll pop the Borrowed Time. There's the Arena. Now the Chrono coming down on ILTW. That's who they wanted, but they've got the Disruption coming up from GH. They've got the Wukong's command as well as the BKB being popped here by Nico Baby as well as the Mars. They're going to go after ILTW. The Balance Strike on it too. They're going to be in trouble. Dream Coil, that's going to be snapping. They've got the Fire Snap Cookie to get some distance here for the Faceless Void. The damage out on the Mars is still so tanky. Ice Path comes in. They finally get the kill on a Leslau, but the Silence out on the ILTW. The Gleipnir on it to the end. It's going to be procced here by the Jakiro. Now they're going to get the Yules right out onto the Quap. Silence, it's there, Illusory Orb, there's the blink away. They look over at the Jakiro's trying to TP out and will successfully do so. Queen of Pain trying to do too. There's the Boundless Strike, there's the kill on the Supreme, and somehow Nigma come out on top. There were a couple of saves there from GH that really helped them out. And man, Kuroki, like you said, with this Gleipnir and the Wukongs around it, can really prove to be a bit of trouble for Alliance, and it shows there.
Yeah, beautiful save here by GH. Otherwise, the PA would have just died. And then very nice reinitiation also from the PA. Jumping back in on the Mars. And Alliance thought, maybe we can fight back. And then the Quap also dies afterwards. If they don't fight back, they're going to get a Rex now. Or are they? Not even really looking to put on too much pressure, huh? Farm up the neutral items.
Not a bad idea, though. Have the neutral item advantage, maybe. Find the proper neutral items.
And Shadow Demon is now going into Agonum Scepter. If you purge the Void in the Chrono, he's so much less dangerous.
Ooh, Jakiro now going to land the Ice Path out on the ILTW. They're starting to take these racks. No buyback from Supreme just yet.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
You're going to lose
so
the
they
racks.
do get 1 Rex advantage.
And Roche is up in 2.
Radiant's middle barracks.
And the Dragon will scout it immediately. And Quap is down for 20. They should be able to take this in time. Ping it out, anyone? Yeah, they know.
15 seconds till Queen of Pain, and if you're not going to buy back losing the racks, you're probably not going to buy back right now. But that does mean that Nigma need to get in there and take Roche, but they have not made the move over just yet.
Yeah, so the next team fight around Roche, or it's a refresher shot, whoever gets the hand on this. Now they're going to Roche.
He's going to be in time. Void. Time walk in, time walk out. He does the hokey pokey and he turns himself around. And still, though, Sigma not committing to this Roche as they want to take this outpost to make sure that they can't TP in right next to the pit. They'll smoke up. This might be the time.
There's a null of... Oh, they're going in again. But they're smoked up as 5.
Coming
Are they
over
going to be in
little
time, though?
hesitant.
Alliance looks very scared. And Roche is just gone for free.
They have the slots ready to pick this up. They've got Kuroki in the tree right over to the side. Dagon comes out. There's the spear coming through. They've got the Aegis picked up, but there's the refresher shard on the ground. Finally going to be picked up by the Phantom Assassin. They get the kill here on a Kuroki. They'll take on the Monkey King. He has buyback. Cheese for mind control. Time walk. Maybe looking for a chrono, but holds it. He dekes it for a second. Time walk again. BKB, Popeye LTW, but he's away from his team. They've gotten themselves to the arena. They get the kill on Hansky, but now the Phantom Assassin trying to fight here, looking off after the Snapfire. They get the kill on Supreme over to the side as well. That's in the arena. They're going to buy back on both these heroes on the side of Alliances. They've got themselves the first life out of the hands here of the Phantom Assassin, who doesn't have a BKB, but does have that refresher shard if he wants to pop it. But there's the chrono. Is it going to be enough? They've got Geoch moving to the side. And he get the save, the damage, the satanic, the kill. There it is for Lenswell. No buyback available on the Phantom Assassin. They've got heroes low here on the side of Alliance. They get the kill on the Sapphire. They're going to look over the Cheese just in time for mind control. But 3 heroes are here. They'll get 4 kills on the side of Alliance and take out Nigma in what could have been a good fight, but a split fight for them.
Tower is under attack.
I mean, at least they did force out a lot of buybacks here out of the Alliance side, but that fight could have gone completely differently. Unfortunately, Mars was a little bit too jacked for GH. He misclicked on him rather than saving his PA in the chrono. Because otherwise the PA might actually live and just output enough damage to kill that Faceless Void. Or the Quap, potentially. But you can just see how much damage this Void outputs in the Chronosphere. Like, if you just leave him unchecked. It's insane.
He switches off the refresher. He's going to the Satanic on the Void because he needs to survive these fights. See if they're able to force the buyback here from Miracle. They do get mind controls buyback, and he's going to TP right to the front line. Right into an ice path.
Has to be a little careful.
Disruption.
He can just die here again.
Yeah, he might just die. He's got the borrowed time, but he needs to run. He doesn't have a disruption save for 8 seconds. There's the silence. There's the buyback coming in from Miracle. And now they're going to try and get out of this one. They've got the BKB, but the Dream Coat comes out onto Miko. He slipped it. Oh no, somebody's going to put the baby to bed, and that's going to be Miracle. He was whining, he was crying, and now, well, they're going to put him to bed for at least 100 seconds. The Illusory Orb right on top of the Jakiro, trying to run with the help of this Glimmer Cape. Juking around the trees, but you're in a bad spot. And unfortunately, eventually, you will die.
The Rex
can he get the
falling,
Rex?
falling.
Yeah, it's going to fall.
Oh my god. That's actually a pretty big deal, because now the lane won't just auto-push him for Enigma. Oh man, the abandoned bait. And Nico Baby just overextending it a little bit. Ah, it's tough. It's very tough.
Nico Baby does have buyback though, and there's the Dagon level 5 for this puck.
Oh, straight Dagon 5, huh? Okay.
Ah, Kuroki's going dataless. He's got a Crystallis right now.
Bottom tower is under attack.
It's going all in the damage. Are you just gonna get another Rex off this?
They've got the Axe on the Shadow
surely
Demon.
won't buy back.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
And you do have the Axe and the Shadow Demon too. Now Nico Baby actually won't really be a threat in those team fights. No bashes.
Ooh.
Radiant's bottom.
And the bashes is like half the damage of the Void.
There goes the bottom set.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, winnable, winnable, winnable.
Hold on, let me get my copium off that in for a second for all the fans out there. It's just my inhaler, guys.
It looks really bad all of a sudden for Alliance.
Ooh, they've got the Void coming through, but there's the Nullifier as well as the Chrono going to come through on ILTW. Oh no!
GH used the disruption just prior to Scout, I think.
Ooh, gosh.
Oh man, if the disruption there, like at the same time as the Chrono comes down, he disrupted an Abaddon illusion just to push out the lanes with the Radiance. But if that's on the PA, This game might just end right now.
Go baby coming
Dota's
in
such a
with,
game of inches, man.
Yeah. Especially when you're over there in the enemy triangle and Nico Baby comes over with the in-sync baby bye and takes out Phantom Assassin. There's not much you can do about that one. Threw the nullifier over, but it didn't matter. Chronosphere and then has the damage.
What do you think about getting a free moonshot, by the way, inside of Chronosphere?
It's a lot of gold for free.
Yeah, especially in here like Void that has inbuilt bashes.
Theoretical gold, right?
And also for a hero that every time it bashes is basically another auto attack. But it's fine, no complaints from me here. I might have died a couple of times to Void lately.
I've been watching the stream.
Fuck.
I saw the mid AM game you won. That was pretty hype.
Oh, dude, the classic. Why is no one of them doing it? Go ahead.
I mean, you were saying it was pretty bad.
It's pretty bad. That's probably why they're not doing it. So Abad is now going to the AC. Like, he's actually going like full carry Abaddon build. Insane.
Does he get the eggs?
No.
Does he get the Ags from the next Roche, you think?
I hope so, because then he sees how imba it is and he will build it next time.
Time lock.
PA again.
Oh,
PA again.
PA. Nullifier bashes. BKB bashes. Spear not going to land out. The time walk out. They've got the Murmur's Kisses coming over from the side. They don't have Chronosphere available to them, and Kuroki over to the side gets silenced for a second, but they've got the disruption as well as the Sonic Wave coming through on the Phantom Assassin. Phantom Assassin taking a lot of damage. They get the cone to the face of Void, but ILTW in the Ice Man surviving. Alive for the moment, goes after this Snapfire. Look at the mind control, and they're going to take out this Snapfire. They've got themselves the Phantom Assassin back up to full health. They'll get the cone to Hanskin, and now he's going to look over to the side, but there's the silence. Kuroki on the run, the disruption saved from GH. They've got the silence, they have the damage now. They've got the Hex, the Chronosphere comes out in a miracle, but they don't have to kill the Phantom Assassin. How have they not killed him yet? IOTW on the run. The right click's coming in. He gets the bash coming up from the Cycling Dagger. Now he's going to look over his Miracle. Still alive. He's got the silence out of the face is Void. The silence on it too. The Gleipnir's there. The right click coming in for the Snapfire. And there's going to be the Yules for a second. It was actually the Stormcrafter. I believe that's on Miracle. That keeps him alive. They get the kill on Nico Baby. Nico Baby buff back. And then they've got the disruption as well as the balance strike coming through. Mars in trouble. Lezo with the God's Rebuke. Miracle up in the air once again with the Yules. He's going to use that phase shift. They got the Gleipnir as well as the break coming out from GH. There's the Primal Spring right onto the Mars, but that was a bad decision, Kuroki. You're going to lose your life, and Leslau will finally fall to GH. Oh my god! How does ILTW survive?
Dude, he lived forever on like 200 HP, and that's also the reason why Miracle ended up surviving. He Chronos Miracle, hits him halfway, he's like, oh my god, the PA is still alive! Runs out of his own Chronosphere to try to kill the PA, but it never happens. Ultimately ends up falling to the Mars Rebuke, but whew.
And Mars Rebuke doing so much damage. You saw Kuroki jump in and he ends up getting just destroyed by one God's
for the throne here. No Void, no Quap. No Rikiru 2. Then it might just be game here.
God's Rebuke still does a lot of damage, and now they're going to try and stop this progression of Nigma to finish the game. They've got themselves the Glyph. But there's the silence. God's Rebuke once again. Nullifier comes out here from ILTW, pops the Satanic, right clicks through. They've got the Jakiro back once again. Gobble up, spit out back into the base, and they've dived in a little bit too far for the second for Nigma. They got to focus on finishing the game here. The throne's going to be exposed. They've only got 3 heroes available for the side of Alliance. They've got the silence on it too. They've got the right clicks in. Mortimer's Kisses down on the Phantom Assassin. Nobody's jumping in just yet. There's the BKB from the Phantom Assassin, looking to finish the game.
The throne.
Ooh, the BKB's not going to last long enough. Where will it? The throne is low, and the throne will fall for Alliance, and Nigma will take game 1.
Dude, it was so close to the throne and everything. Oh man, this last fight was mwah. Last fight.
Chef's kiss.
Mwah.
Gosh,
So
I
nice.
love the chef's kiss.
That was really nice to watch that last fight.
Yeah, I mean that was back and forth throughout the game, and it was nuts.
Yeah, like literally just 100 HP PA was there for like, I don't even know, 20 seconds or so. Like
so
every time he
crazy.
gets hit, he leeches up barely, throws out a dagger that connects with some random creep, heals him up like 200 health, goes back to 100 again. Void runs out of his own Chronosphere to try to kill him off instead of killing the Puck, who then in turn kills the Faceless Void because he didn't kill him in the Chronosphere. Ah! That's crazy, dude.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that was honestly really nuts. And he got a couple of lucky bashes on those stifling daggers as well. It was so crazy what he was able to get in that last fight that took place over in that dire jungle. And then ultimately they win the game when they don't have buyback on Nico Baby as well as Supreme. So Nigma pulling out game one. And need a breather. So do both those teams. And we're going to take a quick break and come back to the panel who will break it all down because there was a lot that happened in that first game. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. We're going to take a quick break.
A bed.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower.
May you ride on leather zeppelin.
Dire's bottom. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
To die in a well is no guarantee of it. Wait on.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is
Looks like it's 12:01.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Best. Doesn't even describe it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Hello and welcome back once again to the OGA Dota Pit Season 5 EU and CIS, as we just had a very interesting matchup. Questions were raised about these two teams multiple times. They have been struggling with the DPC, and it is Team Nigma Galaxy who take the first game over Alliance, but this was not a smooth road for victory for them at all. I mean, Lizard, you know, we were watching that game. I mean, what was going through your head through each of these fights? It was so dynamic.
You know that circus music? That was literally in my head while watching this game. Did you know that it ended with like 2k gold advantage for Nigma?
Really?
I mean, it was that close. Throughout the game, okay, as an analyst, you know, you work tournaments. There are games that you sit back, you look at the smokes, you analyze it, you're thinking, this is why they did. Maybe this I can use in the future if I coach or play. This is cool. And then there are games such as this one. You just relax, you know. It's like Avengers. You're not looking at it for the plot. You're just enjoying the bloodbath, the hitting, the kicking, and whatnot. It was a mess.
Absolutely. It was a bit messy. I mean, there was a few occasions where maybe Alliance struggled to finish some kills. You know, some people surviving, and of course some very big plays as well. But I mean, talk about someone who did well. Talk about Supreme for me, Misery. Did this kid impress you or what?
Yeah, he even had a pretty rough start with that Sonic Wave that missed in the beginning, but he definitely came back. Like you can see it on his score as well. Like he did a lot of stuff for Alliance this game. Aramis as well, and Les Lau. I mean, to be honest, it felt like Alliance had the game, right? At some point, they were up like 15, almost 20k, I think, before the whole meme fighting started, like where it was just back and forth all the time with buybacks and stuff. It really felt like they had firm control over the game. And then I think it was that fight like near the base where SD saved PA in the chrono and Puck phase shifted, and like Alliance didn't really get anything going for them that fight. And then from there, I don't know, it's just like back and forth fighting nonstop. Like it was hard to really, you couldn't really tell who was going to win at any point in this game. It was like very entertaining, to be honest.
Yep, it was mad, and some crazy items on the side of Nigma Galaxy as well. I mean, we had Kuroki. I was on board for the Gleipnir, the Daedalus. I mean, what was he aiming to achieve with his Daedalus?
He was aiming to hit people hard. What do you mean? What was he aiming to? What do you aim to achieve with Daedalus? Like you aim to kill people. Like look at these two teams. Actually, okay, I can understand a Mars with Desolator and the Strength Blink Dagger and Satanic. It's like more or less a natural build-up for him, right? But you check the other side, and then you see Mind Control playing pretty much a carry from the offlane. Like this boy, he got himself an AC. He got himself a Radiance. He just wanted to hit people, really. It's the same thing. He didn't want to be on the sidelines saving his PA. He's like, LTW, you're skilled enough. I believe in your blinks and blurs and whatnot. Let me join the damage department. Let me be a right-clicker as well.
Indeed, definitely what they were missing with the Daedalus Monkey King and the Dagon 5 Puck.
Yeah, definitely missing damage.
Damage was certainly their issue, yep. I mean, why did he not go for the Ags though, Misery?
Like who?
On Mind Control. Why did he not go for the Aghanim Scepter inside the chrono? It sounds good, right?
Yeah, it does. I'm not sure. I mean, sometimes when you play, I mean, in the past at least, when I've played Abaddon, sometimes you find yourself with a lot of gold all of a sudden. You're like, wow, Radiance looks juicy right now. Then I can also be dealing damage, and they're not really focusing me. I can just kill people. This is probably the thought process. Like you have this so much gold all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's like stupid.
He did have a lot of
stick.
space early game. He was kind of. I mean, him and Miracle had really good games, right? But Mind Control especially, like they couldn't really touch him for a long time, so. He had really early Helmet Overlord.
Yeah. Doesn't show up here, but yeah, he did have a Helmet of Overlord at the end of the game.
They didn't really show it on screen as well that much, I think, but he was farming a lot of waves with the creep. As all the fighting and random stuff was going on, he was getting really farmed.
I'm just not sure why they left him on that bottom lane. You literally took tier 1 straight into tier 2, hit it, takes it, and then actually went to the high ground. Like he started pushing the high ground because if no one is going to contest me, why the hell not? I think because of that, sometimes a game turns you in. Like I'm not gonna go Kyle's path and call them clowns and circus and whatnot, but sometimes the game is so clowny and circusy, it drags you into it. Like you start doing stupid things as well, some crazy.
I feel like that happened to Alliance a bit this game, right? Like they were ahead 15k. I don't think they realized they were ahead that much, maybe. But like when once throw happened, it just felt like both teams were full chaos, and it just went back and forth with throws and buybacks, and nobody really knows who has wards where and what's going on, and like it's just okay. Chrono's on cooldown, guys. Let's go. And that's. Yeah, I don't know. Interesting game. I hope to see kind of another round of a brawl like this.
Ring the bell once again. Well, we can do exactly that. We can ring that bell as we start round 2 in the ring between Alliance and Nigma Galaxy, as we have the draft out of the way. So let's waste no time in jumping into it. I mean, Miracle. Misery, sorry, when you were in like a game which got particularly like, heated and things got out of control and, you found yourself in this situation, is there anything you would do to kind of, unwind, relax, or kind of, reset yourself after a game?
Turn to ban.
I mean, I don't know. It's in this type of game. I think you just
Radiant
kind of go
team
next
pick.
because you lost the game so quickly. It's hard to really assess what happened. I'm sure Alliance feels like they had this game. If Nigma had lost, they also would have felt like,
Alliance's
well, we had
turn
this
to
game. We
pick.
just threw at that moment,
Yeah.
So it might be easier to go next because there was so many throws happening. But obviously, Nigma winning, they have the upper hand and like momentum going into this one. And yeah, they get the Spirit Breaker, it seems.
Probably
10
to
seconds
crush
remaining.
Alliance's spirit even more, no pun intended, but really just go
5
full
seconds
Divine now with the
remaining.
Spirit Breaker and continue playing, continue dancing in the circus, just charge. And this hero, by the way, all jokes aside, all puns aside, is really strong at the moment. I feel like you can play him on multiple positions. I've seen some carry Spirit Breakers as well.
I mean, this Spirit Breaker hero gets so ridiculous when he gets Aghanim Shadowblade and he's just charging through the whole map, right? And he kills creep waves in one charge and he's just everywhere. And like, I don't know, it gets kind of stupid at some point. If you get to that point, in my pubs at least, it's really infuriating to play against.
Yeah, it's pretty much the only thing that he needed, right? Like he was never able to just flash farm. He was never actually able to get any farm on the map. And if your ganks fail, like you're stuck hitting creeps. And by the time you kill a wave, they gank you or it's way too late to rejoin the fight. But now you just charge a wave, you phase boot just before hitting it, and you kill it off. And you have a really nice way of just getting that constant gold to your name, which is what Spirit Breaker needed before.
Absolutely, yeah. He is a bit of a bully, but they have grabbed a support on the side of Alliance, which
10
cannot get
seconds
bullied by
remaining.
the Spirit Breaker quite as much. The Shadow Demon has some good answers there, just
5
stops him in his
seconds
tracks a lot of the
remaining.
time, and that ultimate to get rid of the passive, or well, not the passive, but the state of resistance ability on the Spirit Breaker, and now Alliance go for the Doom as well.
Yeah, very quick Doom pickup, right? Straight up. They don't really see anything, just the Spirit
10
Breaker and
seconds
straight into the
remaining.
Doom.
It is something that they did in
5
DPC as well,
seconds remaining.
picking Doom pretty early for Leslau. And this SD hero seems to be getting a lot of popularity between pretty much all teams this event so far. It's like we talked about in the previous panel, is like it's hard to find a carry that's actually good against SD. That is also a good carry, right? Like generally, and it is a lot about carry matchups, and like carry is super important in Dota, right? So for that reason alone, it's a strong early pick because it puts the enemy in a hard position as to what carry to draft.
I feel like the only thing that you hate, like when you're playing Shadow Demon, is these mid laners that get on top of you easily, right? Like these spirits and whatnot, or heroes by Orchid.
I think Ember could be a good pick by Enigma right now. Just put a Miracle on Ember and just, or even ILTW, right? It should be good against both these heroes.
Radiant team ban.
They combo some. Oh, actually, it's just a Razor. All right. Well, it
Alliance's
is a carry
turn
that
to
doesn't care
ban.
about Shadow Demon. Somewhat, right? At least when it comes to disruption. Purge is annoying for anyone, but
yeah, he doesn't care about his own illusions, right?
Yeah,
that's not a problem. But the Purge is really annoying for him for sure. But this is also a hero that's super strong right now, in my opinion.
remaining.
Razor. I'm surprised we haven't seen it more today. It's like
Radiant team
one of the
ban.
best carries right now, in my opinion. This refresher orb timing is just it's too powerful. Like you have 2 links that stack. You have 2 BKBs. You have 2 ultimates. It's so powerful.
Eastern Europe actually plays it on carry quite a bit. I think I watched PacChamp play it, and they go
10 seconds
straight
remaining.
into the refresher. I think there's one item and then
BKB
refresher,
refresher.
like BKB
5
refresher.
seconds
BKB
remaining.
refresher, yeah.
Is the build, and it works quite well. It's really strong.
I mean, Razor before, it felt like you, as a carry, you were kind of lackluster to some extent, right? Even when you got later on, it was like you didn't deal enough damage, or it just wasn't just that kapow factor. But now with this refresher build, it's just so hard to deal with, and he doesn't stop scaling there. You know, he goes AC and Lincolns and all types of stuff, and he's just in your face.
Very obnoxious. And how's the lane versus Doom? Because to me that sounds like a pretty damn good lane for the Razor if that does end up being the case.
Yeah, versus most melee heroes, right? Like you don't care that much as a Razor. They even actually banned out the Wraith King and the Luna. Wraith King because of Alliance, it's what they like to play, and Luna because of Shadow Demon, I suppose, because you don't really want to play into SD Luna. Meanwhile, Alliance go for the Bane. Actually, I've seen the exact same two supports, I believe, in one of the previous series. Shadow Demon and Bane. And then you just have a bunch of save. Even though they don't really look like the best 4 and 5 when it comes to the combo, it worked out quite alright.
Let's see. Shadow Demon and Bane. We had it together. I mean, we definitely see these heroes a lot so far.
You can see that they banned out the Beastmaster as well instantly. I mean, before, because these two heroes cannot play into him. It's almost impossible. Enigma go with the Skyrat and Monkey.
So it looks like it's Breaker offlane.
It could be, yeah.
Or what? I mean, maybe
I'm not
Monkey
sure,
core, but I think after last game, Kuroki is probably like, yeah, I want to play Monkey again. And then
he can, right? Because you can play Monkey, Razor on the safe lane, Spirit Breaker and Skyrat on the off lane, right? Like 5 Monkey plus Razor sounds good. Decent at least.
In every single game we've seen today, it's had either Shadow Demon or Bane in it. Every single game we've had today has had either one of those two heroes. Pretty insane. Very popular.
Yeah, they have some saves as well. When you look at Shadow Demon and Bane versus Skyrat, it's pretty neat. The amount of saves they're bringing.
Yeah, I'm not sure I love the Skyrath pick, honestly. I don't feel like it's... I mean, obviously, you know, lacking magic damage a bit. Definitely fills that gap. But yeah, as you mentioned, they've got 2 saves. They've got a Doom. Like,
the silence is nice in the lane. If I'm correct in assuming that this will be Sky Spirit offlane, it's a pretty sick lane. There's a ton of damage. Even as a Bane, you're susceptible to being picked off. This Queen of Pain, they picked it into Razor, right? This is one of those, okay, if Razor is mid, we can get the Quop and she can blink out of the link. But I still think that this Razor will be safe lane. This should be ILTW.
I hope so.
Radiant
I agree. I mean, especially now, right?
Radiant team
You see the Quap.
Yeah, they banned out the Lina and the Pack, so...
You can play like Dragon Knight in it here. Potentially.
I like that. You'd have this hero that doesn't care versus Quap, right? And
yeah. You get the stun set off a Sky. You kind of have a Tricore with DK Razor Spirit Breaker. Should be pretty solid.
5 seconds remaining.
What else is generally good against Quap?
I actually just like the DK call. I would love to see them pick that. You just aren't going to kill that dude. Instead they go for an SF. Alright?
It's good too.
Miracle Shadow Fiend. Wow. Feels like it's been a while, but then I guess it's been a while since we've seen Miracle play full stop.
I'm just wondering, like, in what way will they play the SF? Will it be the Cookie Cutter, Dragonlance, and right click, or can it be the Yule Scepter that I really haven't seen in a while now?
I think it's more likely to be like Miracle mid, right? And yeah, I mean, like you said, I think it's gonna be races, but what build he goes, I guess it might depend on how this early game goes, maybe. The right-clicking SF might be better here, because they don't really have that tower hitter, Roshan hitter.
True.
And the use against the save, like Shadow Demon, it's like, I don't know, it's a bit of a meme, I think, most of the time.
Yeah, what I like about the Clock pick, even though it's 4th pick on their side, is it's a hero that isn't as susceptible to Spirit Breaker ganks like some other mid laners, right? So you should be able to, if there's charges coming mid lane all the time, you should be able to get away. Then again, you will be silenced by Skyrat if he's the one rotating. If finalize the draft with the Sven, and this just instantly reminds me of IG versus EG in that Singapore major, you know, like Razor versus Sven. Yeah, sure, you can dominate early on, but once that Sven gets a couple of items, he just crits you through that link. You don't even have enough time to suck out the damage.
It's like, oh no, you've taken 80 of my 600 damage. What am I gonna do?
I don't know. I think generally speaking, Razor should be pretty good against Sven. The same goes for Spirit Breaker. So, not a big fan of the Sven pick. I haven't seen the Zero have much success in recent times. I think he's also kind of a weak laner. I don't know. He's gonna have a tough time against Sky Spirit Breaker, I think.
All right, so Misery, you're leaning the way of Nigma Galaxy, would you say?
Yeah, I think so. I think their heroes are very meta right now, very strong. Yeah, I like it more.
Alrighty. Lizard, is the Sven factor enough to sway you the way of Alliance, or are you going for Nigma as well?
It was a different patch. The Ancients, the stacks gave you more gold. It was easier to carry with it, and you're playing versus, like he said, some extremely meta heroes. Plus, you've been broken after game 1. Just because of that, if nothing else, I'll go with Nigma.
2 for Nigma. All right, well, I can settle the scales. I'm going to go for Alliance, I think. I don't see how this Sven can be slowed down too much. You know, at the end of the day, it is still a Sven with that cleave. And yeah, his lane might be bad, but, you know, no Sven player cares about the lane. So I reckon the greed will do it in this kind of game. So I'll go for Alliance. But let's find out what our casters have to think about this game. Game number 2 going to be casted by Bkop and Black.
Hello, mic test.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Yeah, we're getting into this game number 2. First game was certainly back and forth, a bit sloppy here and there from both teams, maybe getting the rust off a little bit for a different event that isn't the DC. Coming into it real quick, looking as the Stormhammer lands on a 2. They've got the static link out on a Leslau. The Balance Strike lands on a 3. They're going to chase Leslau, get first blood, and it goes to Miracle. I was thinking that they want to go for more, and it's a good way to start if you are Nigma Galaxy.
Certainly. Like, SF against Bkop is usually not the easiest matchup, but that first blood is certainly going to help propel him to a much faster bottle, already sitting at 440 gold. And so who do you got?
See how this lines up for the bounty runes.
You got Nigma or you got Alliance for this one? Do you have Nigma or Alliance for this one?
Well, already first blood. I think I gotta go Nigma at the moment, but I say that, and now ILTW static link, no help this time, or maybe some help. 3-man balance strike, not gonna matter though. They'll eventually get this killed. It's just a matter of who or whom, and it will be
Sorry
Supreme.
for not talking earlier, by the way. I somehow muted myself. I don't even know which button it is.
It's the mute button.
It happened before too. I thought it was just muted. I don't know what or how. But yeah,
pick those key commands.
I am not a very big fan of the last big spin, I gotta admit. I'm sure they have a plan with it, but like Spirit Breaker just sounds way too annoying for a spin to play in mid-late game. Like you activated BKB, but SB is gonna have like an Axe Scepter, so you can just charge you through that BKB. His ult goes through the BKB. The lane seems to be pretty tough for him as well.
He's taking some damage here up.
Yeah. But I mean, luckily, as Nomad already said, you don't really care too much about the lane. You can always go to the jungle. I'm just worried about that mid-late game where you really have to deal with that Spirit Breaker all the time. Charging you and charging you and charging you.
I guess he's taking a right turn into Charge City.
Yeah. 9 seconds cooldown on that thing. It's crazy.
Kuroki just in the face of Leslau. That's that scorched earth going off at the moment. And you talk about that charge, it's not only just that, like especially with a Spirit Breaker in the core position, making this troublesome for Nico Baby on the Sven, but I assume GH, he's got the double crown already queued up, so Rod of Atos could be in his future. You've got Boundless Strike that could come from Kuroki. Like, it's definitely interesting. Kuroki's going to sacrifice himself here to the neutral camp, by the way.
Yeah. You would be surprised though how hard it is to actually set up a good Skyrath ult on a Spirit Breaker charge. Because when you ult, you actually get knocked back quite a bit. And when you charge, you also get knocked forward quite a bit, right? So it's not the easiest thing to line up the small circle that Skyrath has. And hopefully they practice it a lot.
And also that control, though, with the lockdown of the charge and the ult. That combined with, say, ILTW coming through with a static link could be very troublesome.
Yeah, or there's like a new build that we see all the time now. BKB into Refresher. If there's like double Eye of the Storm, double Link, double Plasma Field, it's going to be very potent in the mid game here.
Razor's definitely a hero that can kind of get off to the races given a good lane.
Yeah,
They do-
mid lane is looking quite good for the SF now with that first blood.
And he's 13-5, having a decent time CSing for the moment. I was gonna allude to the fact that they also have a Shadow Demon in the 4 position this time for Alliance as well, so potentially working with Shadow Demon to get a save or maybe start something off. You go from a disruption, or maybe even the Bane go Nightmare into the Fiend's Grip. Unskin actually getting bashed up and in some trouble. Nico Baby gonna stand in the face of mind control for a second.
He'll have to be a little bit careful in the SD later on though, because the Spirit Breaker can really make mincemeat out of him. If he ever shows himself, SB can just charge through there, maybe even the Shadow Blade. I'm not quite sure what items he wants to go for. But yeah, SB is a good answer for all these like backline heroes.
I was always a huge fan of the SB Spectre combo.
SD Spectre?
Yeah, where you get like the Spectre Haunt charge, and then like you really can kind of figure out who you're going for.
Yeah, I mean it's just like a charge plus anything global, right? Like even the new Tinker plus the Spirit Breaker is so broken.
Right.
I want to be careful on Supreme.
He had a good performance in the first game on that quad. The laning was a little bit tough for him.
He might be dead here in SF. Oh,
Ooh,
good
disruption. And
gone.
this might be it. The raises! Oh, gosh. And while that's happening, they get a kill on a GH. Bane will lose his life to Mind Control, who does get the solo experience because of the Skywrath dying first. But, man, that... If there was one more raise there, do you think Supreme dies in that spot?
Yeah, but Supreme also knew that he doesn't have the third raise.
Yeah.
Oh, Kuroki getting stalled up by the Frost Armor. He might just be dead here.
Good boy. Ooh, Balance Strike.
And he is... He still has a Fairy Fire. Gone.
Static Link, level 2, 60, 70, and a 72, but not really much he could do with it by himself.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem of a safe lane Razor. Like, you just don't really get the levels you would if you were in mid lane, and Razor is so level dependent. But has got quite a bit of solo experience now, so he's up to 5. Once he's 6, that's when the kill potential comes into play. Oh, Supreme almost level 6, and he's gonna have the Sonic Wave, can potentially kill Miracle.
And it's not going to be like that last game where he has the ability to phase shift it. Meanwhile, bottom Shadow Demon getting run down here. Kuroki getting credit for that kill. He is... Ooh, there's the Sonic Wave mid. Yeah. So Supreme getting that kill the second he turns 6. Miracle, who started with a good lane, is now dead back to back.
Yeah, he made it look so easy on Crop. He just righted him once, and wave, and he died. Mind Control almost level 6 though. Once he's 6, he's definitely going to be starting to rotate around. SP deals surprising amount of damage. Most people wouldn't expect it.
Excellent.
He's bottom for the Doom.
Kuroki got it. Whoa, it was so close. Damn. Ram is dead. Nah.
Hey, got Lesla over to the side. Kuroki might be dead.
Micro. Gotta...
Oh, he's got the haste.
Yeah, just play around with him.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Onskin loses his courier.
Charge on the Bane.
So they're going to charge through that. Hits Nico. Maybe they've also got GH over to the side.
Bash.
Still, though, not enough damage and no bash he had.
Nice. Sven's threats are flying out. They did see it with an observer bot though. Okay, nice. By the way, guys.
Courier?
Gotta be careful with the courier. Nah,
He just kind of...
no way.
Yeah, now it's over on the hill, but it stood there right in the middle of the lane for a second. GH got a hit on it. I wonder if they just like had to micro off for a second.
By the way, guys, in case you don't know why Bane is so popular now, he has 1200 night vision. Way more than average. Because the average is 800. Yep. Now you know. Facts with Black.
This is the facts show, and that's why you should play Bane as a support.
It's actually a really big deal though, because like you get such good setups that enemies don't expect, because you see them but they don't see you.
Right.
The Slug and Night Stalker dilemma.
Coming up towards Kuroki, who's here again to try and swipe some creeps.
You have to be careful though.
Now, Stormhammer at level 6 here for Nico Baby. He's got 2 charges on the wand. Not enough mana at the moment for God Strength. They're looking to get another kill mid on Miracle with Bane.
Supreme, like his Quap is really good. Last game he owned. This game is 3-0 already. And he will definitely have to make quite a bit of space for this event.
Charge on a Nico Baby once again.
Actually.
Ops the God Strength. Charge comes through. There's the concussive shot. Looking for the ult. They've got the silence in the Boundless Strike.
Yeah. So much
Good
damage.
together.
Level 4 charge. Oh, Quap has ult though. That might be double.
Ooh, only hits GH. Skywrath, concussive shot, Nightmare, and there's the kill for Supreme. Mind Control and Kuroki in a little bit of an odd spot. They've got Miracle coming over. The charge will stop from Mind Control. You know, they're really using Kuroki's vision to get these charges to play aggressively like that, where he's just standing in the trees of the jungle, sapping experience, and then they go in and kill Nico Baby.
Yeah, look at the great ward they got up on the Dire high ground there, like super early. GH just walked in, put it up there, netted them a kill on the Sven, and he's struggling quite a bit now. Low snap of the cores, and we already said like his mid late game is not going to be easy against a Spirit Breaker who has been mostly free farming.
Charge on skin.
Should be gone.
Boundless Strike.
One more
There's
bash.
a bash, and well, he's dead to Kuroki.
Yeah.
You think bad dreams are gonna stop me?
Spirit Breaker is a really underrated hero. I'm happy that he... Well, I'm not happy because he's super annoying to play against. But it's nice. Well, it's not nice either, but he's getting more recognition.
I was about to say, you're mid and safe lane player. You definitely don't like Spirit Breaker finding popularity.
I do play a lot of it,
LTW.
though.
Ooh, doomed up. And the static link. Lesla is going to walk away from this one. They've got the charge coming out on a Nico Baby with Miracle coming over. There's the ult with a raise. They get the kill on a Nico Baby. Charge up the Requiem for a second. But the Requiem will have to wait until the end of the series. As, it's not just ready yet. He hasn't pierced himself with the arrow.
Oh, Hanskin. Oh, nice sleep. Very close.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But yeah, both carries died there, so it's a pretty even trade, but they really gotta get the Sven back into the game. He has a decent stack at the Ancients and the Morbid Mass, so he should be able to farm it, but they really gotta make sure that they protect him. And yeah, nothing's gonna come, so. Give him the solo XP if possible too. And Razor is going into that fast Bkop. He's going to Maelstrom actually. Interesting. I've seen it before. Didn't quite understand why though. I guess just farm a bit faster. Oh, the Requiem. Double raise.
Comes out. Ooh, into the Mystic Flare.
Played. So well played.
That was a beautiful Requiem, turning into a little bit of a golden experience.
Yeah, with the Tumbler's Toy as well. And very nice Mystic Flare on top of the Requiem.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
No Doom for 60. That is a charge to the bottom lane to farm up. Mind Control right now going into the Shadow Blade early. He's got the Pig Pull as his neutral item, Phase Boots, and a Soul Ring.
Yeah, I imagine it's going to be Shadow Blade into just straight Aghanim Scepter after.
Ooh.
Scepter is just so strong on SB. We reduced the cooldown by 4 seconds, I think, or 2 seconds, something. I'm not very sure. But you can charge BKB heroes, that's the most important part of it. As you can see the Doom, he's going straight BKB. Oh, Kuroki. That's gonna be fine.
Jumping in and out.
This.
Italy.
So what is happening? No more Maelstrom
like they were
up on LTW. I would like him to just go into the what we always see now, just BKB refresher.
Right.
Yeah, very strong,
You-
very scary.
You a fan of this Falcon Blade early? We see like maybe
Rip
even
on the
Spectre
Spirit
go
Breaker.
for it. Yeah, they've got themselves the Fiend's Grip, but Spirit Breaker's pretty tanky, and now he's going to try and run away with this one. Nightmared up, killed off. Hanskin's going to get credit for that kill. They're starting to make the rotations over.
Nico
Look
Baby
over
in
for
trouble.
Nico Baby, and he's going to die here. ILTW taking the life of Sven. And then moving in to Supreme. They've got 2 heroes here to help out Supreme. Roki in the tree,
Good
Shadow
wave.
Poison coming out, and now they've got the silence. They can follow this up with the Balance Strike potentially, but it's on cooldown for 5 more seconds. They look for the Wukong's not even going to be needed as ILTW gets the kill onto Supreme. Hanskin trying to TP out. Will do so.
Roki on the pro. He's hunting. Charge
Almost
also
bringing, he's got the
coming
vision for the charge, yeah. Aramis, disruption on cooldown for 10 seconds, and they won't even need the charge. Miracle gets the kill there. This has been, you know, the kills are even, but the net worth and what the tempo and feel of the game, it feels pretty Enigma-sided at the moment.
Yeah, that's because the Spirit Breaker has so much freedom on the top lane. And Razor and SF are... I mean, you can see all 3 cores have pretty good games on the Radiant side. Doom is pretty greedy. Sven wants to farm. The only real active hero they have is the Quap. And it's probably like the first big timing the Dire has will be that BKB on the Doom. Or Quap also forced to go straight BKB. And that's a really bad feeling when you're Quap. You usually want to have like 1 item before, at least like a Yules, Kaya Sanj, or like Orchid. But against Skyroth, the 6-second silence is brutal. It's so brutal.
But to say, after what looked like a good start here for Supreme, especially with that solo kill over Miracle, things have really kind of pulled back on the reins here.
Yeah. And they're going into a double Shadow Blade. SF is also going for one. So he is doing the right-click SF build, which makes a lot of sense. There's good synergy between him and the Razor, who both, of course, inflict minus armor and did a ton of physical damage. Smoked up. Looking for... I'm gonna find the Bane here. The Razor gonna do so much damage.
And the raises, yeah, not gonna matter.
45% increased magic damage. Skyroth is a boss hero. I like him.
Fun support to play in the 4th. And he's going into the Arcane Boots and then the Rod of Atos. Like we said, he started with that double crown, so kind of hinting heavily at going into the Rod of Atos.
Yeah, also makes him quite tanky. By the way, level 15, you get minus 8 seconds cooldown on the silence. It's literally permanent. 6 seconds cooldown, 6 seconds duration.
Oof.
It is such a crazy talent against heroes like Quap. Charging the wave, gotta be careful top. He doesn't have a...
Oh boy, Stormhammer, mind control. He charged off more than you could chew.
Yeah.
And he's gonna die to Supreme.
He's not in the bad in this game.
Doesn't have the borrowed time.
Yeah. Oh, I was so close to the Shadow Blade too, he needed like 20 gold. We didn't really talk about it much, but ST is actually a hard counter to Spirit Breaker, because you purge off that bulldoze instantly.
Bulldoze is one of those things that really makes you feel confident going into, say, 3 or 4 heroes with a charge.
Yeah. But then you get purged and you're like, oops.
You know, that's a good thing. It's 70% status resistance. That shouldn't be allowed anyway.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous.
That's so absurd.
Like. Yeah. You arrow him for like 5 seconds. Not today.
Seriously.
Alright, Doom up on BKB. Wait, what? BKB up on Doom.
Doom is also up on Doom, though, who is about to have a BKB.
Yes. He's gonna use the Midas once more. Purchase the BKB. Who has the smoke? Bane does, and I think it might be go time now.
Just the 2 of them? Because he's got Fiend's Grip. They could just make a go at it.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough though, because they don't really have reach. Actually, who's gonna go in first for them? They kind of need to blink their gun Doom first before they can, huh? Or SB? SB is used as SB.
Visible again.
Yeah. I love Doom.
Just as much farm as Supreme.
SB is going SB. And everyone's like, haha.
I can give you a haha. So could chat. When they catch up to what we just said, they're going to give you a bunch of ha-has.
Yeah. Yeah, out of pity though, not because it's actually funny. But I'm fine with that. At this point, I'll take anything I can get.
Aww.
Oh, you don't know, man. When I'm streaming, life is rough. Like my
Hey,
teammates
whoa,
usually
the
don't like my
title's
jokes.
positive stream.
Yeah,
I
but
see the positivity.
my teammates don't like my jokes. I make so many of them, and they don't like any of them.
I laugh in chat.
Well, thank you. You're not part of the problem.
Mind Control still solo farming up towards top, going into the Ags, like you had alluded to. Meanwhile, Shadow Fiend going into the BKB has that Shadow Blade Dragon Lance ready to go. ILTW, we had talked about the BKB. He's got it. He's got about 1,000 gold extra with it, as well as, holding on to the neutral item of the chip vest. Got those treads. It's in a decent spot.
Yeah. I'm a little scared for the SF, because he went for Shadow Blade instead of BKB, so it can be brought down quite easily, especially with Doom on top of him. Oh, it's a hasted Doom. Where is he? Bot lane. Yeah, in this game I'm like quite unsure when Alliance can really fight. Like they need all these blink daggers. Sven is going for one, Doom is going for one. Oh, Requiem charged up.
Yeah, and
Running
looking for
around
the
like a madman.
charge. And they've got a sentry nearby as well as an Obs. They're going to get the Requiem out as well as the BKB coming down for the Doom, but that's not going to be enough to keep him alive. Charge comes in, hits the Bane, and oh, here come the right clicks. Here comes the kill. Here comes the boom. Miracle,
Yeah,
GH, both getting the kill.
It's just so much damage coming out from that SF with the presence of the Dark Lord. -6 armor. Wow, see, I'm a Spirit Breaker player. He's doing my item build.
Radiant's middle tower.
He's
Well, it's
following
not
your
my
guide.
item build, but it's like he's doing the item build.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The one that everybody does.
Dire's
Yeah, but you
bottom tower has fallen.
said it first here on the stream.
True. So I can claim ownership.
Yes. That's how that works.
Yeah, it's my item build. Actually, when that's online, it is going to be so tough to fight for anyone here. Oh,
Oh,
LTW.
static link. LTW pops the BKB, now turning around, maybe thinking about going in on a Supreme Aramis as well as Leslie. They've got themselves the Wukong. Sonic Wave comes through. Oh, Miracle! Turning to Miracle. Leslie, Supreme, takeout 2. Charge comes in on a Leslie. But mind control? Is his mind controlled? They've got the Obs and the Sentry right there. They have the Stormhammer. Nico Baby gets the kill. That's going to be 3 dead on the side of Nigma. Outplayed themselves.
Yeah, it was really well done. Like sure they lose the Bane, but instant response. Everybody TPs. They all gathered around the triangle, and Miracle is like, "Hey guys, you got a sentry here?" And Alliance is like, "Yup, we do." And he instantly dies. Like that's the
got,
problem
like,
if
2
you go
sentries
Shadow
there.
Blade before BKB. It's so risky, right? Like you run in trying to find like a good avenue to kill someone, but if there's just one sentry, you're just dead.
Radiant's
Yeah.
middle tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
and now Alliance is well back into the game.
Yeah, they've evened it up, and you've got ILTW who's trying to bring it to Electric Avenue, but going the avenue of a Shadow Wave without a BKB makes it a bit of a problem for Miracle. He kind of got lucky over bottom, I'm going to say, when they got that kill onto the Doom, because the Sentry and the Obs were both there. I actually feel like Nigma are kind of unaware of this Sentry because of the fact that he didn't die there, and they're having that confidence and thinking that, there's nothing there for them to be caught off of. GH gets the kill on the Hanskin. They go into Roche on the side of Nigma. This is something that they did in the previous game when they felt like things were kind of loosening up and they're hold on the game.
Yeah, goodbye mind control though.
Oh,
What?
Shadow Blade. Nope.
Yeah.
The dust and the Shadow Poison was enough.
Dire are scanning.
SP had such a great start, but now he is quite far behind in terms of map. But Quap also forced to go into a BKB first, so like you have 2 scaling items in Quap usually, right? Either it's Kaya Sanj or Orchid, and he was forced to BKB first, so his the entire pace of his game is completely thrown off.
Has fallen.
So the Doom is taking that spot instead. Like, I got you, I'll farm the map. Don't worry about it. Doom is massive. Damn.
Yeah, with that Midas, he's gotten a lot of gold all over the
Oh,
map.
not again, SF.
Oh, Requiem and concussive shot. The raises there, and Miracle gets the kill.
Yeah. Laszlo probably hates Miracle just right about now.
Slowing down that farm a little bit. He's edging towards that BKB and just the on skin. Die again up top. Kuroki
Nice dodge.
oh! Running
He's going
away
for
for
it.
the moment. He's got himself that pig pull. Supreme pop the BKB.
Yeah, it's scary not to. Skyraf around. Wow. Oh, he also got a Philosopher's Stone. Like, Skyraf has a very good game. He can scale into late game quite nicely as well. Monkey King is rich. Very rich, in fact. Nico Baby very close to his BKB though.
We're going to see a couple BKBs come out at a similar timing.
Yeah, now they have triple BKB. Like, this is really a strong time. They have triple BKB, and there's no Axe Scepter on the SB yet. Instant smoke up. 2 blink daggers. Triple BKB, let's go. BKB of the Bkop is on cooldown though, so he has to be a little bit careful.
LCW, pretty far forward. They've got the obs. They know exactly where he is. He's looking dead to rights right now, and that's exactly what's going to happen. They'll get the kill on ILTW. Nico Baby pops the God Strength. They're looking for a +1 in GH. He'll try to TP out, and unfortunately, the Infernal Blade is in time, and GH will die too.
What's the Razor? I couldn't see anything. He died in like 3 hits.
Yeah.
He's like a little cheese.
Oh, Sentry again placed by Alliance, knowing that
Yeah.
maybe Nick might want to make something happen.
Yeah, this time Miracle is like, oh, okay. Oh, Bane is charged, but I do think they caught a glimpse of it. Oh, they can find the monkey.
And they'll find the Monkey King. Kuroki going down. That's now 3 heroes that have kind of gone down one by one.
Yeah, this game is not gonna get easier for the Radiant. Like, Doom is closing on a Shiva's Guard. It's gonna be Refresher after that. They have no Linken's. Linkai. Linken's Fears.
Is a great conductor.
It feels like they kind of gave away an advantage that really could have snowballed out of control.
Yeah. So he's going for Linken's himself on Sven because of the Spirit Breaker, of course. He has to, otherwise he's going to get kited to the next game. But the Sven is super strong now. Plus 10 Warcry armor talent picked up as well. So for 11 seconds, his entire team is going to have plus 25 armor in a team fight. So all that physical damage won't really be doing a whole lot. Miracle in trouble potentially. 1 minute on the Aegis though.
Stormhammer, and that's going to be the first life out of the hands of this SF Miracle. Will he get enough help? Oh god, Fiend's Grip, Doom, and the Sonic Wave all coming through to get the kill here on a Miracle. Mind Control just goes in, and now ILTW is going to try and make something happen with Supreme Pop of the BKB as well as ILTW. They're going to focus their attention onto the Razor. There's the Refresher, so he's got himself a double BKB. Goes after Hanskin, throws the Plasma Field out, gets 2 kills with it, and now here comes Nico Baby. GH, he can't help him. Mind Control also died. That's 4 dead on the side of Nigma Galaxy.
But that's the main reason why SF...
Oh, GH too.
He just gets blown up. But this is the main reason why SF is just being played in the safe lane most of the time. Because you have another mid laner that can actually just play around the enemies. You know, now you have to take 2 pretty static cores in Razor and SF that kind of want to do the same thing. Whereas if you have the safe lane SF, usually you have like a Void Spirit or Ember Spirit with it, that can kind of cause chaos for the SF to actually do his thing. Oh, Kuroki? Ooh.
Yeah.
Should be fine. Yeah. Balanced. Free jumping. You know, in hindsight, like the Sven, like it didn't sound very good on paper against like all the Spirit Breaker and whatnot, but for the 11 seconds where the Warcry is on, like he makes his team so survivable against this SF and Razor. 25 armor is kind of ridiculous. That's more than 24.
Is it?
Yeah.
Charge? Bottom.
My control got spooked because Doom blinked away. And so Shiva's up on the Doom, going to the refresher next, as we said. What is Sven going for? Still the Lincolns, right? Yeah. Finish that one up.
Ooh, Bounce Strike, Mystic Flare, Double Silence. There's the Disruption save. Primal Spring's not going to land either. Plasma Field with the BKB being popped here by Supreme. The Rod of Atos goes out on a Hanskin.
Yeah, I
Nothing
gotta
more,
say...
but charge all the way through. Mind Control going in on this. There's 4 heroes there, Mind Control. I don't know about that one.
Yeah. I was about to say, I don't quite know how Nigma fights this anymore, to be honest. Because they have this Doom who's just gonna go in the front line now, give so much space for the Sven, so much information for the Quap as well. They have Fiend's Grip, they have Doom.
He could maybe looking to blink.
Ooh.
BKB.
Okay. BKB forced. But yeah, the golden is only 6k, but it feels like so much more. Like, all the past fights have just been all Alliance.
Yeah. And, you know, they've got the gem. They can catch these heroes coming in with their Shadow Blades. It's a big issue here for Nigma. They got to get the gem out of the hands of Alliance, but that's pretty tough. Doom's been pretty survivable overall recently, and he's going into the refresher. Top of which, Sven has been the one leading the charge, blinking in and using that Stormhammer, as well as that God Strength to jump in and get these quick kills.
Yeah, and going double Shadow Blade is usually also pretty ill-advised. Because they're already going to be putting sentries down to counter the Spirit Breaker. Okay, potentially team fight here. No. Alliance reads the map very well. Because they're not showing anywhere. Roshan, up in a minute. It's going to be the next
smoke
point of contest.
Need to be very careful about the way they use these Shadow Blades here on Nigma. Might be a little bit too confident with those Shadow Blades, thinking that they're safe, but if Doom comes forward, they're in vision, and they might just die very quickly. We've seen it before.
Yeah, Razor feels very weak right now. Like, he's gonna die like butter.
He's gonna jump in here. They've got the Doom onto this Spirit Breaker. Mind Control just dead so quickly once again. They've got the Rod of Atos as well as the Mystic Flare, but there's the Disruption save. Wukong's command, blinking forward though, is Supreme. Nobody's in the circle right now. Miracle getting a little bit low. The Sonic Wave hitting from Supreme. Miracle will go down. GH to follow. Fiend's Grip on ILTW. He may love to win, but right now Alliance are the ones in the lead and looking like they're gonna win.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, that's sort of what we alluded to. Like, how do you really start a fight? Our Mind Control was like, well, I guess I'm just going to charge into 4 heroes. Gets killed on like 4 swipes of Sven. Same thing happened to Razor and SF, really. Just too much damage output. They don't have the defensive items to keep themselves alive. Like, Razor at this point, like, he needed like a Lincoln's plus Shiva's Guard or something like that to be able to stay alive. But they're just too rich on the Alliance side, and yeah, free Roshan now as well.
This is the lead that Alliance had in game 1, though. But a much different story to the game overall.
Much different story. And their late game is very, very scary. Especially at the pace they're going. Like, if they were evenly farmed, the late game wouldn't be as clear-cut. But just look at the Doom.
Oh boy, Kuroki's been fought.
Almost got a refresher. Kuro's is gonna be a little quick side snack. And yeah, when is the last time Nigma actually found a kill? Quite a while ago, I think. Well, might change right now.
Yeah, they're gonna go for the Bane. Mystic Flare goes down, and ooh, Doom comes forward. Infernal Blade on the GH. They're gonna lose this Skywrath.
Yeah, very close. Almost got the disruption on Spirit Breaker as well. So Razor's going to the Lincoln Sphere. That doesn't really give him much armor, though.
Miracle going Lincoln as well.
I don't know, guys.
Yeah, they're just scared of the Doom. But this is the problem. Like, if you have two right-clickers who just need Lincoln Sphere to not get doomed, then you're potentially using like 10k gold.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And it's not like Doom won't be able to doom you anyway, right? They have like a lot of spells to actually trigger your Lincolns.
Yeah,
He can get one himself. Yeah, it's tough.
On top of which, they doomed Spirit Breaker anyway. Last fight.
Yeah, I do think
and he's
Spirit
going
Breaker is actually the
Lincolns
main
too.
target. Oh, he's going Lincolns too. 3 Lincolns.
God, it's a
Lincolns.
park full of Lincolns.
Linkai? What are we going to agree on?
Link Oxen.
Or did we just say
A
Lincolns?
murder of
Fierce?
Lincolns.
I think Lincoln's Fierce is the easiest.
Lincoln Spy.
Lincoln's Fierce.
All right, I have no more suggestions. I'm exiting Suggestion City.
Okay.
Radiant's top tower is under
Swift
Outta
big finish
here.
up on the Sven. He's going to be hitting hard and fast.
Same with the Queen of Pain.
Oh, he's 25 on Sven. Oh man, he's going to be putting on a lot of damage.
Radiant's courier has been
Oh, that's the Lincoln's gone. ILTW and his couriers, man.
structures are fortified.
Gosh.
Radiant's top tower is under
He's
attack.
definitely not having the best time with his couriers.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Is this courier a cat? Because it seems to have 9
Dire's
lives.
bottom tower is under attack.
What,
sure.
9
Top
lives?
tower is under attack.
I think in
That cat has
Germany we
9
say
lives.
7 lives.
Oh,
Or was it something
there's
else?
There's 2 more to add there.
Or
You guys
is-
got to
what is-
catch up on your cat lives knowledge.
What is 7 Wonders, maybe?
7 Wonders of the World.
Radiant's
I don't even
top
know.
tower is
I'm
under
terrible. I know nothing about life. I'm just a Dota bot.
attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Look at where Alliance are just positioned, waiting for Nigma to come their way.
Oh, they caught the SF. Perch already.
Oh boy. SF's going to try and make
Bye-bye.
something happen, but it's just a Requiem in death.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Instant
And then
refresher.
from there, yeah, Westcloud just refreshes the Doom.
He acts like it is to actually refresh the Doom, but what really happened is he had Midas and Devourer on cooldown.
Gotta get that gold.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Beans
I
Grab's
don't
ready,
judge
so they're gonna have all this control ready for ILTW, but the silence comes in from GH and they'll get the kill. They've got the Mystic Flare. Meanwhile, Spiritbreaker going in on a Supreme. Supreme's gonna jump forward, get the silence out onto GH, get the kill there out onto the Skywrath Mage. Alliance starting to converge to the position of Nigma. Blinking forward. He's got the Aegis, so he doesn't really need to be too scared. Nico, baby, coming in. He's the big bad shark. He's gone from baby shark to Jaws to Megalodon. And just really chomping on these Nigma heroes.
Yeah, 700 damage.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They don't have a creeper coming in now, but they probably won't really be able to use this for too much, or will they? At least want to force some buybacks, I guess.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Ow, ow, ow.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Cliff
Aegis
comes
runs
down.
out on 40. Man, even this Quap now, 3.4k HP. Super survivable, has the spell block talent.
Has help from the Shadow Demon if need be.
Like, it's hard to really see how Nigma makes a comeback here, right? Like, you're kind of... They gasp me a straw, so like, maybe this has to go like that way, and realistically,
Radiant's middle
the
tower
draft
has fallen.
of Alliance has like fully come online. And they're so far ahead.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
This doesn't, they don't have a hero like the Abaddon in their last game who could have run in and
Yeah.
be cannon fodder, whereas, Spirit Breaker's running in, but he's dead.
Yeah,
Almost
Spirit Breaker is
immediately.
actually so important for the Radiant. Like, killing him first is a very good thing for Alliance. So please speak up, do your job, and try to find some comeback avenues. Thank you.
$20K net worth lead here for Alliance. Aegis expired. Roche up in potentially 2.5 minutes. We'll see if they wait for that. 37-minute mark right now.
They don't. Smoke up straight away. SF in a little bit of a... very dangerous.
Oh boy, Leslie coming over. There's the Doom. It's not going to matter. The Lincolns gets popped on ILTW. They've got the Fiend Script to follow it up. And Wukong's, how long is it going to last? Maybe a couple of seconds. He's got the mischief, but eventually will die to the brain sap. ILTW, he's dead to Supreme.
Oh, so close. Disruption on cooldown, unfortunately. But yeah, Doom also has a quickening charm, of course, so just 140 seconds cooldown on the refresher.
Requiem. There's the Fear, Mystic Flare. Ooh, Feared in a different direction. And they didn't have the Mystic Flare to drop down on him, so now they've got themselves the BKB as well as the right-click damage to get the kill in a Miracle. They've got the Spirit Breaker coming in with the charge all the way across, but there's the Disruption save. BKB popped by the Doom. They're going to take this tier 3 in the top lane.
Yeah, and one Lincoln's actually blocked one Doom, so Spirit Breaker blocked the Doom with his Lincolns.
It's finally not 0% block.
Yeah, it just feels like really bad though for Nigma. Like they invested three of their cores invested into Lincolns. How much gold is that? Like 15k? Let's see how much one is. 4.6. So like 14k gold in Link High Spheres. And it doesn't really seem to do anything, right?
Yeah, when you've got a Park of Lincoln Spheres, it's not going to really matter all too much. Hanskin, he's happy to die.
Yeah, GH though, he's getting pretty fat. Has a timeless relic on his Skywrath. Close to his Axe Scepter.
Okay.
I've seen crazier things happen. A plus 4 Skywrath can, you know, double Mystic Flare, triple Arcane Bolt. It's going to be outputting a lot of damage.
Yeah, he did take the extra Arcane Bolt per cast instead of the Ancient Seal cooldown, which you were talking about.
Yeah, so he's just gearing up to be the carry from the plus 4. He's like, ILTW, Miracle, sit back.
I'm here.
I got this.
Jump on my back. I'm going to carry this game.
Yeah. You guys just bait the Dooms, I'll deal all the damage.
That would be a good voice line. Hop on, I'll carry.
Yeah, I feel like there's not a lot of Dota players where the physique would actually do its part.
only me, you, and Wizard went to the gym.
Yeah, gym bros.
Nigma are set up towards top.
Yeah, despite having such a big gold disadvantage, they're still trying to posture aggressively, which I respect a lot. But
Oi, GH. Out of Atos, but nothing more.
Yeah,
He'll die.
He just got 4-tapped by Sven without God Strength. Ouchie.
With God Strength, probably a 1.5 tap.
Yeah, that's 2 hits and he's gone. Now the question is, what is Nigma really trying to do up here? Well, tipping out is the answer.
Except Roki, who's gotten into this Gleipnir again and was trying to cut the creep wave, has done so. Sonic Wave! That's enough.
Yeah, he was basically in the fountain already. That was like the last auto attack. 555 gold for that kill? He has like 3 times his net worth, man. What kind of math is that? Oh, the Sven.
Oh, Doom. Requiem. They've got the Fears, but the Fears are actually leading them towards the Razor. And now in trouble is Miracle. They're going to chase down ILTW, and eventually Miracle will die too.
Yeah, Doom solo kills one core, Sven solo kills the other core. And the sad part is there's another Doom available right away. I'm just gonna go Throne. Like, alright, enough of this.
And they'll go Throne and try and finish it.
Yeah, if they don't want to leave, we'll force them.
Charge in, Mind Control, Silence, Lincoln's popped, and, well, Mind Control is going to die very quickly, which has been a theme for him this game.
Yeah, this happened many times for sure. Fought back. Yeah, they don't have the 2 important cores. One last-ditch effort.
Gleipnir, Mystic Flare, there's the Disruption save. And Sven, well, he's back to full health. Very happy to be at full health once again with that Satanic. They've got Kuroki low. They'll get the kill there. They've taken out GH. Both of them buy back. They look over mind control. They use the Doom. They're trying to get the Bashes out to at least get a kill in the Bane. They can't find anybody. So Kuroki and GH are the only two here left standing. They're going to take out Kuroki. One more left to go. And, well, that is going to be everybody dead on the side of Enigma. And we're going to a game 3 because Alliance just thrashed Enigma.
Yeah, like the early game looked a little bit messy for Alliance. The lanes went very well for Enigma. But ever since then, SF walked up the hill with that one Shadow Blade and got killed. Like, it was all Alliance from there, it felt like.
Yeah.
They got like maybe 1 or 2 support kills on the Bane, but other than that, they didn't really find a core kill whatsoever. Doom was super rich, Sven was super rich, and yeah, very, very well played by Alliance. 38k gold lead.
Rough to deal with. It all stemmed, like you said, from that fight in the triangle where Miracle just walks up the hill and he gets blown up very quickly. Put a lot into Shadow Blades. They put a lot into Sentries. It's a cheap gold little pickup there. The Sentry Ward that counters multiple Shadow Blades as well as the Dust and then them. So Alliance, they look clean there. That was way cleaner than game number 1. Still a lot of questions, I would say, from Enigma. I know they won game number 1, but it still looks kind of shaky from game 1 to 2 as well. But answers will happen in game 3, the decider matchup. And we're going to take a quick break before we get the panel back online. Stay right there. We'll see you in a second.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
What's the opposite of regicide?
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
To the narrow maze with you.
tower is under attack.
Alliance settle the score, even the series, and grab the first win, official win that is, of this iteration of the organization's team. And I mean, it looked reasonable. I mean, admittedly, Nigma did seem to fall apart, didn't seem super comfortable with a couple of these picks, but overall, some clean gameplay from Alliance. Misery, what are the main talking points of this game? What caught your eye in this match?
I'm surprised how well Sven worked out, even though I saw him die like 3 or 4 times randomly early game. So yeah, I also thought that, I don't know, Nigma's draft would come more together, but they just seemed all over the place. And I don't know, it seemed very uncoordinated, and they die a lot by themselves, and it's hard to say much from this game. It just felt like they kept dying, and then Alliance got so fat on all their heroes.
Yeah, for me, one problem is that, like, when you look at their draft, you can make it work, definitely. One thing that I don't like that much is Razor and SF as 2 cores that you're running, right? Like,
Yeah.
when you look at them, they kind of serve the same purpose. They're these, I don't know, like tower-like heroes that just stand there and dish out the damage, and you need to protect them, and you need to create space for them. And in team fights, you need to babysit them. That's something that happened. And Mind Control, who was was supposed to be the babysitter, he looked like the babysitter, but that brings all his friends to the house and parties, hard. Like he just goes in hard, charges, ends the game 1-8-12. Wasn't the perfect Spirit Breaker game from him that you sometimes expect.
In all fairness, I feel like Spirit Breaker right now, he's either a 1-8-12 hero or a 12-1-8 hero. There's no middle ground, really. It's one or the other. You're either doing great or you're meals on wheels. And unfortunately, this game, it was the latter. I kind of feel like Nigma were kind of adjusting to the meta a bit too hard and not really kind of playing how they like to play. Like, yeah, GH was on one of his signature heroes, but everyone else kind of felt like they were a bit out of their comfort zone. And like for one person to kind of, adjust to something they're very comfortable, to a bit uncomfortable with, it's okay. But when everyone's doing it, you can kind of lose your game plan a little bit. And I kind of feel like that's what happened here. But let's talk about what Alliance did right, Misery.
Yeah, I mean, they just, even though there was a rough early game, they kept cool, right? And they kept farming. And at some point, they were together and they won some good fights. And then they didn't throw this game, right? Like, they actually managed to keep the lead and keep snowballing. I do think they also had they had pretty rough laning phase, right? Like Sven had such a rough time. He went jungle so early, also died. And I don't know, Supreme was kind of like he was winning mid, right? And he was doing a lot of good stuff. So him and Leslau kind of kept them in the game for a long time. And then eventually Nico Baby got 2 farms so that he could also carry the game.
Yeah, I love what you said about Supreme and Leslau, because that's something which I wanted to touch on, because like every time I've watched Alliance, I have felt like there's been a bit of disconnect between Supreme and Leslau. And that's kind of to be expected, like they're both, they've probably never even spoken to each other before being in alliance before. Like Supreme is Eastern European, a friend of Sablight's, and Leslau's South American, so wouldn't really have made sense for them to come into contact before. But this game, it definitely felt like the beginnings of his partnership starting to take shape, and that's exactly what you need from an alliance partnership. Like for Nico Baby to work, I feel like your mid laner and your off laner need to be playing together very, very well and partnering up. And that's definitely what happened this game. And I loved seeing that. And hopefully it continues to happen. And man, that Supreme Queen of Pain, 2 games in a row. Like, yeah, they lost game 1, but this Queen of Pain is pretty damn scary, Lizard.
Yeah, if you just go into his past and you look at the heroes that he likes to play mid, it's Queen of Pain, it's Lina as well. Like he's your casual, classic, flashy playmaker from that mid lane, and he's doing that. He did that in the first game as well, and now in the second one, he repeated it, but he managed to take the W as well. For me, it's their draft is a little bit easier to play, I would say, in the end. Like looking at it, you can't afford too many mistakes on the side of Team Nigma. And after they did make a couple of those mistakes, after the Spirit Breaker runs in, suddenly you as a Razor and an SF, you don't necessarily feel that safe. There's just too many ways to kite you or to pick you off instantly. Also, Kuroki, like, hands down, he still kept up with the net worth, right? In the first game, he went for that. What is it? The Atos upgraded. What's the name?
Gleipnir.
Thank you. The Gleipnir build. He went that in game 1. He went for the same build in game 2. Sadly, no Daedalus this time. If he only had that Daedalus, they would have won.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? And I have to say, I think one of the best things which happened for Alliance this game was not giving Nico Baby a Chrono Spear, because it felt like he was trying way too hard to run into every team fight and land a good Chrono and kind of make that spell pay itself off, and kind of forgot to play Nico Baby style of Dota. In this game, he doesn't have that big ulti to kind of force him into team fights and stuff. He just kind of kept his head down, even though his laning phase wasn't great, kept his head down, farmed up a storm, played that classic Nico Baby Dota, and he ended up being an absolute beast in the fights. And that's exactly what they needed from them. So much cleaner from Alliance this time around. Let's see if they can pull that off again in game number 3, or if Nigma will be taking the series. We've got the draft live now. Let's get into it. What are we expecting from these first phases then?
Well, let's see. The SAPPHIRE is still in the pool, perhaps.
So
Monkey King
Weaver's
as
also
well.
there.
Weaver, yeah.
Yeah, Weaver didn't get through previously. Queen of Pain being let through for Alliance again here, so will it be 3 games back-to-back for
5
Supreme?
seconds
Or
remaining.
maybe they lean towards Alina this time.
Maybe they give him anything else, like let the set the boy free. Let him play other heroes too. You don't have to force the same thing over and over again. What
Why
was
change
it?
a winning strategy?
Yeah, exactly. Why? E.g., 5 times Storm. Do you remember that? Maybe.
Good point. Guys, change the winning strategy quick. It also only won once as well, so that saying definitely doesn't work. I mean, do you ever get it in a team where someone, even if they've been doing well on the hero, they just say like, no, I don't want to play this hero again? Or will the captain always just be like, no, you're playing it again, shut up?
Yeah, that happens. That happens a lot. It happened to me at the Frankfurt Major.
Oh, really?
Slaughter.
With Slaughter?
Yeah, in the finals. Because Slaughter was always banned against us, and then OG didn't ban it in the final, and then we started picking it, and then they had it, figured it out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And after a couple of games, I was like, I don't know about the Slaughter, guys. It's not working out. But then we kept going with it and ended up losing every game with Slaughter. That was
Please
rough.
let me play something else, please. They're just like, no, you're playing your Slaughter. That feels bad.
Well, Nigma, they think Spirit Breaker isn't figured out because they first phase it, and the Alliance answer with an Invoker and the Bane. And I'm thinking if you get something aggressive enough from that mid lane, Puck, I guess, would do. And if this Spirit Breaker isn't your offlane, if he's, in fog most of the game, most of the time, you can bully the Invoker more or less. Like, he can find himself in a lot of trouble just from those charges on the mid lane.
What do we think? Is this a GH Spirit Breaker this time, or will it be Mind Control again?
Could also be Kuroki.
Could be.
Right?
Yeah.
I like this more, just getting that Miracle Hero in the games before it gets banned out, right? When you already see the Invoker. And he kind of did a lot for them in game 1, so This is nice. It also gives them more playmaking. Last game they only had the Spirit Breaker kind of to do
10
something, and
seconds remaining.
it's the thing about Spirit Breaker is it's a nice initiation and stun and whatnot, but
5
it's kind of
seconds
predictable,
remaining.
right? Like you see him from far away
Radiant
charging you,
team banned.
and you have a lot of time to react. So
Alliances
he cannot
turn
really
to
be your main
ban.
initiator, I think. So in this sense, it's nice to have a puck that can also make plays for you.
Absolutely. And no surprise at all to see Nigma banning out the Nico Baby Faceless Void. Obviously, they're playing with Invoker. No one's going to give away that combo for free. And also the Wraith King taken out of the equation as well.
10 seconds.
Yeah, they're just
remaining.
eliminating Nico Baby's heroes again. Meanwhile, Alliance with the Beastmaster banned
5
out.
seconds remaining.
Actually, banning out the Beastmaster that they like to play quite a lot. Mind Control obviously can do it himself too. Now, the hero that we were constantly talking about with the Bane as well was Shadow Demon, and he's out.
Alliances turn to pick.
Yep, out first phase.
Yeah, they actually banned it first phase, to not let it go into Nigma's hands, huh?
And I like the Night Stalker ban too. I've seen so many games in which you pick Invoker, you get a Night Stalker on the enemy team, and then as an Invoker you go like Midas Vessel into straight BKB.
10 seconds
And
remaining.
it's like, yeah, sure, I'm a mid laner
Radiant
with the
team
Vessel
pick.
pretty much, and that's it.
Earth Shaker.
Still, you get caught by that Night Stalker and you don't do much.
Oh, wow,
so
look at that. Earth
like the
Shaker.
ban.
Ooh, Alliance getting a little bit creative here. I hope this is an offlane shaker. I have a feeling it's going to be pos 4, but I really want to see a Leslav shaker. That sounds like fun.
I think the zero is
10
pretty
seconds
underrated.
remaining.
I like it.
And what does it do? What does it add
both
to
as
the
a,
team?
both as a
seconds
4 and
remaining.
as a
As
3.
offlane, right? Yeah.
I think both can be good. Depends.
So, of course, I mean, I kind of like it as the stun from Fog. You know, it's a really long-range stun which you can catch out a puck with. And to be honest, the Spirit Break, you know, you can stop him charging in, stop him charging away. I like this pick a lot, actually. Really good.
Yeah, it's still a decent laner. The Blink build is pretty solid from the offlane. It opens up a lot of different possibilities for your either position 4 or for the offlane. All these heroes that are ranged and kind of need a bodyguard that can prevent any aggression work really well with Earthshaker. Probably not going to see something like a Batrider offlane or a Pugna or a Veno, but you know, all these heroes kind of can be added to equation once the Earthshaker is the position 4. I'd still like it more on the offlane. I think Leslau plays a mean shaker, and I would like that. I would like the shaker to be the position 3.
Yeah, I mean, most of the most popular offlaners are kind of taken out as well, right? The Mars, Doom, Night Stalker, Beastmaster, so this could be him just asking for it as well, right?
Can you give GH something like a Clockwork, perhaps, like some hero
Maybe
that's Rubik as well, yeah.
Radiant team pick. Alliance.
Okay, next up. Ooh, it's that Abaddon again. Coming back, and now a Rubik as well. Fair enough, okay. So we don't know what they're doing with this now, because they've played the Spirit Breaker in the offlane position, and they've played the Abaddon in the offlane position.
10 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
I feel like it should be... I'm not sure, like Abaddon is really
5
good versus
seconds
Bane here.
remaining.
Good versus Invoker. Same goes for Rubik, right? Like you can steal that grip, you can steal the fissure, which is really nice. And I have to wait and see, because you could put Yaba on 5, you
Radiant
could put the
team
Spirit Breaker on
best.
5. Kind of works the same.
Does that change anything for you? Whether you want Abaddon or the Spirit Breaker offlane?
I'm not sure, really. Like,
Yeah. It's equally bad, I guess, but I think I would
10
prefer
seconds
Abaddon
remaining.
3.
mhm.
Because I think this Helmet of Overlord and like
5
all this heals
seconds
and sustain is gonna help them
Alliances
more than
turn to ban.
some Spirit Breaker, Shadow Blade.
Charging
I feel
around.
like,
Yeah,
I think this,
I can
the
agree
5
with
Spirit
that.
Breaker will do the same, right?
Yeah.
Whereas these auras and tower pressure will.
I
do
can see
more
where
for
you're
them.
coming from, definitely. I agree with that. Like, I actually like the Dominator build quite a bit.
10
Like,
seconds
when you look
remaining.
at their draft, they don't truly have any
Radiant
objective
team
taking
banned.
capabilities, right? And that could help them quite a bit.
So what's ILTW gonna play here? He has a Spirit Breaker or Abaddon 5. And there's Medusa, right?
Alliances turn to ban.
Anti-Mage, maybe? Could that be a thing?
Possible. I guess when I'm thinking about Medusa counters or heroes that are decent against her, I'm thinking For late game Morphling, for mid game and late game maybe Drow or Sniper heroes that can work
Yeah.
like well.
I like those more.
10 seconds remaining.
I like the Drow. I think. What about Terrorblade? I think
5
that's an
seconds
ILTW
remaining.
special.
Yeah, TB sounds good as well. You're playing versus Shaker in WoW, but like you can say
Yeah,
that. The
there's
same for
always
anything.
something, right?
Yeah.
There's always something you have to deal with.
RTW is. I mean, they've got one more ban to come on Alliance. They're definitely having the same discussion. I would imagine they want to ban the AM here because that just sounds super annoying for them to play against. But
I think Morphling is also a good ban. It's also ILTW, right?
It's
gone.
it's
For me,
been
it's
banned,
Morphling
yeah,
or
already.
oh yeah, right.
Enigma banned it second phase.
Interesting. Okay. So yeah, I would think Terrorblade then. I think Anti-Mage is not a hero to be so scared of these days. You already have so much stun, and I think Medusa can do this.
They ban out the
right-click.
Luna actually, right? So they're just worried of this aggression that she would bring early on in the game, right? Like you just farm up early on and start pushing.
Right.
They are
might
greedy
also
on
be-
Alliance, right? That's something.
It might also be because of
10
the melee
seconds
5 that
remaining.
they know is there, right?
Yeah.
That the Luna complements more, whereas Terrorblade maybe gives Shaker
5
way too free of a
seconds
lane.
remaining.
Also, because they have a Bane, I'm assuming this is going to be an Exort Invoker just for the Sunstrike setups, which means he's probably going for a Midas, and that's going to be slow. And the Anti-Mage does come out from Enigma Galaxy.
All right, interesting.
All right.
They're going for it.
I was actually thinking that they might be able, if they don't go the Anti-Mage route, they would be able to punish Alliance's greed. Like you have this Shaker most likely
10
offlane,
seconds
and then you have these
remaining.
cores of Invoker and Medusa, and Invoker going for that Midas early on.
5
I don't think
seconds
Medusa is
remaining.
that bad against Anti-Mage these days. If you just go for this butterfly type of timing and go Roshan, and then you can actually, because Anti-Mage cannot fight right for so long, so you're kind of guaranteed the first Roshan at least.
Interesting.
And then
Right.
then you can almost go high ground at that point and get so far ahead because the enemy can't fight you, right? So Medusa just free farms.
Yeah, I like the fact that you can itemize well against the Anti-Mage as a Medusa. What I like about Nigma's draft though is like they have a lot of these backline jumpers with the Puck, with the Spirit Breaker and AM. Perhaps it's not necessarily the Medusa that you need to eliminate at the beginning, right? Like you deal with the Invoker, you deal with the Bane, and you kind of fight off
Definitely, yeah.
afterwards off of that, yeah.
But you should be able to somehow punish this, right? A bit more, so it makes it harder for AM to carry this game.
Yep.
What could that be?
They need
15
something
seconds.
because right now I'm not really convinced. Like I feel like this Enigma draft actually does 4-man Dota really, really well with the Spirit Breaker, Puck, Abaddon, and Rubik. Like these guys
it
can
kinda
just run
does.
around the map.
Legion Commander.
You may now
Legion
select
Commander is
your
going to be the final pick
heroes.
from Alliance. Wow, this
I mean, that's a good pick, right?
Yeah.
you reckon?
Generally really good against AM.
Yeah, you're gonna punish him in the lane for sure. And with this build, with the armlet, right? Like Leslau should be able to take the tower easily enough on his own.
So much catch for the Anti-Mage as well between the Bane, the Shaker, and the Legion Commander. My goodness, it's
Yeah,
going to be a
all you
tough
need-
one for LTW.
All you need pretty much is a decently placed ward, Shaker fissures from outside of vision from the fog, and then you follow up with that duel. It seems pretty solid for them. Plus, you have the follow up of Supreme with that Sunstrike.
Yeah.
Globally.
It's gonna be this typical anti-mage game, right? Versus Medusa, where it's like, okay, can they stall out the game long enough for anti-mage to get like Skadi, Manta, Battle Fury, maybe BKB, and then take that one fight where Medusa gets mana voided, right? Near their base, something. Can that happen? If not, then I think Alliance will take this.
You think Alliance will take that? Okay. Is
I
that
think
your
if that-
overall
if that-
prediction then, Misery?
Yeah, if that what I just explained, that if that exact scenario doesn't happen, then I don't see them winning, right?
Right,
Unless
that's-
somehow they snowball all lanes, but that seems very hard.
Yeah, that seems like a strict condition. So basically, you're saying Enigma's got this unless that craziness takes
I
place.
also feel like Alliance have been a little bit stronger this series so far. I feel like game 1 they had it, they just threw it, and then game 2 was kind of a stomp, and now here we are, game 3.
I think that's reasonable. Lizard, where are you standing?
I'm not standing on the anti-mage's side, whatever side that is. I can't remember which team picked it, but I'm against him. Like every single time I see this matchup, it's the same. So unless they completely crush that Invoker mid with Puck and then they dominate the map, I don't see Anti-Mage getting enough space, and I don't see him joining the fights often or significantly enough to take them away.
All right, so you're going Alliance as well, 2 for Alliance.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be 3 for Alliance. I can't vote for the anti-mage, unfortunately. I just can't do it. So let's find out how this one is going to go. It's Game 3, the deciding matchup of the series between Alliance and Nigma, with our casters Bkop and Black.
Thank you very much, Nomad. You know, Nigma fans rejoice because, you know, the entire panel just went all Alliance. And we all know what that means. Caster's Curse. It's honestly super strong. Yeah, I mean, it's super strong that, well, you know, when you get that Caster's Curse, I feel like Nigma fans should be happy that everybody's picking Alliance. The Grandmaster Anti-Mage. And it's GH Rubik.
Trouble.
XD.
He's fine. Never in doubt.
But yeah, like Legion Commander against AM is super easy for Legion Commander. I don't really see how AM is ever really gonna have the sort of good start that he needs to win this sort of game. And as the panel already said, like this Medusa timing is going to be very, very scary because I don't see how Spiritbreaker Rubik is really going to stop a Medusa from farming. Look at that item build. I said it earlier, like this. It's like a new meta or something rising up. 0 region on the Medusa. Pure stats and damage.
We'll see if that works out for Nico Baby. He's had some interesting lanes. First game, both carries had a little bit of a tough time in the lane, and then the second game it was better for Nico Baby, and then he obviously splashed out as the rest of the game kind of went on.
Yeah, but this time around it should be quite good for him. Oh, nice double snake. It's a lot of Harris damage already.
It feels like GH is going to have to take a big role in winning this game on this Rubik.
Yeah, same as Miracle Reed. I do think he has to dominate middle and start making a lot of moves happen because this bot lane on paper should be very, very bad for this anti-mage.
Right.
I don't know, guys.
And that's going to be a little bit tough. This is, what, Supreme's best hero in the Invoker? I read somebody say that in chat. Where my knowledge comes from.
I mean, they first two'd it. He's level 30 on it. So, yeah, I'm convinced.
You don't often get Grandmasters in these pro games. There are a few heroes that players are a Grandmaster on, so and that's got to be a little bit of confidence for Anti-Mage, right?
I mean, we got 2 of them, right? Invoker is one.
The Invoker's showing...
yeah, he's just Master, right?
Yeah.
What? Dude, step it up, man. How are you not level 30 yet?
Telekinesis Bash hits, and Fairy Fire, but the first blood's there for GH in the top lane.
Okay, who said that lane is weak? Was it you?
I don't ever make statements like that.
Yeah,
you know.
I think it was me. I'm sorry.
Nico Baby
if there was
losing
a
a
bash.
lot of mana.
Yeah, no more snakes for him.
Onskin coming over with a salve as well as a mango.
The mobile
See how that works out for him.
So how's Anti-Mage doing? 15 CS. Actually not half bad. Because Legion Commander is going for this Helm build. So he's actually getting pressured quite a bit right now. But once the Helm comes out, of course, he's going to be doing very well for himself. But it's still another 100 gold.
Seems like Nigma are really pressuring these lanes. You can see Miracles pushed up on his lane. Tornado misses mid. That's one of the things that you think about. That's one of the things you think about when you've got a Spirit Breaker up against an Invoker as well. Is like, how many times do you see a charge coming in and there's just a tornado that stops the Spirit Breaker in its tracks?
Yeah, or Cold Snap, or Sleep.
So many options.
Or Fissure. Yeah, it's not an easy Spirit Breaker again, for sure.
I wonder what GH is going to build here, what he wants to do. There's so many things available. I feel like this game wants to scream Ags, but Can you get away with a build like that?
I'm gonna do my magic. Wait, he's going to go Etherlens Blink into Acceptor.
Okay. You heard it here first, folks.
Yeah. And then if he does it, it's my build.
Yeah. That's how it worked last time.
Oh, AM actually committed into an Orb of Corrosion. That could have been a Ring of Health. And now the Legion has the Helm of Iron Will, and he's just gonna bully AM out of the lane, I think. This might have been a missed purchase here for ILTW. It's a lot of gold.
You know, maybe he holds off on the Ring of Health because you've got that one level in the Mist Coil ready on Kuroki, and you could see he's using those mangoes to have the mana to spam that Mist Coil onto ILTW. Supreme and Miracle over mid getting low. Kind of fighting each other. Meaning Rift onto the high ground from, or onto the high ground from the low ground for Miracle.
It's a very even lane. They're both sitting at 24.
Supreme, though, hit level 5 first, just by 1 creep, though.
Yeah, I mean, Invoker naturally kind of just gravitates towards winning these kind of lanes. Because he has this like free 13 HP regen per second with the Quas Orbs. It's a very, very tough lane to actually beat in lane. Like, Invoker usually goes even with just about anybody.
Zerorb hitting Supreme again. And there's not really somebody like, you know, like an Earthshaker who could just come over mid and fissure, say, the Invoker. Instead, you've got GH who's going to try and come over, but is clearly under this ward. They've got the Fade Bolt, but there's the Tornado. Telekinesis comes in. Waning Rift with the Illusory Orb. They have the damage, EMP, and Supreme will go down to GH, who's now got himself 2 kills, but Ramus.
Middle tower is under attack.
One clap and he's dead. And bam. Catapult. Oh, the catapult from downtown Steph Curry. But I'm a little bit curious that this happened, to be honest, because Supreme actually saw GH run in, so that makes me think that he just miscalculated a little bit and tried to bait them in, potentially get a, you know, just return kill on the puck. Slight miscalculation, but it was pretty close. Like they just had enough damage to kill him. Woka picked up the haste rune. Maybe trying to kill the Rubik here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ooh, bottom lane too. They've also got this kill on Aleslao. Meanwhile, mid, GH in some trouble. The Fissure making him go back towards the mid lane in pathing. They've got the Dream Coil down onto 2. But it's not going to matter. There's no follow-up to this.
Yeah, I take back what I said about the Orb of Corrosion. Apparently he just never drops below 900 health, and
Top tower is
he's
under
like
attack.
a god down there. I can't believe Antimesh and Abaddon actually won this lane.
Well, now Aleslao is level 6, so he's got duel.
Can you
We'll
duel
see what
without
they're able
mana,
to
though?
follow up. Yeah. What I think could be a real issue is what I really hate is the plus 200 dual cast range. That is such a good 10, it seems like.
Yeah, it's way too broken. It should be like a 15
It's so
or 20.
far.
Yeah, it's way too far. It's like a free ether lens.
I mean, that range always has me screaming, how is that even possible?
Yeah.
When I get dueled from just like a mile away.
Because it's literally like Luna attack range suddenly. Dusa 3 into the jungle. Getting charged though. Level 6 of Spirit Breaker. No mana on Dusa. He might actually be dying here.
Charge and then a bail.
Yeah. Guess he didn't really want to commit for it. Or a duel on the anti-mage, but he doesn't give it. He doesn't give
the
it.
ulti and then Miscoil.
Doesn't give a damn.
Yeah.
And now you're out of mana.
Supreme, ooh, dying mid. Dream Coil comes down. Mind Control with the charge as well as the ult coming through.
Yeah. This is the kind of pace that they need to establish, though.
Yeah, and they have to keep this pace. That's one of the things that could be troublesome as well, though. Like, this looks good right now, but they have to keep it up. They charge up and trying to body block this Earthshaker. Drop down the totem. Not going to matter. Mind Control gets a kill there and helps out this Enigma Galaxy side over mid once again. And Sentry just missing this Dire Obs on the high ground.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate, but like Anti-Mage is definitely here to can take over the sort of game, like for sure. If you're on power ahead of the Medusa, you can definitely cause some serious damage in those mid-game fights.
If he can get himself into a quick Manta after that Battle Fury, I could see him wanting to play aggressively from that point on, right?
Yeah. I'm also a really big fan of the Aghanims on Anti-Mage.
Ooh, good Nightmare. Stopping the charge a second before it hit this Bane. Telekinesis was already used, so Mind Control didn't get away with charging up on the Bane at all.
Yeah, is he gonna go Shadowblade again? A Spirit Breaker? Probably. Makes the most sense. And Witchblade again for Miracle as well. And now it's kind of the time though where Anti-Mage is just completely bullied out of the lane. So he just TP's top, starts pressuring the tower.
And they saw him immediately. They're gonna charge through
again.
mid. They've got the silence, but Nico Baby's here over to the side. Dream Coil actually hits them both. So let's see how this goes for them. Telekinesis doesn't throw him out of the Dream Coil, but they've got the Illusory Orb. The Nightmare again here for Hanskin. That's going to stop the charge once more. Aramis over to the side. He's only level 4. Doesn't really have much to throw the way of Nigma. He's got a Fissure ready. Supreme salving up. TP out from Mind Control. They've got the Waning Rift. Aramis still thinking about throwing that Fissure. A lot of damage being done here to the supports of the side of Alliance. They've got GH over to the side. They've got the Telekinesis on a Supreme. And Nico Baby's still here. There's the Fissure. Goes Invis. They've got the charge, so they know where Supreme is. They hit the Cold Snap on a GH. They're going to be ready to go on a Supreme. The Tornado comes out. They've got Hanskin ready when that charge comes in, but it will be stopped early. Meanwhile, Nightmare out onto the puck. They look over as they've got the duel out on a Miracle. All this to have 5 heroes over mid for the side of Alliance as they'll go after Kuroki now, and they'll get themselves a double kill on Nico Baby. He is the complete opposite of the guy you want to give those kills to. Charge over mid onto Supreme, and now the ulti. Do they have the damage to get this kill? Fissure actually blocking Supreme on the other side. And ILTW, he's going to make his way over. They've got the right clicks coming in from the Anti-Mage. Looks for that ult, needs one more right click. ILTW will get a kill on Aramis. That's 2 for the side of Nigma this time, as ILTW has made his way over mid and now has some supporting cast in the rest of his team.
Yeah, nice rotations though from Alliance to allow them to even get those 2 kills. And then also nice rotations from Nigma after that to get the kills and now potentially even the tower. This mid tower is so important and I don't think they can defend it.
ILTW hit with the Tornado, but they're still going to get this tower over mid. That is opening up the map for them, and they really want to put the pressure on to this Medusa. Medusa's in the triangle right now. They got the top tier 1 and the mid tier 1. This really opens up the map.
Yeah, has to be really careful in the Anti-Mage here. On farming under ward.
And they're going to smoke. They want to go for this. They have Fiend's Grip.
Fissure into Fiend's
Grip. As well as
potentially kill.
And Echo Slam. They're heading over towards mid. They want Miracle instead. Fissure. Oh, he's Fiend's Grip. He's done. No way out of this one. Echo Slam even committed on that.
Okay, and they really wanted him dead.
I understand wanting the puck, and you do get that kill the second you hit that Fissure. Is that the right target to be going? That gives the Anti-Mage time to continue to farm, and he's up there. He's getting close to a Battle Fury very quickly into this game.
The problem is, Anti-Mage is really hard to actually grip for Bane. Like a level 1 Fissure is probably not enough time to actually set up for a grip. It just spell shields and blinks away. So it's just a much safer option. Because if you smoke to the aim, you don't get the kill, you suddenly get nothing, it's gonna feel really bad. Medusa opting to go for the full right click route, went for the Mask of Madness. Sleep potentially? No. Wouldn't even matter. But yeah, now AM, as you can see, is like super confident, right? No grip, no Echo Slam. What can potentially kill him? What could possibly kill him? Nothing. Oh, the Nightmare gonna cancel it.
Oh, duel and Mind Control getting away for right now. He's got a charge. Oh, goes over to the creeps. Okay, Mind Control.
He's gonna live.
And he's back to his team.
Yeah, well done by him. A little bit unfortunate, the Legion Commander, he actually procced the Nightmare, so The Nightmare switched targets twice, which effectively wasted 2 seconds. Otherwise, he would have died from the duel.
Dire are scanning.
Which, of course, if you're a Legion commander, is like a double loss, right? Because your game is slowed down and you didn't get the kill.
Yeah.
Charge on there
Asking.
as well. Easy. Aim is still farming under that ward. But like, what can I do to kill him?
Oh, tornado missing.
Oh, he actually brings into it.
All right.
He's like, oh, dude, I don't want you to feel bad. I'm gonna give you this one.
Battle Fury's flying out. There it is.
Yeah. He is insanely farmed.
Yeah, he is really
rich.
farmed. Telekinesis, and they're going to look to get this kill on Leslau. Press the attack. There's the charge with the Silence of the Waning Rift. Miracle getting that kill on Leslau. Alliance stymied in the early parts of this game, but that is something we saw from them in the previous game as well. There was a little bit of a lead there for Enigma until a fight that went wrong in the triangle. However, that being said, here comes the Dream Coil down onto the Invoker. They've got the Fable. Tornado comes in. They've leashed him up still. Deafening Blast hits on a 3. They're still trying to get this. Their Tornado coming in from GH, and now they'll lose Supreme.
Yeah, this game is fallen a little bit out of hand here for Alliance. Medusa is actually quite far behind the Anti-Mission Network. Even Puck is ahead of her too.
Charge coming out onto the Bane now. They just have vision ready to go. Look at that Obs that's right there in the triangle. It's kind of hidden in the trees. That sentry didn't even touch it. And Miracle's got another one.
Oh man, this anti-mage I can feel it coming. My anti-mage senses are tingling.
Well, you
This is the game.
said Alliance earlier. You said you didn't really have the faith in the anti-mage. I had to tell you about your own game to give you some faith.
Yeah, I mean, I still didn't at the beginning, but the way it's shaping up to be, he's so free. They're gonna kill him once at least. Like at this pace, he's gonna have Manta like minute 20. Oh, another charge through. No way, guys. I actually gonna die for no mana.
After the Earthshaker, yeah, very dead.
Nothing going the way of Alliance here. A little bit unfortunate. But Enigma's playing really well this game. Tornado, oh, what's this there? Creep camp.
Yes. It's just, it's really kind of speeding up for them. They want to charge to go after Nico Baby. They've got themselves the Bane over to the side.
Should be able to kill him.
Not even going to commit to the charge. That's under the tier 2 tower. That is. What I would say going after that is what lost them the second game. Like making plays that with a lead like this to make a dive, to have TPs come in and lose a fight like that, they need to stay a little bit restrained. But I say that, right as I say that, what are they going to do? They're going to fight under the tier 2 tower. They're looking to get the Bane before he's able to get anything in the Nightmare or the Fiend's Grave. They'll take out Hansky and Leslie over to the side. Gets the duel out onto the Spirit Breaker. But he's got the Aphotic Shield. He'll hit a bash. This duel's going to be wasted. Leslie now trying to get out, but the body blocks from Kroki as well as the bash coming through from the charge from Mind Control. They've got the Dream Coil down to 2 as well as the Snow Gaze coming out from Nico Baby. Into the borrowed time. They'll snap the Dream Coil on both of them. Supreme in trouble. There's the stolen duel. Echo Slam comes in, but is it going to be enough damage? Kroki low, but still not dead. The Fisher comes in with an effing blast out onto the Spirit Breaker. Miracle trying to run, but there's the tornado. Oh, ILTW coming through with the ult to get the kill to Miracle and Mind Control. Finally, Supreme goes down to ILTW. They look over at the Bane. They've got the sleep. And they should be able to get a full team wipe here. ILTW gets involved. ILTW gets himself an ultra kill. Wow, that is a big boost to the economy of this anti-mage who has 11,000 net worth at 17 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it's gonna be in minute 18 Manta style. This is reaching the holy crap, how do we deal with this kind of guy territory. Like minute 18 Manta style is insanely fast.
Looking at this replay, and got some heroes low. The fissure kind of making it a little bit difficult for Miracle, who ends up getting hit by the tornado, but ILTW comes in and just cleans up. He's the janitor in this situation. He's happy to pick up the trash and get paid greatly for it.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oh, we lost courier again! It's like the 7th time this match, and ILTW now with the cold snap. There's also a Ring of Aquila down on the ground that was dropped by the anti-mage, which is now in the hands of Nico Baby. He'll happily take that.
Yeah, something is like, he's actually cursed. with the courier. As you said, he also dropped the Ring of Aquila. The only thing that went well for him is that the Bane actually gripped himself, courtesy to the counter spell. But yeah, that's every game so far is couriers.
You make it look so good, and then you can make it look so bad in a matter of seconds. With that being said, after they were able to pressure the anti-mage, Nico Baby taking some damage here, but Supreme wanting to turn this around. They've got Miracle coming from behind. He does have the Dream Coil ready to drop, but there's the Enfeeble looking for the duel. Phase shift, Sunstrike a little bit early. Still going to hit Miracle, who's going to go in with the Waning Rift. They've got the silence on Leslau. Stone Gaze over and far away. So Nigma will disengage and maybe look to jump in. And they've got Blink, they have the Illusion Orb, they have Dream Coil ready to go. They're going to find themselves Leslau with an Illusion, looking for the ult, but the Fissure's there to stop this Spirit Breaker in his tracks. They've now got the Tornado coming out. Oh, silence onto the Bane to try and walk away. Ice Wall duel coming in. And Spirit Breaker, very tanky, but not tanky enough. They still get the victory. Winner, winner, chicken dinner there for Leslau. The Nightmare's now out onto Kuroki. Fissure to follow it up, and they're going to lose 2 here on the side of Nigma. All the while, hey, look at your top tier 3. The Anti-Mage is knocking on the door. And, well, if you're Alliance, you don't like the Paul McCartney song, let him in if he's knocking on the door.
Well, they do have an additional way now of locking down the Anti-Mage at least, which is the Blink Echo of the Shaker. So,
Dire's top tower is under
they gotta isolate him though. Like, in a team fight, it's gonna be really hard to burst him with the Abaddon there. Man, 14k net worth soon. He's so far ahead of the Dusa, it's insane. Like, the puck is still ahead of the Dusa as well.
And he's going to have a Basher soon enough. God, it's nuts.
Yeah, I'm really surprised he's actually going for that Basher, to be honest. Because usually you would like see an Axe Scepter or a Skadi just to tank up. But he's going for like a very offensive route, which can backfire, because if he dies once or twice because of the item choice, it's... yeah, there's definitely comeback potential for Alliance. Like, they have Alacrity, they have Medusa. There's ways to definitely kill this Anti-Mage. Medusa actually goes Lincoln Sphere. Haven't seen that in forever. It's good against Anti-Mage and the charge, of course, but makes me wonder if they're going to be lacking damage or not. Because that will give a big opportunity to Nick to just go for this Roshan at some point.
There's still the dire vision. Spotting ILTW. Finally gets the Manta. The Courier doesn't die this time. I just wanted to ask, you know, you seem to favor that Ags a lot on Anti-Mage. I saw you build it a couple times when I was watching you play Anti-Mage.
Yeah.
But that Blink Fragment feels, with 3 charges, quite nice.
Yeah, because the Edus also do 75% damage. So if you use all 3 plus a Manta style, you're effectively dealing 400% damage.
Wow. Sunstrike's going to come in and spot them going for Roche. ILTW just gives the laugh. And it doesn't look like Alliance are going to try and stop this at all.
And now I don't know how you kill this Anti-Mage twice.
Radiant
You haven't killed him once this entire game. How do you kill him twice now?
5-0-2 with just about 15,000 net worth.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And a DD to boot.
God. Jesus.
That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage, Bkop.
Damage City. Smoke right next to them.
Yeah, they definitely saw that.
There's the Lincoln's finished.
Oh, your Courier LTW.
And it's going to go back right over the head of Leslau. Oh, all right. He did not move forward. I thought for a second Leslau might move in and spot this Courier. That could have just been sadness.
Yeah,
he's got the Basher. He's got the Manta. Oh, blink forward right to Aramis, and now they've got themselves the Fissure, but the blink away, and the charge is coming out. It looks like they want to fight this. However, Miracle, he's far away from this fight. We've got the Tornado that hits on ILTW. The charge is going to come through and hit 2. They're going to go in on the Medusa. They've got the link. It's popping. The Jewel comes out. That's going to be out onto the Anti-Mage as well as the Stone Gaze. Oh, Echo Slam. All right, they've got the Aegis out of the hands of the Anti-Mage to get Nico Baby out alive, but they're going to look over at Leslau. They've got the charge coming in from Mind Control. They'll steal the duel, and now they've got the Fade Bolt and a right-click finish from Miracle. Miracle now with that Dream Coil. the namesake of the band, the Miracles, he's really got a hold on them, and now he's going to go after the Invoker. They get the Kona Supreme. They're going to look over at the rest. Medusa in the base under the tier 4s, but they've got the Waning Rift. They'll pop the Linkage once again. They've got themselves the ult coming out from the Anti-Mage, but it's not enough damage with the Glyph here. They're going to back off. They don't want to go after the Medusa just yet. They'll clean up the creeps and charge away. This is a good fight for Nigma. However, they did lose that Aegis. They did show that ILTW is killable.
He is, but only if he blinks in 1v5. Which he kind of did.
Yeah.
Multiple times. He has to be careful. Like, one death as anti-mage here can really like catapult this Medusa back into the game.
It gives you a lot of time to just farm up.
Yeah. Do I like this item build on Medusa though? Like, Linkage is good, of course, against the Mana Void and potential charges, but they do have quite a lot of abilities to trigger it. Also, AMX can trigger Lincoln's, guys. You have 3 charges, just saying.
Going Saudi next.
I'm not promoting the item or anything, you know, but try it out. It's great.
Imagine if there was item promotions. Items were on sale for a week.
Oh, duel
Find the
on
Bane.
Rubik. 20 damage for the Rubik. Let's go.
Kind of well, not completely, but takes care. Oh my god, takes care of the Philosopher Stone. Minus damage. Just about.
Yeah, almost. Then again, a right-click Rubik is pretty rare. But you know, if you can stack up like 200 damage, then steal a totem, get another 400%, I could see it happen.
Yeah.
Just hit them. Ooh.
That's another duel win for Leslie, but only at 50. It is a victory, though, and killing off Miracle. Meanwhile, pushing through mid.
And they didn't use Echo for that, so that's still a threat for the anti-mage. He's gonna
Maybe TP's in. Ooh, Lincoln's popped. Charge, and here's the Power Rangers TP back mid.
Nigma is so crazy, man, that they even like posturing to do this.
It's going a lot better when Mind Control stops the charges.
Yeah, like...
Last game, he was just like, alright, I charged.
I wonder what was like in the team comps after the last game. Hey, Mind Control! Is your S key broken?
Mind Control is just like, I'm dead. Alright.
I'm still going, losing health. Oh, I'm dead.
It's like playing Tarkov. Alright, I'm dead.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh! Miracle! Alright! That was crazy! Avoiding the Echo Slam. They'll get the kill on Ravis, and now they're gonna look over at this Medusa. That was... Woo! Darkness on that puck. And yeah, GH is going to steal the Stone Gaze. Now they've got no mana left on the Nico, maybe. They'll pop the Lincolns. They'll look for the ult. No mana, no life, no kill for Alliance. They've got the duel, and not even that will be enough. They've got the Nightmare out on a Mind Control. They're going to brain sap Leslau. ILTW moving in. They need one more click on a Leslau to get the kill, but they've got themselves the Glimmer Cape coming out from Hanskin. He'll die. That's a double kill for ILTW with the Illusory, maybe thinking about jumping in onto this Legion, but won't do so.
And what now, anti-mage haters? Huh? Misery? Lizard?
I warned everybody Caster's Curse was going to happen, but I'm going to Caster's Curse myself by saying that they have Caster's Curse this game. It works in mysterious ways. However, this game's not over. We've seen leads in this series this big get depleted very quickly, but it's not going to happen in a move like that where Lezo gets taken out by Miracle.
Yeah, it's also probably going to be... Well, with a buyback, maybe not. But there's nothing really stopping the anti-mage from just hitting this tower right now. There's an Abaddon with the Holy Locket. It's going in.
Right clicks through. They've got the two call once again. Oh, Nico baby, no mana left, but there's the Nightmare. That's going to stop IOTW, at least for the moment. He's going to get the Nightmare pull. They've got the borrowed time being popped on Kuroki. Fissure hits onto Mind Control. Aramis, he'll run away, but end up dead regardless. Mind Control now hit by the Fiend's Grip from Hanskin, who's in the base, but they've got Miracle moving in with the Yules. That'll Yules Hanskin into the air, but they've got the duel to get the kill on Mind Control. Now they're going to look over at the rest. Sunstrike not on the mark. Kuroki surviving only for a second longer. His death is inevitable, and Supreme will claim it.
Did forced a lot of buybacks, but yeah, like you probably don't need to dive that deep. They're still looking to kill actually, or Medusa might be dead here. They have a mana void.
Yeah, there's the blink in, and here comes the Manta Illusions. They've got the ulti, they've got the kill. They'll take out Nico Baby.
Level 4 Fissure on Rubik 2 is like the best stone spell in Dota for him. Maybe Astral comes close, but like Fissure is insane on Rubik.
No Medusa for 40.
I was gonna say Manta does the MP, but it's on cooldown, so I forgive him.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
You heard it, ILTW. The best anti-mage player we've ever seen says he forgives you.
Yeah, I'm very merciful today. You played it very well, so I'll give you another chance to impress me soon.
Do that again tomorrow, or you know, when your next match is. Might not be so so merciful.
And I might promote you. I mean, you can see,
Breaker,
like, he's super
almost
comfortable.
has a halberd. Yeah, he's really comfortable going in and out of the fight. I've been quite impressed. And there's that dual range. They've got the meteor coming down, but there's the charge coming out. It's not going to matter. They'll still get the kill on a miracle, and now Mind Control needs to run back towards his team. So Mind Control goes in. He's got himself that Fade Grenade. He's going to throw that through on Alezo. They've also got the Dust of Right Clicks coming through from ILTW. Miscoil, Right Clicks, Fissure coming in. Oh, it hit Supreme! Supreme's going to drop. ILTW now is 13-0-4.
Yeah, like what was the plan there? Like they both stuck around, maybe trying to look for a rebuttal kill or so, but it was never gonna happen. And yeah, oh, Nico Baby's like, okay, I'm out of here.
Bye.
There's no Dusa ult now for the potential high ground defense though.
AM's doubling the net worth of Nico Baby.
Yeah, he's now finished Butterfly. What do you do against him now? Like physical damage can't kill him, magic damage can't kill him.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's
Roche up in 30, so if they really want to play this safe, they can wait for Roche. They're going to put some pressure, though, onto the bottom tier 3. Clean up these creeps, and ILTW almost hits level 25. He's a half level away. And they just called GG. Alliance tap out. Not even going to fight it. They'll tap out, and Nigma will win the series 2-1.
All right. I didn't expect a GG like that, but I mean the game is pretty much over. Like we saw AM doubling the net worth of the Dusa. Yeah, not what any of us expected. You know, I'm gonna blame the panel for influencing
Caster's
me.
Curse.
Yeah,
Didn't
I was
influence
definitely gonna
me.
go with the anti-mage. I was gonna go with the anti-mage no matter what, but then they were all like, "Oh, AM is so bad. Yeah, there's no way AM can do anything. You're so outdrafted." I'm like, "Okay, all right, I'll go with the Lions." And
You
then I
can't
lost.
do that. Yeah, I mean, you can't do that. I only went with Anti-Mage because I saw you the other day say, Anti-Mage is so bad, and then win with it. So if you think it's so bad and it still wins, it's winnable. And I can't let Caster's Curse happen for all 5 of us. I just can't let that happen. But Nigma, they take the 2-1 win over Alliance with the Anti-Mage Grand Master. And, well, we're going to take a quick break before we throw it back to the panel. So stay tuned. We'll be back with the panel in just a moment. In a second.
Well, Nigma proved that the anti-mage can work in the right circumstances. And, you know, fair enough to you guys. You know, you did say that if they won the laying phase, and if the anti-mage got like a big fat mana void on that big old tasty Medusa, then things could go their way. I mean, that's exactly what you said, Misery, and that is exactly what happened. He just comes in at the tail end of one of those big fights, the 4-on-5 fights, and just blows the Medusa +1 up. And from that point onwards, it just looked really hard for Alliance to find their footing in this one.
I think me and Misery Misery and we agreed that Abaddon should be on the off lane, you know, and
I don't think we got anything right that game. Prediction wise. I gotta
we're
say
really
though,
good at this.
I don't feel like Alliance should have lost their lane so hard though, right? At least the top lane, the Bane, the Medusa lane, like it should be more even. I think.
Even the
I don't know
Legion
what
lane.
happened there.
Even the Legion lane, like they
Well, he has a shaker, right? It's like, yeah, he's gonna be a bit slow in the beginning, but I think there's a limit to how much you can do because Antimate has Abaddon as well. Also, I don't understand how Invoker kept dying mid lane. What was? I think that should not happen, right? It's a Quas Vex Invoker dying like 3 or 4 times.
yeah, it's mind
Yeah.
control as well, rotating in very early on, and they were diving, like they were diving
No,
the
they
tier
were.
2, right?
But
Like,
there should be some supports from Alliance, right? I felt like I didn't feel their impact, those guys, the first 10 minutes. So then it was rough, right? But I mean, for Black's point though, like, what did Antimage really contribute this game? Did Antimage win this game, or did his 4 comrades win this game? It felt like
he'd argue with his score that he helped out a little bit, but then you look at GH, 19 assists, Kuroki 15, mind control 18. They were on point.
he put the pressure on Alliance.
I mean,
Right? Just
and
the
I
Antimage
feel like,
factor.
yeah, exactly. He played the hero how it was meant to be played, right? Well, did he do anything outstanding? Some really good decisions on where to arrive into team fights, but ultimately he played anti-mage how it's meant to be played. And whenever you pick this hero, it does kind of put the onus on the other 4 to make something happen, and they really did. I mean, this was a much better performance. I love that Mind Control just didn't hesitate to go for the Spirit Breaker again. He was just like, no, first pick it for me. You know, I can play this hero. I don't care about last game. I'm going to make it work. And this time, you know, as Black said, he found the S key. He was able to stop his charges and not, you know, overcommit like he was doing a little bit off last game. And he also had a really kind of lively team behind him to enable him to make those plays. And it looks so much better this time around. And Mind Control on this Spirit Break was exactly the kind of hero you needed to make this anti-mage work so well.
And you go from the mind control and his Spirit Breaker, and then you go into Kuroki and his Abaddon, like who saves you, well, at least saves some time versus the duel, but most importantly, like Handscan on his Bane is useless versus him, and Invoker literally can't use any of his spells, right? Like you just Cold Snap, gone, Orchid, gone, anything, gone. Kuroki just use that Aphotic Shield. It's not really the hardest thing to use, but it was a really nice pick in a game such as this one. But the fact that they punished the Invoker so hard in that early game is what mattered the most. I would agree with Misery, like diving him, killing him. That's not something that should be happening when he needs to be the playmaking one in that mid game, right? Like you need to secure his laning stage at least.
Yes, I think this game could have looked completely different if if the lanes were played differently from Alliance. I can easily see like Invoker, instead of having a really rough time and buying Midas, he instead buying like normal supporting items like some Topson type of build with like Urn and Solar Crest or something like that, and the LC going like faster Blink instead of finishing Armlet, right? And then Medusa has a good lane. Now suddenly that's kind of what I expected from this game.
Yeah.
Instead, the Medusa Bane lane got completely crushed, and Medusa had to go jungle, and Bane was kind of left to take top lane, which is not really what you want in this type of scenario. You want the Medusa to farm and stay up there for, at least until level 6-7, right? And then just farm the wave and go jungle constantly.
So would you
Protected
say
by the Bane.
Yeah, would you say someone on Alliance needed to make kind of the sacrifice at some point in their build in order to enable one of the other cores, and ultimately all three of them were being a bit too greedy?
I think because their games were so... I mean, Invoker went Midas because his game was so bad, I guess, and also maybe because of the pressure of the anti-mage, but I exactly what you're saying, like, all 3 cores kind of played for themselves, and yeah, I think the supports were kind of no place early game. Like, Bane could have probably done better job top lane to secure the lane, and also I think Shaker had to protect the Invoker mid at some point and just leave the LC.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
Everyone trying to make their games happen, and eventually no one could really get into that game at all in the end, and that led to Alliance's downfall, and Nigma do take the victory. I mean, any more highlights of that match about how Nigma played it for you, Lizard?
Yeah, nothing special really. Just leaving some items on the ground, blinking away, canceling grips with his shield and whatnot. But everything was on point. The highlight of the match is definitely mind control finding the stop button. Like that's definitely a
That was
huge
a turning
improvement.
point
Yeah, it was a
between
turning
game
point.
2 and 3.
I think from compared to last game as well, from Nigma's point of view, it's like the Spirit Breaker made more sense this game because he could play it together with Puck, right? And Rubik and Abaddon just like collapse together and use your spells in synergy. Whereas last game, what did he have to play with? Like a Monkey King Shadow Fiend? It's kind of awkward, right?
Much easier to dive with something like a Puck or a Quap or any spirit, right?
They synergize way better. And so that was a nice improvement from game 2 to game 3 because they picked Spirit Breaker first pick both games, right?
Yeah.
So maybe that's something that they realized that they needed some more some more timing, like where they come together at the same time.
Yeah, just fight, just go. And that's what we were saying from the draft as well. You know, they just had this really nice 4-man lineup where it was like, these 4 heroes look like they can take on any other 4 heroes in the game comfortably together. You know, it looked really, really good from that 4-man lineup. And that's exactly what you want to see with an anti-mage. And yes, a couple of things needed to fall into place for that to have worked for Nigma, but it did. It did work for them. They made it work. And that's what gets you the win here. So they'll be moving on onto the upper bracket. Meanwhile, Alliance will be knocked down to the lower bracket to face off the loser. This match, which is going to be Team Liquid versus Team Secret. And that's going to be coming up right after this short break.
A bed.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dire's bottom tower.
May you ride on leather zeppelin.
Dire's bottom. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is
Looks like it's 12:01.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Best. Doesn't even describe it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
To the narrow maze with you.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Hello friends and welcome back once again to the OGA Dota Pit Season 5 EU and CIS regions. My name is Nomad and joining me on the panel we have a Misery and Lizard joining us for the final series of the day. It is Team Liquid versus Team Secret, and it's a pretty exciting one if you ask me. These two teams have been battling it out in the DPC and I'm very excited to see who can take the victory here. Firstly, Misery, talk me through what we should expect from this new Team Liquid.
I mean, we've seen them in DPC the last. I think, are they undefeated?
Yep.
They are, right?
Three
Yep,
series, three
they're
wins.
undefeated. They had some really close games where they managed to win late game in some really intense games against OG. And I don't know. They look pretty solid so far. I think they're pretty hungry and excited to play together. So it's going to be interesting to see them against Secret, some of their players' former team. So
yeah, absolutely. No, it's definitely been a treat to see how smoothly some of these players, Zai and Matu, have slotted in onto Team Liquid. Meanwhile, on the other side, we've got Team Secret. Lizard, I mean, talk me through these guys.
Yeah, Team Secret, they had a little bit of a rough start, right? Like the first series in the season they played versus who was it? OG, and they lost 0-2. Yeah, that wasn't that great, but they picked up afterwards, won all their remaining series, and I'm kind of seeing this Secret that had perhaps more difficult games to play than Liquid did. So Liquid did win versus OG at the beginning, but then they had like Team Tickles and Cool guys, right? So their series might be a little bit on the easier side, if there is an easy side even in Western Europe. It definitely seems that way to me, at least. It's going to be just a frosting on top, right? This last series of the day. After 3 long series, we get Liquid and Secret, so looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's going to be insane. I mean, Secret, they did manage to beat Alliance and Team Tundra, who a lot of people expected to be the strongest team in the region. I mean, they've been looking great for such a long time, but Secret did manage to get the better of them, and now they come to this tournament. But one interesting thing about Team Secret is that they've got a really long average game time. Their average game time is 43 minutes so far from their DPC matches, which is pretty damn high. I mean, why do you guys think that is?
Maybe because they pick Naga.
True. Yep. And then get 938 GPM on it.
It's usually one of those things, you know. You pick some of these heroes that tend to go late game, and Secret. I wouldn't necessarily say that they were ever a team that struggled to finish games, like in that mid game period, right? Like this is something different, and actually curious. I wasn't paying attention that they have such long games. On average,
I
that
think
is.
the series against Tundra dragged on. Some of the games dragged on for a long time, right? Like 60,
All of
70
them.
minutes even. Right.
55, 54, and 48.
Yeah,
So,
I mean that's
yeah.
really high.
Definitely
game
pushing
time.
it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was a huge series, and I'm expecting similar things out of this one as well. Of course, Liquid been doing so well in the DPC, and both of them have been playing some very interesting heroes. I mean, I think what's most interesting to me about these guys is that they love to kind of mix up their roles a little bit with the heroes they pick. Like, I've noticed CIS recently in his pub games has been playing a lot of Naga Siren. As we've seen, Nisha, not afraid to pick Naga Siren either. So there's some flex potential there. Same thing with Liquid, you know, Zai and Mike both playing the OD. There's lots of flexibility here, and that is going to come alive in the draft, which is now up. So let's jump into this draft ASAP.
Radiant
What are we
team
expecting from the
back.
first phase here?
Maybe a Beastmaster and never mind. Let's just see. Like today, so far, Shadow Demon has been super contested. Same goes for what Weaver, Mars, and perhaps Monkey King. We'll see if that's the case in Team Liquid versus Secret.
10 seconds.
They do have
remaining.
their own meta. Versus Liquid, you want to ban out Ion Weaver, perhaps.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm sure OD is also gonna see play today if it's left through.
Mhm.
Secret is a big advocate for that hero. But it's a bit hard to tell.
Team
Like the
Secret
bans have been
turn to
pretty
ban.
like it's around the same heroes, but it's like it's between like 10 heroes or something like that people are banning. It's not set in stone what heroes are actually the best right now.
No, certainly not.
Yeah. One thing I would say about the new Team Liquid, it feels like, is that they have,
10
to me,
seconds remaining.
in the past, kind of been a team where their late game has been pretty shaky.
5 seconds remaining.
They've usually been in situations where they were ahead and then they have thrown leads and stuff like that. Whereas now I feel like their late game is, I don't know, at least what they've shown so far, their
Thanks
late
for
game
kind
is
and nice
much
words.
better. And they've won games where they've been behind, where they had to like, you know, grind it out and like stick together as 5 for a long time and wait for the enemy to make mistakes. And I think that's a big improvement for them
Radiant
as a team.
team
'Cause that has been some of the
Thanks for
biggest
kind and nice words.
problems. Yeah, look at that OD first pick.
Okay.
I also think that this hero is it's probably where this hero is at right now.
Mm.
To be honest, like this hero just feels so strong right now on the offlane.
Is Yaps or Rubik an instant answer to the OD?
10
Like I feel that
seconds
Rubik
remaining.
even like a year ago, when not necessarily a year ago, like what 6-8
5
months ago,
seconds
when
remaining.
OD was broken as hell, Rubik was the answer.
Yes, I think. I mean, I don't know what Secret is thinking, but I think that would be a very solid response.
I mean, they have
Um,
Yapsor, right? It's if Rubik,
They have
if it's ever a
Yapsor,
good
yeah.
Rubik game, they're picking it.
But I don't know if they have something else in mind. You know, Yaps has been playing a lot of Skywrath recently, and like Nyx Assassin is another great response to OD, right?
This was
It
my
is.
this was sort of my second idea, but I've seen so many Nyx Assassins into OD that don't necessarily do it. Like
This could also be a 5
Yeah.
Nyx that just comes to
10
lane and mana
seconds
burns the OD
remaining.
maybe with a carry. I don't know. It could be something like that.
5 seconds
little
remaining.
Drive-by fuck you to the OD.
Now, do you guys remember the meta when Nyx would just go mid, mana burn like 5 times and go
Yep.
away or something?
Yeah.
Good times. Good
Then
times.
they got nerfed, right?
Yeah.
Like the cooldown was up to like 20 or something, level 1.
Yeah. So
A long time ago though.
one thing that this Nyx, yeah, he's sort of a small brawler in the laning stage, but he's not the strongest laner. He never truly was, right? So that's something that Secret needs to address right now, at least a little bit. And the OD, like, what do you think for Team Liquid? On what position should they be playing this? It's very flexible. We've seen it on offlane. It can be mid as well.
Radiant team.
I think it's better in the offlane, but because if you don't really see anything out of mid, like I imagine, so I mean I don't know. Actually, it can be both mid and offlane, but I just have a feeling it's gonna go offlane for Liquid. Not sure why exactly. This is
10 seconds remaining.
And there are some heroes that can lane into the OD, right? Like Lina
5
perhaps, or a
seconds
Puck
remaining.
that you could grab against him if he's on that mid lane.
Yeah, I think it's because the meteor hammer timing out of mid, it might have less impact than the offlane one, because it's harder to pressure mid and take the mid tower, because there's just going to be so many heroes and there's less space to work around with. That I think the offlane is just more solid.
And the build-up is kind of nice, right? Like you start with that crown and then go into Ring of Health, and you just can't be zoned out of lane. You're really annoying as a hero.
We haven't seen Liquid run OD yet, though, I think. So
it has been picked against them, and it has been banned against them. But yeah, I don't think I've seen them run it. They lost
it's more like I haven't seen Sai or Mickey play OD recently, so it's hard to say who's gonna pick what. But it's a Weaver. Not too surprising, I guess.
Yeah, I think we casted this exact combination today morning, right, Nomad? Like Weaver plus OD, and they just destroyed. It was pretty obnoxious to play against. And it was Luna plus Disruptor. I actually felt that Luna and Disruptor should do all right versus that lane, but they got crushed. We'll see maybe Nyx Assassin and Luna, which I think on paper is a bit weaker, and Rubik had to be a ban. Like, if OD isn't good enough of a reason to first phase Rubik, OD plus Weaver definitely is. You don't want to give that away.
I mean, Zai playing OD would check out because he's played a different hero every single game he's played for Liquid right now. So, yeah, keep on that trend.
5 seconds remaining.
So he's doing the Yatoro at TI kind of a thing, right? Like, the whole season he's going to be playing. Has there been a player that had played like for... never mind. There's only been Virtus Pro that played every single hero in the game, right? Like in one tournament.
That's Summit.
I'm not sure did they play every single hero, or did they just play a different hero?
Okay,
different 5 heroes every game?
different hero every single game.
Yeah,
that's right.
And then Kuro's played every single hero in the game except, I think, Dawnbreaker. No, he has. Maybe he has played Dawnbreaker now, actually. I can't remember.
Marcia, maybe?
Well, probably hasn't played Marcia in official game, as we know.
Yeah. Maybe one day.
It would make sense, yeah. Team Secret, they ban out the Clockwork. It's actually one of my favorite responses to both Nyx Assassin and the Luna. Like versus Nyx, if you can kind of anticipate his movements on the map, you can kill him off in Cogs and Battery Assault with a hook shot. And Luna, like, she struggles versus Clock. If you manage to invade the triangle early enough and set up some vision around it, you can even solo her. If the team that's protecting her is not careful enough, they ban out the TB too.
Do you guys think we'll see Marcia in competitive play when she's released?
100%.
The 4 Marcia is pretty obnoxious right now. Yeah. I think it's such high gank potential.
Yeah, the displacement ability is just absolutely mad. Where's my Insania Dazzle? They seem to be the only people playing this, and they're 3 out of 3 on it.
We might see it. Like right now, Team Liquid obviously needs some disables, right, to go with this.
That's true. It'd be pretty disable light to have Weaver and Dazzle as your support duo.
And Secret need maybe some team fight.
Team Secret's turn to ban.
To make up for this Nyx Assassin hero.
Yeah, why did they pick Luna so early?
I mean, the OD looks to be a mid hero now, right?
Yeah. With the Luna ban, it definitely seems that way. Or maybe it's bait, right? They could be baiting with the ban too.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I guess so. It's like also, do you want to put OD mid rather against Nyx? Then they don't lane it against each other at least, but it's still your mid hero is somewhat countered by Nyx in the game. I think the mana burn has to deal like absurd amount of damage to you, right?
This Lina at the same time doesn't necessarily have to be just about the lane. The hero itself is extremely strong at the moment. She's picked quite a lot.
Yeah, that's true.
So Rubik, Invoker, and Lina all banned out by Team Liquid. Team Secret, they get rid of the Clockwork, the Terrorblade, and the Disruptor. Now the first pickup of the second phase for Team Secret. They need themselves a mid laner, an off laner, and probably a pos 5.
I think Secret should look to find a way to take the enemy safe lane tower, right? Because you know that you're playing as this OD. At least when you find out it's an offlaner, if that's the case, then at some point your safe lane tower needs to be sacked, right? Against this meteor hammer. Unless
That's
you plan on ganking him over and over, which is probably harder to do than to actually just try to trade towers. So that's something that they could think about, like if they think about how the early game is gonna evolve.
10 seconds remaining.
But does the Snapfire somewhat help you take towers with Little Shredder?
Yeah, I mean, it's
It
like,
helps out a bit, right?
it's okay. It's more about like what kind of mid hero do you have? Can that mid hero rotate to the safe lane, enemy safe lane?
Right.
Also,
Right.
what kind of off lane do you have? Right? Do you have a hero that like some that wants to go jungle, or do you pick a hero that can, you know, by what is it called, Dominator, or have some other way of pushing
Here
in
we
the
go
way
again.
of taking the tower? I mean,
Let's
it's
have an intervention for you, Misery.
it's a strong item.
Yeah.
For Team
Let's
Liquid
see.
as well, they should give us a clue where exactly Weaver and OD are going. I would still think that these are our position 3 and 4s, and they will pick an Insania hero next.
In the
Okay.
spirit.
Nope, they go with an Ember.
Team Secret's turn to pick.
Ember Pangolier.
So this should be your Zai Pango, right? Is it?
Yep.
I think Insania
it.
might play it too. Actually,
Ooh.
Did they play it on 5?
they have been playing. Yeah, they played it before. Not recently, but I know he's liked to play it before. Last DPC season, they played it a couple of times.
5 seconds remaining.
So,
I mean,
but if let's say it's a Sai Pangolier, then what? Boxy Weaver
this looks like such
and
a
the carry
puck
Ember,
game.
or what?
Such a good puck game. Yeah, I'm actually at loss when I look at Team
'Cause
Liquid.
I don't think you want Pangolier Ember OD cores, right? I don't think that sounds very good. You don't really have a true carry. You don't have a tower hitter.
Yeah, the
You
towers
don't
ain't
have a
dying.
win condition. So I think they need a win
5
condition right now,
seconds
and then they're gonna have like Pangolier Weaver supports. I think that's
Team Secret's
Yeah,
turn to battle.
that's what I think would be better for them.
Let's see what Team Secret bans out. What I do like from Team Secret is this puck pick, because it literally answers everything here. Like you have your Dream Coil versus Pango versus Weaver. The silences are nice. If you're laning into OD, the lane itself is
10
pretty
seconds
damn nice
remaining.
versus for the puck, that is. So it brings a
5
lot to the
seconds
table for Team
remaining.
Secret.
Yeah, no, definitely. This is once again like similar to the last game
Radiant team
and
back.
other
Team
games we've seen
Secret's
today.
turn
This
to
just
battle.
amazing puck games, right?
Yeah. Really hard
Well-
counter with high mobility heroes on Team Liquid.
And it looks like Team Secret, they are anticipating a carry last pick here for Team Liquid. Yeah, when you see these 4 heroes, you're thinking like, okay, I'm back in my pubs.
Yeah, you have 4 cores here, and
Yeah, 4 cores, yeah, and then another carry like an AM last
5
pick or a
seconds
Medusa or
remaining.
something, you know, like gets me out.
double mid OD Ember.
So, what are we expecting from Martu? He needs, if he is indeed picking a carry hero, they're going to need a win condition. Razor doesn't seem very likely because it doesn't give them that tower hitting potential. Perhaps a Juggernaut he plays a lot of. Ursa as well. We all know his Ursa is one to be feared.
Yeah, those built-in BKBs are nice versus Luna, right? Like that you call
What about
Dragon.
maybe
Team
Troll?
Secret's turn to pick.
They go with the
Okay,
Razor.
They do go with the Razor. All right. Well, as I did say, he's been playing it a lot in pubs recently, so not entirely unexpected, but also, does that really address the tower pushing issue you were talking about, Misery?
I mean, they have an OD, I guess, right?
Just
But
have
it's
a
more like
meteor
now
hammer.
they have a win
10
condition
seconds
because this
remaining.
OD, I mean, this Razor is actually like a hard carry nowadays, right? Like we
5
talked about
seconds
before with the
remaining.
refresher orb and stuff. This hero is just ham. So it's late game is not going to be a problem for them now. And then they have their OD to at least take a couple of tier 1s, right? to get
They
the
have
game
5
started.
cores.
Now
I think they
select
can
your
definitely go
heroes.
late game on the side of Team Liquid. What I like from Razor, though, even though Nature's Prophet answers it a little bit, is the fact that this hero, like, as a semi-core before, right? Like right now, he can definitely scale well. He was always strong in the lane, and it kind of alleviates the fact that you have Insania Weaver and Boxy Pangolier. It's going to be a little bit easier to set up these lanes for success.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think the Furion used to be really good against Razor in lane, but now I think instead of maxing Link, you just max Q, right? And play on that a bit
You
more.
spam them, yeah.
Yeah, and then you can just leave the Weaver there at some point when Razor hits 6 and go jungle with the ultimate. So back in the day, it was like really, really hard matchup for Razor, but now I think he should be able to get a decent amount.
Well, it is full comfort zone for Team Secret, as they do have some mail on his puck, which is his most played hero of all time, 85 games, 61% win rate, and they also have Ice 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 on his Nature's Prophet, his third most played hero of all time, which is 87 games, 68% win rate. So definitely feeling very comfortable here for Team Secret. Which draft are we favoring, guys?
I'm gonna go first with Secret. Even though Prophet, he can be answered here with the Razor. I think they have what they need to take the late game with the Luna, and Puck just feels like an amazing hero. In this draft, that is.
Misery?
I like Team Secret's tricore as well, the Fury and Puck Luna. It feels like something you've seen before. Although I think this, I don't know, Liquid's draft just seems a bit more sophisticated somehow. I think this OD hero is maybe a bit too strong, so I'm going to go with Liquid.
You're giving them it shows the same team.
Like,
that never goes well. I mean, it's old man Puppy versus, fresh young Insania, who isn't that young to the scene anymore, but he's got new ideas, it seems. Very hip and trendy and to the meta, so I'm going to go for Liquid as well. But let's throw it over to our casters for game number 1 of Team Liquid versus Team Secret.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Old man Puppy. Better keep your monitors safe there over there, Nomad. You might be in danger and stuff like that. You'll really doubt in Secret pretty heavily. Yeah?
He's a very kind man. Outside of the game.
Passion.
Yeah. Passion, determination, power.
I love that emotional stuff. Like, is showing that heavy passion. Like, I live for those like walk-off home runs or late game, I'll keep it Dota, late game base races and like true sight. Like I love that stuff. I live for it. Live for seeing
the battle begins.
The passion and the emotion in the game.
Yeah, or just seeing an AM go 13-0. That's what I live for.
I don't know. Again, you didn't take the AM. Do you really live for something you wouldn't take?
Hey, we don't have to talk about that here.
All right.
So who you got?
I feel like a lot of people are underrating Secret a bit heavily, but
you don't.
I don't know. I think a lot of comfort always feels good, and when you've got comfort, you live comfortably, and when you live comfortably, you CS well and you do well.
Okay, so you're saying Secret for you then?
Yeah, I'm gonna give a couple of cheers on Secret. I can't click their logo. I can't give the fake in-game cheers.
Yeah, that's the TI thing. It's long gone.
No, it's still, if you're spectating, you can do it.
Oh, really?
Just not in lobby, I guess.
But they didn't take that out?
Guess not. I was doing it last night on one of the China games.
Okay.
Insania losing his courier with 2 sentries on it.
Yeah, that means
feels awful.
No warding and no dewarding up there for
no
now.
Blocking.
Yeah, it's really important to block and unblock those camps, but now they can't do it. But of course, OD doesn't really care. OD's OD. Just look at his insane stats: 7 armor, 4 HP regen, 800 health, for whatever reason.
Very strong early. And can certainly snowball out of control if given the opportunity to. Puppy trying to land a cookie there with the creep, and that creep just kind of goes back towards the 2 of them. And obviously, it's that Meteor Hammer Rush for the OD already has it queued up. It's a nice build. Get that early ring of health. That 6.5 HP regen always feels nice in lane. And like you said, 7 armor, getting that extra regen. You feel pretty strong and unkillable.
Yeah, once you have the ring, you're pretty much set for the lane. And then, Meteor Hammer, you can kill targets super easily. You can push the tower really easily. It's just why this hero is so strong in the meta right now. And of course, you have limitless Qs. They just deal like 50 pure damage every time.
Right.
Yeah, the concept is a bit a tad strong, perhaps.
just the touch. Just the touch.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yapzor and Boxy just giving a high five to each other. No aggression from either side. You can see Matui's messing with Ice, just with that static link. And I almost want to say I sense this game going into a rat crawl from Ice in some way, shape, or form. I've seen a lot of Nature's Prophets games recently where they're just trying to cut waves while the other team's pushing somewhere and really just trying to make it as difficult as possible to take objectives.
Yeah, that's basically what the shots for, right? Top lane.
Ooh, Puppy getting low, but so is Zai. Oh, Nisha gets first blood. Insania will trade, and he does have Shikuchi, but doesn't want to dive under the tower and make himself potentially killable. We'll pop that salve. Assume we're going to see Puppy bring a salve. Yeah, he's going to bring over a salve as well as the Gloves of Haste.
Yeah, Luna is very happy here. Got the first blood. Well, it's not super happy. Could always be better, of course. But like first blooding an OD means to delay his hammer, means to delay the inevitable tower push by quite a bit. Oh, another cookie. But not too much you can do. I'm surprised he even died the first time.
A lot of damage onto Insania. Oh no! Well, he needs one more hit, and he'll find it. Nisha getting the kill on Insania. Another kill here for the Luna.
Oh, Prophet might be dying here.
Nice.
Yeah.
Of his teeth.
Yeah, just got level 4, so got this additional 60 health. Otherwise, would have been pretty close. Yeah, we're gonna have to see Ember Spirit rotate quite a bit this game. Like, top lane is not going as well as it should. Still gonna have a decent timing on the Meteor Hammer, but slowed down by like a minute or two.
Meaning, you know, with the Ember needing to move over to a lane and kind of support, I want to say he has to have a good time mid as well, whereas like, you know, Sumail, he's leading in the CS by a bit. You know, Weaver in some trouble. Puppy trying to right click help get this kill on Insania, but he just gets out of range over bottom though. Ice on the run. Boxy looking for the body blocks. Two-man stun and just getting some damage in and chasing them away.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, putting on quite a bit of pressure on Ice here. But their mid lane is very easy for Ember Spirit generally. Like, you don't have any problems sustaining yourself. Against the puck, at least. Has the Orb of Corrosion already. Probably wants to start moving once he picks up his boots. Or maybe a good little minute 6 rune.
I'm a little nervous if he waits too long going up towards top. Fire Snap Cookie and a say, you know, a level 6 Luna or even Puppy with another level. It could be dangerous to make that way up there. Obviously, you'll have 3 heroes, but if a TP comes in from someone like Ice, or if Ice gets 6 and he has himself that Wrath of Nature, that could be troublesome. Meanwhile, mid, Dreamcoil is placed down. They'll land the stun afterwards, and oh, you want him to move,
Puppy.
And unfortunately, he can't while he's under the coil.
Yeah, Puppy's also in a little bit of trouble. But just a bait. I'm surprised Ember died that easily. Whoa. I guess they do have quite a bit of damage with the double null talisman and the Nyx rotation.
TPing up towards top. Fire Snap Cookie. Ice is here. Nisha low. Oh! 50 health.
Yeah, he needed like 2 more right clicks, or maybe even 1 if you got lucky with the damage. Didn't quite get it out.
Eats the Fairy Fire, has a Tango, and you know, with that, Ice comes top, then he TPs back towards bottom. He's going into this early Orchid. He already has treads.
Yeah, the lane's going really well for, well, all lanes are going really well for the Dire right now. Sumail even winning middle, of course, that was the Nyx rotation, but this Ember Spirit is not having a great time right now. And he's the guy that we said he needed to move around.
Fortunately, can't get too far from the mid lane at the moment. Level 6 here for Nisha, and Insania is just going to get run down by Nisha.
Okay, whatever, dude. I just woke up, not even trying right now, and I'm lagging.
Their voice line is pretty good. I like their voice line a lot.
The voice lines are, some of them are recorded in such a way where it feels like they're coming from Discord.
Yeah. Yeah, but that one sounds like really authentic. I like it. Sounds very teasy.
I'd be lying if I said that mic test 1, 2 didn't trick me once or twice today.
Yeah, same, dude, same. A couple of times I'm like, huh? What was that?
Got production in my ear. I also have mic test 1, 2, and I'm just like, what? My mic's not working? An overwhelming feeling of anxiety just comes through me, and I'm just like, oh, God.
Well, this Luna is off to a perfect
start. Yeah.
SAPPHIRE almost level 6 already at just 8 minutes into the game. And now they have the big Prophet ult. Like, it can basically be a lion finger if it lines up perfectly. Okay, Ember rotating top, but there's no here to be found there at all. Do have the meteor hammer though, so maybe just more pressure the tower.
Could do. If you get that top tier 1, maybe make Nisha's game a little bit harder.
Yeah, potentially. I think you need 2 meteor hammer uses here, maybe even just 1. They do have a glyph though, and should be used, yeah.
Uses it on the mark, and if you look at Mickey, he's trying to get behind enemy lines and maybe find his way in, but I don't know what that really accomplishes there with just 1 slight. They've got Nisha.
He's used a lot of his time up there for no real
objective
benefit yet. Yeah. More farm to Luna. Almost finished her mom.
This does not feel that great. You'll have the Mask of Madness. Boots travel first here for Sumail. You know, he's got 1,200, just about 1,300 gold moving in on this.
Yeah, with a good game like this, I don't mind at all.
The mobility is going to be nice. You've got a hero who built in has a TP to get all over the map. And you'll have boots of travel. It'll certainly feel fine, especially when you've got boots of travel and you've got a Nyx Assassin and a Scout.
Caught Boxy.
They look over and we'll drop the Eclipse. I don't know if that was really needed. They will get the kill.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And we all know it kills the kill.
Well, Sumail getting run down, and he'll fall to Matumba Man, and that will stop us from seeing the Brazil scoreline. Stun comes out on Mickey. They've got the Lucent Beam to follow it up. Have some control. Fire Snap Cookie avoided with a Remnant. Sleight of Fist comes out once again, and Napsor, he's got a stun in 2 seconds. He used that Spike Carapace as that Tome Knowledge goes into the Vendetta. That might lead to them getting the kill on the Mickey, and it will. Mortimer's Kiss is now down on a Matoma Man as he lands the stun. Oh, Matoma Man's going to drop here. And Boxy really wants something out of this. They bump back on Mickey. They need, I want to say, way more than just this kill on the Poppy.
Yeah, I think they needed at least the Luna kill to justify that. Puck getting Astral does have the facials though. No chance to Meteor Hammer him. And Isis free farm his entire time. Almost has his Orchid. Like, just needs about 800 gold. And then we're going to Silent City. Shh. Where you
so much down.
Don't talk, exactly. You should just whisper for the rest of the cast.
Over there. We could do that.
That would be a bit creepy, perhaps.
It would be ASMR.
Like, imagine like new people come to the cast and like, what the hell is going on here?
They hired these guys?
Yeah. What are they doing? Should we join them?
Should we all whisper in chat?
That would be so funny. Another Meteor Hammer.
Down on the tier 1 mid, and while that's happening, they've got themselves the tier 1 bottom that's about to drop to Ice. He's putting the pressure on.
Yeah, like this Orchid timing is going to be massive. OD is going to have a lot of problems, and Ember, as you said, fought back. He's sitting at 4k net worth only. He's pretty damn poor right now.
Not only that, if he dies again, Dreamcoil
right
comes
now.
out, and there's the Vendetta as well as the Impale. They've got the Wrath of Nature coming in, as well as the Silence from the Waning Rift from Sumail. They'll snap the coil on Boxy. This is a Fire Snap Cookie that went a long ways. They get the kill on Mickey and Boxy, and that's Mickey now dead for 52 seconds. So not only did you buy back, you got 1 kill, and now that's all you get out of it, and you're dead for a while.
Yeah, and that's also the Orchid now picked up. How close are we to the Yule Step? They're not even going for it. It's going for Bkop. 4,000 gold away from that. Like, they can feed off this Ember Spirit here. if he ever gets caught up by the next assassin, instantly dead.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Nobody high-fiving Nisha. High five
Yeah,
on
it's overrated.
cooldown. I'm big on the high fives. TP up towards top. They want to see if they can get Matuma Man. Obviously, he's got some vision there that it's taken out by Puppy. Had vision there.
Not anymore.
Sumail holding on to 1,400 gold. He's got the boots to travel. Oh, we love to refill that bottle, get some mana back in his kit.
I'd imagine he's just gonna go for Blink Dagger mid lane, roll.
And Rolling Thunder,
Has a
Vendetta
Carapace.
up in 3 seconds. He's also got the Spike Carapace. They're going to use the Mortimer's Kisses coming down now out on the Zai. He's on the run. Spike Carapace comes out. Yapzor trying to survive, goes into the Vendetta. And now Swashbuckle almost hits. There's the shield crash. And we'll end up getting the kill there on a Yapzor, but they've got the Lucent Beam and another right click here from Ice. Not so nice.
Yeah, not at all. And I'm just feeling bad looking at the Ember Spirit struggle so much. Like he's really just trying to get as much gold as he can, but it's not really amounting to much as of now. Or it's an Illu Rune though, that's a big one. Can just spell it Orc at once. Or you just get coiled again. Yeah.
His game feels completely shut down.
Yeah, like Luna is almost doubling his net worth at this point.
Oh.
Yeah, and as we said, that's like the mid lane that needed to like move around, make a lot of stuff happen. There's just no way they can now. Like, so instead of him, who's going to do it? They need to raise a BKB, and then they need to just, like, find a good team fight somehow. But it's gonna be so difficult though, because even the ODA, he's not very farmed at all.
What do you do if you're Liquid at this point? This feels so tough.
You definitely gotta bait them into some sort of bad fights, because like the global control they have with the Travel Puck, Nyx Assassin, and Prophet is just way too much to handle right now, and Luna's just free farming the entire time. Yeah. He's pretty survivable though. 1900 health.
Something extra?
But they've got heroes rotating in the Snapfire who doesn't have Mortimer's Kisses for 6 seconds, but they're going to have the control. Oh, no, he gets through the trees, and now the stun misses. Silence comes out from Ice. They're going to turn their attention over towards Insania. Get the kill there.
Yeah. Still worth it, because Razor has to farm like a spot he doesn't really want to farm. He can farm the Ancients with the ult on, but it's just not as efficient as the other area would be. So 7k gold did in just 16 minutes. It's yeah, they need that BKB. They need to make a fight happen for sure, because otherwise Ember Spirit and OD just can't get anything in this game. They're not gonna get big by farming. They're gonna get big by killing.
It's just Meteor Hammer for this OD and a very wishful thinking Blink Dagger at the moment.
It's gonna come out eventually. Gotta believe, gotta trust. Razor 50 gold away from his BKB.
They're bringing in Ice. Oxu is looking for the Rolling Thunder. They've got a ward down here that's going to spot these heroes coming over. Puppy trying to leave. No run, but it's quite difficult for him to get out, and I don't think he's surviving.
Yeah, that's a 5-hero rotation though for post 5, so Puppy's probably not too concerned about this at all. Luna already has his BKB. Wow.
Zai in trouble. They're going to keep the vision on Zai, and ooh, while this is happening, they're going to get the kill on the Zai. They'll drop the Dream Coil down on Insania, get 2 more kills. Anisha gets 1, Sumail gets the other, and yeah, you've got Nisha at just about 10k net worth at 17 minutes into the game.
Yeah, Razor went first item BKB, and Luna has it at the same time as him. That's a little bit ridiculous. Just a little bit. 10k net worth in 17 minutes. What's that in GPM? Do the math, please. Thank you.
In GPM, that is 562.
No way. There's way more than that.
17 minutes?
Huh?
It's not. I'm looking at the GPM marker. I'm cheating.
Or there's a thing like that?
Yeah.
Where?
It's bound to you. People don't show it on. It's always, oh, show me CS, show me net worth. But there's show me
there's a
buyback.
marker there.
Yeah, GPM. You can grab that on the spectator. Bound to my U button.
Well, I mean, okay.
For your GPM is not as high as it could be.
Damn cheater.
Yeah.
I'll
You thought I was
forgive
good
you,
at
though.
math for a second.
For a little second, yeah. And then I remembered,
Oh gosh.
it's you.
Dream Coil comes out onto the Ember. They also know that Zai's nearby, so they're almost waiting to fully engage. To wait for Zai. Oh, the stun from Yaptor! And now Zai's in trouble. He's going to try and TP out. Do they have the damage to get the kill before he's gone? No. They also
Nice save.
don't get the Ember.
Yeah, that was a very good save. And Luna's still farming down there. They can't really kill him at all, though. They have no instant stuns. He can just Bkop TP anytime. Like, right now. Like, you press Bkop and TP.
You press BKB and fight. Kidding me?
Or, I think Bkop and TP, yeah.
Oh, all right.
And
Well,
Frost is
Ice is baited, but he's got a BKB. Not going to matter.
dead. He doesn't have the TP, though. That's the essential part of the strategy. You're gonna TP with the BKB. Otherwise... Puck is also so big. Man, they have so many problems to deal with on the liquid side. It's kind of insane. So he went away from the Blink Dagger and is going to the Scepter first instead on the OD. Ember Spirit, 700 away from his BKB. I guess they kind of have to wait for that.
They could glyph this tower again. Through this Meteor Hammer.
Yeah. I think if Secret decides to just 5-man, there's nothing Liquid can do. With double BKB timing, I think they can just take Roshan and then start snowballing down the objectives with the Luna. Because he's way too big.
And what the BKB is like, what do they even do to this team?
Like, the only hero that deals damage through BKB this game is the Razor. And once the Razor actually hits his refresher, I think he might have enough damage to just kill the Luna as well as the Prophet. So probably Secret wants to use that timing before that happens.
He's already got one Perseverance.
He is big. Not Luna big though.
He's big, but he's still behind all 3 cores on Secret.
Yeah. That's the stage the game is in right now. Alright, first 2 down, and now they're gonna migrate towards the top side of the map, start pushing down these towers, and start playing around Roshan. Isn't it kind of sad to be Roshan? Like you're just waiting to be killed?
Yeah. I'm telling you, I think Roche should be harder. With how much he gives away,
yeah, right?
Each time he's killed, he should be like way stronger. Like if you're going for 3rd Roche, he should take all your passives away in the pit.
What do you think about like, oh, now I hold the thought, OD top lane?
Yeah, Thor can't catch up, so they don't have the stun.
Yeah.
Did you know where he's going, though?
They have a sentry though, so... Nah. Not happening. What if one team tried to attempt Roshan? It's like a mini game, and the other team takes control of Roshan, and you have to play like some game. I'm not entirely sure what it should be, but
isn't that just Midas mode too?
I don't know. What is Midas mode 2?
I'm pretty sure maybe it wasn't that event, but they had the ability to take fans to take control of Roche via VR or something. That, if I remember correctly.
Wow, dude, why didn't they hire me for that?
Swinging your arms back and forth. Smoke from both teams and BKB pop by Ice.
And
Meteor Hammer getting dropped down on the tier 1 mid. Spike Carapace stuns out onto the Ember. They've got the static link. Gets out of it pretty quickly with the BKB being popped here by the Razor. They look over now with the Snapfire as well as the Nyx Assassin. They get the kill on the Yaptor. Now, can they get anything more from this on the side of Liquid? They buy back on Yapzor, they'll buy back on Puppey. They've taken out both supports, but they'll end up losing Matuma Man. Now they will go over to find potentially Boxy. Spike Carapace doesn't land, but they hit the stun out onto the Weaver. So Insania, he'll die again. That's 2 heroes dead on the side of Liquid. This did cost Secret 2 buybacks, and they're trying to get themselves maybe a +1 in onto this OD. But Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains. Now they've got Ice TPing in. He's got himself the Orchid out onto the OD, the Illusory Orb, and now they're probably going to jaunt going after Mickey. They got the kill on the side. They're going to continue to chase December for a moment. Meanwhile, over mid, you've got both Nisha and Puppey trying to get themselves a kill over mid. They won't get that either, but they can pressure the tier 2. Take out these creeps.
So who had to use buyback here for a secret? Just the 2 supports, right? All 3 cores lived.
Yep.
Okay, pretty big win for them then. But that was without the Razor refresher. Like imagine if we had the refresher there, double damage link, double BKB, double Eye of the Storm. Would have been completely different.
You broke it quick, but it could be, you know, you have a second one and it becomes an even bigger problem.
Yeah, I really want Secret to do this Roshan before he finishes the refresher. He's just 1,000 gold away from it, so... the window is shrinking.
Bottom lane. Insania. He'll die to Ice.
Yeah. Just this global presence of these 2 heroes is just... It's on another level right now.
Luna grabbing a Crystallis, so Nisha now has that extra damage, that crit strike, going into an E-Blade net.
I don't believe that is actually what he's gonna do. I hope. Nah, makes no sense. Makes no sense.
Yeah, he's also got Shard and Scotty.
Yeah, that makes much more sense. Against OD, like stacking max mana is not a bad idea anyway because of his ult, and Scotty is really good against Razors. Who finishes Refresher Shard now? Or brother. It's gonna be a tough fight now. Like, despite being 9k down, I do think this Razor can actually solo carry fights at this point.
You need to try and find a way to get Matuma Man out early, and in kind of tough. You see Boxy, who's been on the front lines with that Rolling Thunder, making these fights quite difficult for both supports on the side of Secret. So they do see this. They've got Ice's vision.
What is this?
TP, BKB, and I. Okay. Rolling Thunder comes out, and now they've got themselves the little shredder. BKB's going to be popped here by Mickey. They're going to drop down the Eclipse, try and get a kill here with the BKB being popped here by the Razor. Oh boy, there's the refresher. Luna getting away for the moment. They've got Sumail on the run as well. Yapzor, Puppey both fought back in the previous fight. Luna's going to go after this, has a BKB of his own, but he's already dropped down the Eclipse. They've got themselves a Sprout. Ice back into the fight. The Illusory Orb coming over, and they're going to get the kill on the Matuma Man. They'll take the Razor. They've got the G-Coil down, out on a Mickey with the silence, but there's the Astro Fisherman with the Sanity's Eclipse being followed up. But Zai, he'll drop down, goes Mickey, and it's looking like Insania might follow. He goes to the time lapse. They've also got themselves Boxy, who's on the run as this Pangolier, but catching up to him, has that waning rift, and the force step forward. Nisha gets the kill with the Lucent Beam, and Insania is the only one to survive. Back and forth they go, and Secret just barely are the ones that come out on top.
Yeah, the Nature's Prophet shard is actually way too big of a problem. Every time you sprout a hero, the Quelling Blade out, this massive tree and just spawns in front of you. And if your face boots are on cooldown, well, he doesn't even have face boots on Razor. You are just stuck in there, and you're gonna get beaten up by Luna. Razor is not very survivable against physical damage just yet. Like, he needs that additional armor item, and I think as soon as all the secret heroes are alive, they're just gonna be looking at this Roshan now.
And they bailed out of the pit once the buyback came out from the Pangolier.
Yeah, but I think it's about mighty time to just take the Roshan, give the Aegis to the Luna, and he's going straight for a Daedalus. I like that a lot.
And then the Shard, yeah.
Yeah, because whoever has sprouted right now, he just can't survive through that damage. There's no way. Weaver is not even close to his axe, and they don't really have another save other than OD.
There's a smoke on 3 heroes from the side of Secret. Oh,
yeah,
into the pit.
Yeah, I like that. Daedalus picked up. Time to go. They know Refresher is still on cooldown for a while, so Razor will be way weaker than last fight. And with that Aegis, the Luna is going to be like, she already didn't die at all. I don't know how you kill her twice.
Fire Snap Cookie, Mickey coming over. He's silenced. Now here with the Vendetta as well as the Sun. They've got the Eclipse coming over. They get the kill to Mickey. They'll use the Mortimer's Kisses. But there's the BKB static link. A lot of damage here from the Tumma Man. Not really. Only 75, but they get the kill on Yapzor. Zai gets taken out. Fire Snap Cookie lands on a 2. They've got Isis Heist coming in with the Sprout around both the heroes. Matoma Man's going to go down. Now they'll go over an Insania. Taking out 4. Make it 5. Wow.
Yeah, I think you gotta tip Nisha there. That's a BM move.
That's a secret call GG up 14k kind of BM right there.
There was the easiest rampage of Puck's life, and Nisha's like, nah, kid, sit down, like you know, just calm down. We still got a game to win.
Radiant structures are fortified.
But yeah, like it's hard to really see much of a comeback avenue here for Liquid. They're just so far behind at this point in the game. Their late game isn't even really better, especially not with the way this game has been going. We didn't really speak about it, but Axe already picked up on Puck, so all these BKBs are useless.
Ice just jumping forward.
He has no BKB, he's gonna be careful.
Zai, that's a Treant. That second one's a Treant. Fire Snap Cookie to get Ice a little bit further back to get the Kona Mickey. That's going to be 4 dead at the moment. 4 seconds until they've got the Razor back up with the Refresher Orb ready to go. But the bottom set of racks are done and dusted. Demolished. Taken out. Collapsed on.
Luna's going into Octarine Core. Haven't seen that item build in a while. And goodbye,
And
Weaver.
Can weave his way out of that one. I'm going to go after this
Matu,
Razor.
maybe.
Yeah, Matoma Man in a lot of trouble. He's in the Dream Coil, but they'll keep him leashed up while they take the mid set of racks. There's still a tier 2 up towards top, so that's probably where we're going to see Secret go.
Yeah. And what's the last defense going to look like? Matu has a morbid mask, but it doesn't really make him whole, like more survivable. Yeah. Might be a very quick fight here. How risky do they want to make it? You just want to go for the GG, or do you want to wait out the Aegis until there's like a minute left and just farm like an item or 2 more?
Have to see, especially how Liquid want to play this. Spider Legs picked up here for the Luna. That's going to be held.
Yeah. A little bit sadistic here, Secret. You know, they don't want to end the suffering right now. They're like, yeah, we're going to make you feel it.
It's rough for Liquid right now, and Astral Imprisonment to try and save Mickey. 2 Astrals used. BKB's going to be popped. They're going to go after these supports on the back line. Side of Fist Searing Chains coming through, but is it going to be enough? Not looking likely at the moment. They'll lose Boxy. They look over at Matoma Man. They're going to take out 2. Mortimer's Kiss is getting dropped down from afar. It's all coming out from Gemma range, and they're going to get the kill on the Mickey. Take out 3. GG is called, and Secret will take game number 1.
Yeah, the drafts overall just look too cohesive, like too good. They got a lot of the signature heroes and a lot of the players. And as always in Dota, if you lose 3 lanes, it's just almost impossible like to make any play happen. Like they lost middle, top, and bottom. They tried to make a lot of moves happen, but they were just too far behind in experience and gold. And then like games can look like this, right? We have had an earlier series today where it was the same. I think when Spirit played. And yeah, I mean, hopefully Liquid can have a better showing in game 2, because that's obviously not their full potential. But like well drafted and well played by Secret.
Yeah, the lanes went perfectly. You know, they kind of took care of that Razor with the Refresher Orb, which was a legitimate threat. Like even behind by that much, that's a legitimate threat that they had to handle. And Secret handled it well. Was it perfect? No, I think there was, you know, obviously there's always something better that you can do. No game I think is ever perfect. But for the most part, I think Secret played that really well. And they do take game 1 over Liquid. So, you know, they've got themselves 1 game away from knocking Liquid down to the lower bracket. And we'll have to find out how that game 2 goes coming up next. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with the panel afterwards. Stay tuned. We'll see you in a moment.
is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Face, you look like a smug ass.
Okay, I'll give some extra.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Where did you come from?
Was that intentional? Looked intentional.
Strange.
As a sapling.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's turret has been killed.
Might wish to retract your last.
My wings.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And on the shopping block, prophet.
Roshan has fallen to the tower.
My
Thanks for
Radiant's turret has been killed. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Wings. So heavy.
Good day, and welcome back once again to the OGA Dota pit, where we are now trucking on into the evening, and we are into the second game of Team Liquid versus Team Secret, as Team Secret take the first game. And I have to say, I believed in the new meta from Team Liquid, but sometimes, the old stuff, it's all because it works. A traditional lineup from Team Secret takes the win. Lizard, you believed from the start. I mean, it pretty much went as you said.
Did it? Did it truly? Like, I believed in their draft, but it wasn't really that straightforward. Like, I think this game would have been a lot more even, way more even, if the lanes also were a bit more even. The lanes kind of fell apart for Team Liquid in special that top one. Like Insania together with Zai, they didn't really have a lot of fun. Insania in particular, I think he had a really rough game. Like I love him, but yeah, that top lane was a disaster. It's one of the reasons why Luna had so much at the beginning. It's the reason why she had a Mask of Madness, like in level 6, and also there was Puppy with level 6 so early on that it was difficult for Liquid to catch back on. It was such a hard game for the rest of the team to just get on that level.
Yeah, it was brutal. I mean, when you fall behind against this lineup as well, you know, the Nature's Prophet, the Puck, and also the Nyx Assassin as well, like, there is so much catch, so much vision, so much ability across the map on the side of Team Secret that you could just feel Team Liquid just losing the grip on the game, and it was so hard to get it back.
Yeah, so I feel like this Puck hero is it should be rising in value from teams, right? Like, based on today. We've seen so many good Pucks. We've seen this hero pretty much dominate every game it's been in. And I also really like the Furion response to both Odie and Razer. Maybe Razer is like goes both ways, but against Odie especially, like Odie doesn't like this tree ant. He doesn't like getting orchided so early in the game, right? So he also adds this pushing element to, like, so when Odie wants to take a tower, then Furion can take the opposite tower on the map, right? He can also teleport in behind the Odie early on when he's meteor hammering. Plus the ultimate is nice. I don't know. It just feels like this is a really good response to offlane Odie, I think.
And this, sorry.
Yeah.
The synergy, the synergy on their side as well, right? Like this Puck that you talked about, he has travels. You can TP anywhere where Ice is, and Ice will be where Yabzor is, because Yabzor is the one first scouting targets out. So,
right. I mean, the whole synergy of Fury and Puck together is like something that's been played for like, I don't know, 10 years or something in Dota. It's literally one of the oldest strategies. And then even Luna, Puck, Furion, like I feel like it's been something that VG Gaming won TI, I mean Newbie won TI 3 with, you know. It's some really old school strategy and it still works really well just because this Puck coil and then you just have all this damage dumped into it, right? You have the catch, you have the late game, you have the split push, like you have kind of everything in 3 cores. So yeah, maybe easier execution as well from Secret, right? Like their heroes, like we just mentioned, it just the synergy is just there. Whereas Liquid, they're a bit more gimmicky, right? They have all these kind of Pangolier, Weaver, Ember heroes, right? They need experience. They need some items to be good. They need to land their spells properly, or it's gonna look grim. I also think Ember's game was really scuffed, right? Maybe more than you would want. Like it took him a long time to have any impact in this game.
Yeah, he was on the road to recovery pretty much all game and never really got there. The Razor did feel strong at moments in the game. I was like, yes, and then it didn't quite work out, unfortunately. A bit of an anticlimax for him. I feel like that one fight they took just before he finished the refresher orb, like in the mid lane, if he'd have just finished that refresher, he'd have just like farmed a little bit quicker or, you know, gotten one more kill throughout earlier on in the game, this game could have been completely different. But unfortunately, he didn't quite get the refresh orb in time. The fight ended up going slightly in Secret's favor, and from then on out, it looked very difficult indeed. And that leads Secret to the first game victory. So are we expecting Liquid to kind of, you know, reel it back a little bit, go towards more of the heroes they've been picking up during the DPC, or will they keep on kind of pushing these new things? I mean, to be honest, this isn't even strategies which Liquid haven't been running in the past. These are strategies which Liquid have tried before, and heroes they've been kind of playing in their pubs. It's not alien to them, but at the same time, it's not the same stuff they're picking in DPC.
But it's very in the meta, right? And I would like them to actually pick something very similar to this and try it again, but with just a little bit of a crispier laning performance. I really think that if you're running a draft such as this one, you cannot let Luna run rampant so early on, because you will just not catch up. That, like, if you remember the team fight where Razor has refresher, that's the same team fight in which Luna has already like 3-4 items. Like, it's very difficult. She pikes herself away from the Razor and then rejoins the fight and destroys everyone. So
pretty pretty brutal. And again, just slightly behind the timings on the Razor really ended up punishing them. But let's see what they can pull out in draft number 2 as we jump into that one with Team Secret versus Team Liquid here at the OGA Dota Pit Season 5. And Team Liquid, they're a team scarred as they ban out both the Monkey King and the OD.
So something I would like to not like. I don't want them to get into the situation again where they get pucked on this 8 pick. Into this perfect puck game. They already revealed 2 supports, like a Weaver and some other support with no disable. And this puck is just it's just too free. It's too easy to rotate to his lane. You can't kill him the entire game. So I really think that they should either ban it or pick some heroes that are traditionally good against puck, like to prevent this from happening again. Yeah, I don't know. Like the thing about it, I don't know. Maybe puck is just really strong right now because you kind of want your mid laner to be this guy who does what puck does for you, right? So you can have this greedy kind of off lane and greedy kind of carry, and then play around your puck.
Basically, puck is the Adonis of the Dota world. Every single other hero in the game is just trying to be puck every other mid lane.
I think Liquid could just pick puck right now, and I think it would be pretty good, right?
Well, I
There's
don't
already
see
a
why it wouldn't
breaker
work.
and a snap, so good against both.
And the heroes that are usually played versus him, like some DK mid, perhaps not really that much in the meta. TA could perhaps be the one.
Right. Yeah, I mean, DK, it's also just like mid players don't want to play DK, right? That's kind of what it feels like. There was Lemp who played a lot of DK, but generally it's just not really the... Yeah, I don't know.
It's not the most fun hero to play. Yeah,
exactly. They prefer the spirit heroes, right?
They added some spice recently with the armlet builds, but it's still not, like, you can't replace a good old spirit or a puck that's just flashy in nature. Team Liquid, they go with the Mars Weaver. Yeah, the opener is already nice. They also prevent Team Secret from picking up that Mars perhaps with the SAPPHIRE, which is important, but they open up some old school Team Liquid combinations like Mars Phoenix or something. Perhaps not versus SAPPHIRE, Mars Phoenix.
Yeah.
Take that back. Yeah.
I like this opening as well, right? And then I would like them to see just putting Boxy on the Weaver this time, right? Just to keep it more simple for themselves, perhaps. Picking something solid for Insania that, like maybe Disruptor or just Dazzle that he likes to play.
Mm-hmm.
And then build yourself a lineup that's maybe a bit easier to play and execute. Where it's more simple what you need to do in the game.
Well, I mean, interestingly, the last 2 times they ran the Razor, it was with a Dazzle. The 2 times in the DPC they picked Razor, it was with Dazzle. They won both those games comfortably, and those lanes looked so convincing. It looked brutal.
Yeah.
So, yeah, a little bit surprised they're staying away from it this time around. But, it's the kind of thing where you can never see into the mind of the captain. You can't see, what their ideas are on a certain hero, what makes it good, what makes it bad. And again, a stunless support duo always feels a little bit punishing to run.
Yeah, unless you have some carries such as Raid King or your mid and offlane that bring a lot of control and initiation. But I, in general, agree with that. There's a lot of these cores, position ones, that really benefit from the Grave too. It's not only the lane with the Dazzle. It's just that there are some heroes that just need that one extra bit of save, that one extra second, so that they can finish off everyone before they die. And I feel like Razor with the Refresher build is definitely down that alley. We won't see the Razor, however, as Team Secret. They ban it out. Do you guys think that this is like an offlane Spirit Breaker for Secret?
Yeah, I think so because of the Ursa ban, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think Ursa is one of the go-to carries against Spirit Breaker offlane. So them banning that hero makes me think it's offlane Spirit Breaker, although Poppy has been playing Spirit Breaker 5 in the past, so that's also a possibility.
Also, they have
Yapsa too.
One of my favorite really stupid combinations in the game. If you charge your Spirit Breaker, throw a cookie after them, then by the time they collide with the person, then the cookie catches up as well and you get the double stun. It's really dumb. Sometimes it doesn't work.
It's not that dumb. Like I saw that combo played quite a bit. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, like you have it's not that hard to execute, and you do have an additional stun, pretty much guaranteed. So
Oh yeah,
pretty solid.
it's very legit. I just mean the idea if it's stupid, some Spirit Breaker charging past and the Grandmaster
and the cookie
eats a cookie at like 1,000 miles per hour. It will go in your mouth.
I have to say and admit that the drafts are catching me a little bit off. Like, it's not what they are drafting is catching me off guard. It's just that I don't really have a good general idea on the meta at the moment. I know all the heroes that are kind of decent, but there's just so many different roads and paths that you can take.
No, I agree. I feel the same way. I also think you kind of know which heroes are good. Like, Spirit Breaker, Weaver, Monkey King, Bane, blah, blah, blah. But you don't know, like, you can't really predict the draft. It's not as figured out as it was at TI, for example, where you literally knew what people were going to pick, pretty much pick from pick. But yeah, now it's more unpredictable, you could say.
Yeah, because after a few months you get these like synergies and you know exactly which heroes work the best with which heroes and which heroes are countered by what. So you can kind of see what team is going to ban out and second phase instantly.
So once again, Puck is untouched in this game, and it's good for both teams, right? So I wonder who's going to end up snatching that.
I do find it interesting, Misery, that you say you don't have a fantastic read in the competitive meta when you've got 55 matches over the last 8 days. But I guess that's just the difference between pubs and competitive players. Just such a world of difference.
I mean, I know what heroes are really strong, right? But in terms of these, because I played a lot of Dota lately, but it's not like I know, like they pick Enchantress now, Okay, it's Team Secret. You might be like, well, they've played Enchantress before, but I haven't seen enough of Team Secret during the last couple of weeks to know that this is something they're thinking about, right?
Yeah.
So I cannot anticipate them picking Enchantress. Same goes for Liquid now. Like, I'm not sure what they're thinking, right? Whereas at TI, you know what teams are thinking for the most part.
Yeah.
So you can easily predict like what they're gonna go for.
Yeah, and this puts the Enchantress most likely in that position 5. With Snap and Spirit Breaker offlane, and that's why Team Liquid goes for an undying.
Oh, look at this juicy Puck game again. Let's just go Puck here again. And how does Team Liquid kill you? Right?
I guess they do have still one extra pick to kind of get against that Puck, but I agree.
Maybe you don't want to Puck because you have Ench and Spirit Breaker, so maybe you lack some damage. I'm not sure, but I just see it once again, like on this 8th pick.
I'd like it.
It looks really strong.
Definitely. There's a certain lack of lockdown. I mean, it also means that, Storm Spirit or something like that could be good, but from what we've seen from Puck so far, just offers way more in terms of catch and lockdown.
But keep in mind that Storm has been banned a lot as well, right? So there's that.
Radiant team banned.
Man, Secret down to just 2 seconds of reserve time. They're going to pick up the Morphling for themselves, so they choose to reveal their carry now and save their mid laner for the last pick. Presumably, I mean, of course, it could be Samel Morphling mid. We don't know yet. Still that flex potential from them.
It's decent on the safe lane, right? Versus Mars and Weaver. Later on, you can morph into the Undying. You get that Tombstone for yourself, which is nice.
5 seconds.
A couple of other targets that are nice to morph into. So
now that I think about it, this pick is better just because you see the offlane dual lane already, right? And you see the carry matchup as well. Where what you don't see Liquid's mid hero yet, right? So if you reveal your mid hero, they can counter your mid hero with their last pick, which makes no sense because you have the absolute last pick. Do you see what I mean? So you pick the carry instead, and you choose the carry you want, so it doesn't get banned out, right? And now it's hard for Liquid to pick a mid hero because Secret has the ultimate last pick. So this is definitely better, like when you look at it this way. But yeah.
Could you go for some like cookie? I don't like it that much, but on Team Secret they could go for some cookie cutter Viper with that break versus PA. I guess you already have Spirit Breaker for that. You can bring it with.
I think you need another catch Spirit type of hero mid. I think like similarly to how Nigma did in Game 3, where they had this Puck mid when they had Breaker offlane, right? Because Breaker right now has nobody to really play with.
Yeah.
So Puck or any spirits, right? Like Void Spirit, Ember Spirit, Storm Spirit, whatever. Or a Puck that they just banned out.
Puck just got banned, but there's like Quap, right, still. And there's like Void Spirit, Ember. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I agree with that. As long as you can play with the Spirit Breaker, so it doesn't end up like mind control diving.
10 seconds
and
remaining.
literally no one to follow up with that.
Yes, I mean
5
something like
seconds remaining.
Invoker is also in the pool. I could also see them. You could maybe pick TA as well if it's like a really good TA lane, and then you just play a different style of game where you play for the Deso, Roshan. You know, make them let them come to you. Batrider is also still in the pool.
Yeah, I think I'd really like Batrider, actually. I think TA is a bit greedy for me.
And they're just biding their time, I guess. Going to ban out the strongest hero versus whatever they have in mind.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is Insania versus Puppy in the captain duel, right? Like these guys have so much respect for each other. Insania, you know, he sees Puppy as his idol. He's like, man, I just want to feel like I've outdrafted this guy. And that's his aim. These guys are in a duel of their own right now.
Is this gonna end up being like a Storm versus Ember or something, like on the mid lane?
10
Because
seconds remaining.
those are the two remaining ones. We might just see them. What did Misery
5
say? Like
seconds
Bat is still in the pool. Something
There's
like
Bat and
Doom is still in the
Invoker.
pool as well, right? Like
Radiant team pick.
okay, Storm out.
Storm out, Void out.
I don't think they want Ember into Morphling as well, right? Like
Yeah, that's also okay. They go Invoker.
Invoker.
I mean that fits the Liquid lineup really well, actually. This Quasvex Invoker mid gives them kind of what they need.
Yep, gives them
So
that.
their lineup is really well rounded now compared to last game.
10 seconds remaining.
Much easier to play. It's kind of clear what
5
everybody
seconds
is
remaining.
doing.
as long as he
Like,
doesn't
their
get
roles
crushed
are
on the mid lane,
defined.
right? Like his Vessel and later on helping PA is really nice. Like,
Timber
well,
Saw.
actually, but Timber now. All right, well, there
Spirit
it's
Breaker
definitely
mid?
a hero that can die. Yeah.
It is Spirit Breaker mid. Some male gonna take it for a spin. Now I'm excited. What do we think?
It, on paper, looks like a really good Timbersaw game, right? He's playing as Undying PA lane. Should be at some point at level 3. He should be. It should be impossible to deal with him, right?
Yeah.
Like you're not gonna kill him at least. Maybe you can kill him once, but then yeah, he's gonna take over and get his 6 for free pretty much. I think it's gonna come down to this Mickey Invoker, right? What he can do, how fast he can get that vessel going, potentially.
So
I have seen games where Timbersaw, like, you know, even though it's a really good Timbersaw game, it just feels like he doesn't accomplish enough, and then he dies a couple of times, and it's like the effect is lost. But
Is it gonna be Mickey with the Vessel or maybe perhaps Boxy on the Weaver as well?
right, yeah, Weaver usually buys it, I guess, but you kind of want it early here.
Yeah, as soon as possible. Not only Timber but Morphling as well. Both of these heroes kind of hate playing against it, right? So
Yeah, you could also go for some kind of Witchblade or Orchid on Invoker here. Maybe Orchid is really good if you can get it early.
yeah, I think there's plenty of options here for sure for Liquid to be flexible in their item builds, but they do need that Vessel up ASAP. I'd love to see it on the Invoker. I'd also like to see a Shivas very quickly from either the Invoker and the Mars as well. That just doubling down on the healing and production sounds really good, but let's not forget, you know, Team Secret, they have a Morphling. They don't have a ton of lockdown on the side of Team Liquid to deal with it. I don't know, do we feel like this Morphling is going to be a problem this game?
I think he'll be a problem, but I'm gonna go with Team Secret straight up just because of the Spirit Breaker mid lane. Like I'm looking forward to that craziness, to the charges coming from mid lane, and I think this hero as a core on position 1 or 2 really brings a lot to the table.
All right, Misery.
I'm gonna go with Secret as well. They look too
lost.
dominant game 1. So
They're done. They're done. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna go with Team Secret because I can't go against a Spirit Breaker mid. It's too cool, especially Samel playing it as well. I don't know. It's gonna be 100 or it's gonna be 0. And to help us find out which one it's gonna be, we've got a casting duo of Bkop and Black.
Thank you very much. And we're going to take a look here as like Nisha setting up here to
Disappointing
potentially
news.
get aggressive.
To battle.
It's not Spirit Breaker middle.
No, it looks like it's going to be Spirit Breaker safe lane.
I'm morphing middle.
Yeah.
Also, casually 960 health on Spirit Breaker level 1. That's normal. Don't panic, guys. That is all by design.
See how he does in this lane and how We're going to see Sumail move over to the top lane. Now he's going to perform. Yep, so we're taking some damage here from Matoma Man. As Boxy tries to hustle over and maybe get a bounty rune, but it's not there for him to grab.
Yeah, they're going all in aggression here on Ice's Ice. Double Blightstone, what? Somebody... Oh, never mind, because Box is going to the other lane, okay. Are they tri-laning here?
That's what they've got set up for now.
Yeah, it looks like they just want to try and shut down this Ice's Timbersaw for a while. But it's also tri-lane for the Dire.
Yeah, try v try at the moment. Puppy doesn't have anything just yet. Ooh, Whirling Death coming through, but Ice is taking a lot of damage. Insania now on the run. Whirling Death once again, but Tumba Man with the Stifling Dagger on the Ice. Shikuchi and the damage out. Puppy's gone level 1 into the Nature's Attendance. Salves popped on both sides.
Yeah, I don't actually quite know who this benefits. Well, Yap's in a little bit of trouble. 8 sticks though. This is such a weird
throwing out the Whirling Deaths.
I've not seen this combination before. Snap, Timber, and Enchantress. Tri-lane. It's like no synergy at all.
Insania's at 24 decay.
Yeah.
Enchantress has 380 total health.
The thing is, he's gonna lose all his bonus health soon on the Undying. He's very big right now, though. Because he grows in size for every DK stack, of course. But he's gonna lose all his health, and has to be careful.
300 health for the Enchantress.
Yeah, top lane, I guess it's also just another 1v1. Okay.
Sure.
Why not?
Always enjoy the try v try.
Who doesn't, though? Who doesn't?
I used to like it when it, you know, yeah, it used to be very prevalent in the laning phases, and I loved it.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like, there should at least be the option to be able to do it, you know? In this game, we're seeing it. Timbersaw level 2 now. Like he's gotta go reactive armor, right? There's no way he won't. Yeah. Mars is actually getting bullied a bit by the Spirit Breaker. One bash! Oh my god, he could kill me here!
Ooh!
One more hit.
Zai? Dead?
Wow.
Solo kill, and they get Insania.
Alright.
Oh boy.
I didn't quite see what happened top lane, if it was a couple of lucky bashes or what, but I did not expect him to solo kill a Mars.
And he's coming back for the try v try, which is a dual lane now, or a duo v duo.
Yeah, like this Spirit Breaker is big. Weaver TP top now, actually.
Yeah.
No levels in Spear for Zai at all. Very interesting.
And Sumail's 5 to his 3. And he's going to lose out on experience in the long run because of the fact that Boxy's here now. Unless they're able to get a kill, but first hit bash, good body blocking.
I think he's dead.
There is no regen here for Sumail. Oh, Shikuchi, and there's the kill.
Yeah, good kill. But now Timbersaw's also left to his own devices. Level 3 now, as Misery alluded to. There's no stopping him now.
No stopping him now. We call him Mr. Fahrenheit sometimes, but
do they?
Only when he's 200 degrees.
Where?
Just a little Queen reference for you.
Oh, sorry, I'm uneducated. I don't know anything.
Boxy on the run, one charge. All right, see you later, Weaver.
Like, if you make this reference with me, you gotta expect to just look dumb because I am actually dumb. It's not on you, it's my bad, but you know what I mean.
Tornado EMP, now Nisha out of mana.
Yeah, but who needs mana?
things kind of quieting down.
Yeah, I do think that benefits the Dire quite a bit though. Like, in time, mid lane should go more into the Morph's favor. Same as bot lane. Like, PA can still farm for now, but it's gonna get worse soon.
Does Sumail move off the lane immediately, hitting 6? Like, try and use that Nether Strike?
Potentially if there's like, an opportunity, but I think for now he just wants to farm his face boots. And then post face boots, he's gonna get some action going. Because mid lane you can't really gank, because there's Tornado and a Cold Snap. Bot lane, you gotta wait until your Timber's level 6 to really be a threat. So he can just chill top, get levels, get face boots.
Invoker, Tornado EMP again. Here comes Poppy as well as Yapzor, Boxy. Well, he's over there. The Fire Snap Cookie not even landing. So, yeah.
Morphling dealing 110 damage per hit at minute 6. That's how it should be. Very fair.
Always balanced. Mutama Man. Been harassed a little bit from the Whirling Death, and ISIS has about a half level in front of Matu. Senya coming back towards bottom, but ISIS, like you said, he's left here to his own devices, and he's going to take advantage of it.
Once he's 6, this PA cannot lane here anymore. Undying is actually tipping top now.
And that was spotted. You know, he moved over there, waveform over, Tombstone drop from Insania. We've got 3 heroes here. Nisha with a haste, charge over. They've brought in the Enchantress. They're all going to try and retreat from this one, but the arena goes down. So they've caught Sumail, and they'll get this kill. They'll take out the Spirit Breaker. Puppy can only just leave with the Nature's Attendants on himself, and once Nisha kind of felt that move was becoming a little precarious, he bailed.
Yeah, they don't really have any good way of killing this Morphling actually. Like, it's pretty impossible. They have no instant stun whatsoever. So I'm not quite sure how to deal with him. Like, if he gets up to a fast Manta to be able to dispel the vessel, like him and Timbersaw just dictate the entire pace of this game.
And Matu's been pushed off the bottom tier 1.
He's trying to go back now though. But yeah, it's not gonna be easy.
He's certainly trying. He's thinking about it. Boxy's over to the side. Yapzor just trying to farm this camp as best he can. And Boxy, if he's not too careful, he might just die. ISIS was looking for the proper lineup there, the right angle. But he went a little too obtuse when he should have gone a little bit more acute.
Yeah, the PA right now has 1300 health actually. So our Morphling has to be a little bit careful. They're close. 50 health. Alright,
Sumail going straight into the Ags. Wow.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh no, Shadowblade has straight axe, okay. It's a more like farm-oriented build because it reduces the cooldown and makes it very easy to just push out the lanes. And of course, also in fights, it's very strong because of the cooldown reduction.
Try and go into that. He's leading the net worth at the moment. Up 2k here for the side of Secret. Nisha is holding double damage. It's going to last a little bit longer, so he'll farm the Ancients while now Boxy goes down to Ice.
Yeah, charge giving vision of in this unit is such a mean mechanic. Oh, Puppy actually biting the dust here. 2 charges for Invoker, very important.
Very important, and they get that kill over Tombstone. Senya getting involved a little bit. He's close to level 6. We haven't really spoken about it at all, but potentially even the Morphling getting an Ags this game.
Yep.
And turning into the Spirit Breaker.
Double Spirit Breaker, it's a very legit, very strong combo. Charging with the Invoker. Oh, yeah, pretty much we
Oh
did.
yeah, Mickey might just die here. Matoma Man trying to come over and make something happen. They get the kill on Mickey. They've got themselves the arena down on to 2. They'll take out Sumail. Nisha trying to survive. He's got some help from Yaptor. And now Ice comes into the mix. Gonna try and mix it up with that Chakram. Damage on the Zai. No trees there for the Whirling Death. So Zai surviving a little bit longer. And now he's gonna arm with Toggle to survive even more. Eventually falls. Ice gets the kill. The waveform forward. Looking over at Boxy. The Snapfire trying to get away as Boxy's under the tower. Scatter Blast. And right clicks in. Not enough to get the kill here on a Yapzor who will survive.
Yeah, clutch Nature's attendance. Healing him up. No problem. Ice is also behind the tower.
Tombstone.
Yeah, very... Well, happens. He's just going back to base anyway. Oh, the Undertaker with the Tombstone Pile Driver. Whoa!
No, don't throw Mick Foley off the Hell of the Cell.
I think a lot of Zoomers are like, what the hell are they talking about?
That happened a long time ago, folks. Look up Undertaker Hell in the Cell.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure you got like 1,000 billion results.
Yeah.
This game is falling quickly out of hand here for Liquid once more, though. PA is finally finished her power threads. 11 minutes into the game, obviously not very farmed. Invoker has that vessel now. Like, now you gotta make plays happen. Morph has no counterplay, and Timber has no counterplay just yet.
And they've made it be known that they can still make plays. Mars comes over, they get a good arena, they've got the lockdown. They're gonna use that Nether Strike, Fire Snap, Cookie, but the Tornado comes in with the waveform forward. They've got themselves the Tombstone down, they get the kill on Insania. And they're gonna work on this Tombstone and quickly dispatched.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Man, Tombstone gives so much gold, it's kind of hilarious. You just did the 200. Oh, they're charging the PA.
All the way through. Nisha with a haste as well.
Dire's top tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
there's not gonna low health.
Yeah. Going in might just lead to his death, especially with Zai right there.
Yeah, he definitely presses as much more than a lot of other Spirit Breakers would.
Who you're talking about?
I'm not pointing any fingers or anything. He's going to use on Timber to be able to dispel the vessel. Makes a lot of sense. Right. Morph going into the Manta for the same reason.
And Boxy's getting harassed in this bottom lane. He was forced to use time lapse against Ice, and Ice is just free to do whatever he wants in this lane.
Yeah, it really kind of feels like Secret is just free to do whatever they want in this game in general. Haven't really gotten punished yet for anything.
Charge coming towards Boxy. Sumail. He hits. And have the Nether Strike just yet. Chikuchi again away from Sumail. And
oh, Ice might be in trouble here.
Just walk away. They've got the arena. Ice. He'll fall. Zai gets credit for that kill. Meanwhile, Sumail's courier gets taken out. And again, they have the tools to counter some of these plays. And with the Tombstone going down, arena. Now, like you said, with the Spirit Vessel trying to go into the Midas, Fire Snap Cookie, getting that creep a little bit short.
Now there's actually this time where this vessel timing is super strong, and it's quite hard to deal with it, because they have 0 dispels. And they're quite far away from both of them as well. So they gotta be really careful, especially Ice as Ice, how he plays his Timbersaw now. Like, if he dies once or twice more like that, like, his entire game is ruined.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are
You're gonna take this tier 1 over mid.
It's not an easy tower to take because they don't have like the best building damage, but I guess they're going to give it up now.
Ooh, got the deny.
Yeah, not bad. But yeah, all Secret needs now is time. Once you get your dispel items, you're good to go. Like, you won't be dying anymore. Not as easily, at least.
Absolutely going for the Blink Dagger, and his farm is not amazing, considering where I would say Puppy is with the Ench, but Enchantress has been focusing the farm in the jungle quite a bit, especially since he got that level 1 into the enchant. They've got the tornado that hits onto the Snapfire. They're going to look for the Nether Strike. He's got the Spirit Vessel on himself. He doesn't want to give up a kill and give more charges over to Mickey. Got the Tombstone on the high ground, so not a fight that they necessarily want to take or even need to take.
Yeah, as I said, like for now, just really try to farm up your core items. You're very close to Axe on the Spirit Breaker, very close to Yules on the Timber, and Morpheus on a good way to his Manta Stele as well.
Gotcha.
And once you have all these core items up, I mean, you're still 4k gold ahead with a lineup that I think is going to scale into late game very strongly. But then again, so will the Radiant. You have Master Arena plus Cataclysm potentially. So yeah, neither team is really like pressure to do a whole lot. Well, Matu is actually going for this Maelstrom build. I really gotta admit I hate that on PA. It's like one of my most hated builds.
There's a specific reason why.
It just like feels very underwhelming when you compare it to either Desolator or Battle Fury, because it doesn't give you that heavy right-click damage that your crit scales with. It gives you like 24 damage, that's it. And you don't farm as fast as you would with the Battle Fury. If you build it as a farming item, but it's inferior in terms of damage and farm speed, then it just doesn't feel great to me. A couple of people experimented around with it, but I never really found it like amazing.
Radiant are scanning.
Heading up towards top.
Yeah. Has it Axe ready now, so 7 seconds cooldown on the charge, sorry, not even 9. So it is a 4-second reduction. Man, 7 seconds is so low.
Atu showing a lane, Nisha nearby. Again, they've got that Axe charge. Making a move right now might be a little bit dangerous. He is moving up. The rest of this team is in the dire jungle, and they're going to TP Nisha over bot. So they're not going to go for this kill. Sumail kind of just sitting here in the trees up top and farming much at the moment.
Yeah, that's what Spirit Breaker is really, really good at, though. Like, you just sit at the side lanes, and whenever there's a fight on the opposite map, opposite side of the map, rather, just charge over. So you always create this like split push pressure with this hero, which is also a very big reason why he's so popular right now.
All the while, Nisha trying to work on getting that Manta. Then he's got E-Blade focused on. Queued up. Dangerous Attendance, EMP, Cold Snap on a Puppy. He's a bit too far. He'll get the gold for the Observer Ward, and his life will just go away. They've got the Murmur's Kisses coming down. Zai, though, trying to run. Here comes Ice Ice Ice. Finds Mickey. They've got the charge coming out. Remember, that's an Axe charge, so it's not a long cooldown. He can continue to charge through these fights, but the right click's coming in from Matumba Man on this Phantom Assassin. They've got themselves a Spirit Vessel. They'll get the kill on a Sumail. Ice 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 trying to do what he can, but the Morphling into this Mars, lands the spear on the Matumba Man, gets the kill onto the Phantom Assassin. They will take out 2 on the side of Secret as well as Liquid. They do take out the carry on the side of Liquid. So losing that PA, not a great feeling overall.
Yeah, making it look quite simple actually. Like well played by the Morph. Nisha turning into the mask, getting a couple of good spears out. And Ice 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 also with a very good flanking maneuver. He's going into Kaya San straight up. Beetles.
Missing the Swarm.
Yeah. Gotta be careful. Spirit Breaker's up on 3. Charge straight back to mid. He's gonna go into Bkop next, so a more conservative build. Not opting to go into the Shadow Blade. And 300 gold until it Manta's online in the Morphling. That's really when
Arena.
You're pretty much unkillable. Can they kill him?
EMP, spear landing, and they've got the easy kill on a Sumail. And Tornado lands on Ice Ice Ice, but he wants to continue to charge. They've got the waveform forward. Deafening Blast, disarming the 2 of them. The Timber Chain doesn't land, and they're going to give up on this chase. Get a good kill there onto Sumail and take him out. He had just respawned. He's 1-5-5. This is not the most optimal safe lane Spirit Breaker game you're going to have. That being said, yes, he started in the safe lane. Nisha's the one who's going to carry this game for them.
Yeah. Also gotta keep in mind that he is the guy that actually got the first blood solo kill on the Mars. But yeah, his game slowed down tremendously. Hasn't really found much success around the map, unfortunately. But it was mostly due to Ice and Nisha having to farm up their like survivability items, right?
Put the Manta, now E-Blade on the list. I would assume potentially Ags after that, right?
Yeah, or BKB, one of the two.
Dire's middle tower is under
They're looking at Roche. Question is, does Secret sniff it out or not? If they don't,
have
PA with Aegis
vision.
is scary.
tower is under attack.
That's a comeback potential right there if they're able to get this Aegis in. There's nobody coming over, so this will go the way of Liquid and really help them kind of slow down the game, which isn't like, it's not awful for Secret if that were to happen, but it's good for Liquid that they got this. And obviously, it's not going to be bad that they get the Aegis, but in a game where Liquid or Secret's okay with the game going later and later at the moment, Liquid having an option here with the Aegis is a good feeling.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, both teams don't really mind going into late game. It's just that they both have very strong tools. It will come down to who gets like the better initiation. Puppy.
Healing. Atu being charged, and here comes Ice. Timber Chain roaring death with the chakra, mules up into the air. The charge will be stopped short of going in onto the Phantom Assassin.
That's a lot of damage.
Dire's top tower.
Now the charge comes over mid, but Radabatos. Okay.
Tornado clips him.
Tornado, EMP, Sumail in trouble once again. Right click's coming through, and Sumail's gonna die. And he is really, he's got this Ags, and he's thrown his life away just at a faster pace.
Yeah, he definitely didn't manage to find the best connections yet. And a Spirit Breaker that falls off like this could potentially be a burden while down. Puppy.
Now, Liquid have confidence with this Aegis. They have confidence with this PA having a second life to make things happen and play aggressively with. This is
Dire's courier has
a
been
spot that Secret don't want to be at. They're starting to fall behind. And Weaver wants that Ags. Weaver wants to help sustain the team and keep the fights going longer and longer.
Yep, I also love this Atos pickup against the Spirit Breaker. Makes a lot of sense. Can also be very useful against all the other heroes too, of course. But yeah, we haven't really seen a whole lot of
Radiant's top tower
aggression
is under
from
attack.
Secret. They've mostly been sitting back and farming. Yeah, I guess you do kind of want to avoid the PA for now, because he has the power timing with the BKB. And if he's electrocuted, he's going to shred you to pieces. How far is he from the E-Blade? Still 1600.
Not looking too great for Secret, but again, not falling apart at the seams just yet.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, once this Morph actually picks up the E-Blade, he can just burst down the PA 100 to 0 in one stun from the Spirit Breaker.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Bloodstone picked up here for Ice.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
That top tier 2 goes down. They're going to take the outpost with him.
Ice is very rich, and so is Nisha, of course. And we haven't really seen a whole lot of Timber Saws, right? So Ice is definitely one of the best. And the biggest difference between like weaker Timber Saw players and really strong ones is just how many spells they actually connect within a team fight. Like the average one will miss probably like half of them, and the really good ones will hit almost all of them. Oh, gotta be careful, Ice.
Yeah, he's on the high ground here in some trouble. Mortimer's Kiss is coming out, whirling death and damage. Oh, Matu. And Sanya's going to go down. That's going to be the first life out of the hands of this Phantom Assassin. Boxy, Zai chasing, but he's got that axe. He'll charge through this Mars. Stifling dagger. There's the spear. Sumail's still in trouble. Sumail's still dead. They've got themselves the little shredder out onto Boxy, but it's not going to be enough damage to get the kill. They've got the tornado that lands under the Enchantress Morphling as well as the Timber Saw. Down goes Yapzor. 2 years dead on the side of Secret. And that's just the Ghost Scepter to keep this more safe for the moment. BKB's been popped by the Phantom Assassin, going the other way towards the Enchantress. Enchantress, though, surviving for now. They get the kill on the side. They're going to take on the Mars. The Stifling Dagger does a crit out onto the Enchantress, but it's still not enough damage just yet. Boxy looking over from the side. They've got themselves the Invoker running away as well. Ooh, Deafening Blast. Disarms 2. Rod of Atos from the Weaver. That'll stop Timber in his tracks. Boxy still hiding within these trees. They look over at the Enchantress. They've got the Whirling Death as well as the Timber Chain, the Waveform in, as well as the Adaptive Strike, but the Tornado comes in, lands on the Morph, as well as the Enchantress. They've got the Tombstone down, but is it going to matter with the Whirling Death hitting out of the Phantom Assassin? But Tumba Man will finally lose his life for the second time, but they look over now at the Morphling, but they've got the Rod of Ages to stop the TP. Yules up into the air, onto the Weaver from the Timber Saw. Ice trying to do as much damage as he can. He's turned into the Phantom Assassin, so he's going to try and jaunt and blink away. He goes into the Blur Regions, back into the Morphling. There's the charge coming out from Sumail all the way over onto the Weaver. Is going to be there in time. They get the kill on a Mickey. They will go over. There's the charge. It lands. Looking for the Nether Strike. It's out on a Boxy. They'll kill Insania. Full team wipe for Sacred.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like Timber Saw is one of the, Ice is one of the best Timber Saws in the entire world. He dealt so much damage that fight. I don't even like. He dealt 9,200 damage that fight. More than his entire team combined.
That was the Aegis 2. I mean, that's both lives out of the hands of Matoma Man. And they go right into the bottom tier 3. Onto the high ground they go. Not a lot of time until the PA's back up in the Undying. I mean, these respawn timers aren't exactly long with them on the high ground, but they do take the tier 3, and they're going to look to go and get this set of racks. Maybe stop at the melee racks at least.
Yeah, it's also 21 Bloodstone charges for the Timber Saw now. So, yeah, he's going crazy mode. And also what Nisha did in the team fight is insane. Like the way he morphed up and down the entire fight.
Yeah.
Even the enemy team tipped him.
Hey, you look at Isis Ice, he's just got that Bloodstone. Like that was 14 charges by the end of that 21. That's such a 50% upgrade.
Yeah. Yeah, and like once he has a Shiva's Guard, I don't actually know how to kill him. They have no damage anymore. For now, it's still okay, but like if 1 or 2 more items come out of Morph and Timber, it's gonna be very problematic.
Going for the BKB on Timber, they're gonna 5-man smoke. They've got a 7k advantage at the moment. They're feeling it right now, and they've got the charge coming out of Zai. Mickey over to the side. Chaos Meteor comes down, but it's not gonna land on a Sumail. Pops the BKB. He's got the Nether Strike in the Timber Chain and the Whirling Death with the Chakram. Well coordinated here.
Yeah.
So they'll get the kill. They'll buy back on the Mars. They want to go for this. Rod of Atos on a Sumail, but he's got himself that status resistance. Mortimer's Kiss is coming down with the BKB pop by Mickey. They'll drop the Tombstone inside the arena. They get the kill on Insania. They'll take out Sumail. So they've lost themselves this Spirit Prick. They look over at Puppy, but Puppy's so tanky, especially with the heal. But eventually Matoma Man will crit through it. Nisha now on the run. Zai right up on him. He turns into the Phantom Assassin. They've got themselves a Rod of Atos. That's going to lock down this Morphling as well as the Spear. They've got the Fire Snap Fuki that doesn't get him onto the high ground with the Chakram going around. They've got the Deafening Blast, but he's going to jump over to Yapzor and still die. Matoma Man gets the kill. They'll look over at Yapzor to try and get the kill onto the Snapfire. Meanwhile, Zai's gone. Yapzor falls. Isis is trying to do it all himself. It's a 4v1, an ultra kill for Matoma Man, and this time a full team wipe for Liquid.
And Roshan up in 5. It's going to be Shard and Aegis for the... Oh, he goes in just at a nice time. Oh, never mind.
Oh, another
250, sorry.
250.
I got debated.
Minimum respawn time hit, and now it's another 3 minutes.
Yeah, another 3 minutes.
Oh,
never mind
gosh.
me, guys. But yeah, PA going absolute mad more than fights. Halfway to the Discard, you know, suddenly. Highest step up in the game. And PA is definitely here that can carry these games, no problem. A lot of buyback expended on the supports on Liquid, but of course you don't really care. Even the Mars bought back as well. But for an ultra kill, you would trade it any day of the week.
Switch over to the Shivas on Timber Saw going out from that BKB that he was thinking about.
Yeah. Might regret it a little bit now.
Nisha almost has his BKB completed.
Yeah, he needs it badly. Like, he got controlled so much in the team fight. Down to 20 charges on the Timber. Feels bad, man.
Oh, you know, you're still up 6 from the original count.
Yeah, not bad. Spirit Breaker really... I mean, he's still very strong, obviously. Like, BKB still gets countered by him. But, yeah, Sume has definitely been a little more quiet this game. Also, courtesy to Invoker, though.
Oh, Matumba Man finds
damage.
Puppy. Spirit Vessel. Tornado lands. The Evo's going to be thrown over. Matumba Man who pops the BKB. Mortimer's Kiss is getting dropped down. They've got the Arena. Isis Heist gets out. Oh, Fire Step Cookie. Yapzor on the run, but there's the Stifling Dagger to get the kill.
Roshan still up, though. Another minute. Man, if this was an earlier spawn, that would be so sick for Liquid.
Now, if it was an immediate spawn, that could have been, you know, so detrimental to Secret's game while being such a rise up for Liquid.
Yeah, I actually forgot that Daya took a Rex bottom because of how the fight went. But
yeah, just the melee racks.
Yeah,
but still, neatly pushing that wave in.
And that is the biggest Rex they could have killed, though, because it's on the complete opposite side of where Roshan will spawn, like the furthest possible way. And just the wave is always going to push in. And you have a Spirit Breaker that can easily kill targets that want to push out that lane.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Atu. Stifling Dagger bashing.
There's a bash already. Oh, he's filthy rich suddenly.
18,000 net worth. They've got the BKB finished here for the Morphling. We'll see how that ends up.
Yeah, next Roshan fight is probably going to decide the game. Whoever wins that should be in a pretty commanding position.
We've got Puppy who takes a sneak peek at Roche. Aegis as well as the Ag's Shard.
Recharging. No one.
They're wrapping around. They've got this Blink Dagger on the Mars, and it could be Nisha in trouble. Nisha waveform away, but they've got the Blink as well as the Arena. They get the God Speaker with the BKB popped here by the Morphling. They get the Kona Puppy. They're going to take the Enchantress to start this. Arena down, but so are the Mortimer's Kisses. Turns into the Phantom Assassin, starts to right-click away onto the Undying. They've got themselves the Chakram right on top of the Phantom Assassin. That's going to be another strike that saves the life of Puppy for now. BKB, a lot of time wasted on that. Here comes the charge in from Sumail. They've got the Scatter Blast, and that's with the Shard, and it's going to be enough to get the Kona Matumba Man. Then it'll be Nisha who gets that kill. Insane falls to Ice. They've got the little Shredder right on the Boxy. Adaptive Strike, Nisha with a double kill, 3 dead on Liquid, all without buyback.
Yeah, super well played. MVP of that fight for me, definitely Sumail. He charged through the PA twice, he ulted the PA, effectively making his entire BKB duration run out.
Yeah.
Yeah, what nice tornado though. But just delaying the inevitable.
Radiant's middle tower.
Who's that shot going?
Oh, Marth! Marth wants it! Marth wants it!
He got it!
Die!
He got everything.
He got everything! Oh, man! Morphling actually picks up the Ag Shard. Zai, though, gets the kill, gets the Aegis. He doesn't have buyback. Still, oh, wow. A lot of confidence to make a move like that.
Yeah, they could have potentially just saved their game because a Morphling there with Aegis, I don't know how you stop him.
Woo.
Wow.
And it really depends on what Secret get from this. It looks like it'll be a mid-tier 3. I don't know if it's going to be this set of racks, though.
It will be a set of racks. Like,
they've got the glyph.
Morphling's damage is just insane. Just look at him go. 360 damage per hit. He attacks like 4 times per second.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, some people might call this OS Frog.
Right clicks out on a Sumail. Oh boy, Matumba Man gets saved by the Boxy Ags. He'll have that time lapse. Now get the kill on a Sumail. He's going to pop that BKB and go after this Morphling. Right of Atos turns into the Phantom Assassin. The Mortimer's Kiss is coming down with the BKB no longer being available on Matumba Man, taking a lot of damage from the Chakram that comes out.
Disengage, disengage.
Mortimer's Kiss is hitting Insania. And now they're going to start to try and disengage on the side of Secret. They're running away without the help of Sumail, who's dead in the grave for 60 seconds. Matumba Man gave chase, but he's just not fast enough.
Yeah, it was actually a very good play because they baited out Sumail really hard and got a free Spirit Breaker pull because of it. I mean, they even baited me. I didn't even know that he had Axe on the Weaver.
Gotcha.
10k lead again here for Secret.
Yeah. But this Alacrity PA can really just shred through heroes, so I'm not counting out Liquid at all here. It will really come down to the Spirit Breaker, I think. Like, if he can control the BKB duration of the PA, then Secret will win. But if he can't, and he like, gets bursted really fast, then Liquid has a very good chance at fighting. Ow. Ow.
Oi, 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 oi.
Guy from full health like that.
Yeah. Oh boy, and Boxy. How are ya? He says to Matumba Man in the grave.
Megas, huh? No top tower to protect it.
He's got buyback in
double damage
140 gold.
Yeah, this game is over. Double damage Morphling is way too much to handle. They're gonna get Megas for sure.
He just needs someone. He needs to pick up this bounty.
They need to dispel it ASAP. Like, he needs to get a tornado on top of him as soon as he sees that DD pop.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That's exactly what Boxy's gonna do, but he's still short buyback from 7 gold.
Radiant's top tower.
It'll be the tier 3 going down top. They're looking over the mid top set of racks. They've got the Mars over to the side, looking for the spear. That's gonna land here on Anisha. The damage is it gonna be enough? He's got the BKB. He's gonna wait for it now with the BKB being popped by Matumba Man. Now they're gonna Timber Chain to look over at this Insania Undying. Sumail, though, he's dead. They got the buyback coming out from the Phantom Assassin as well as the Undying. They get the kill on a Puppy, and now they've got the Arena down on 3, but Zai dies so quickly. They're gonna find the Sapphire. The tornado lands. It actually does land out onto Nisha. Ultra kill for Matumba Man. Oh my god!
Again.
Matumba Man looking to chase the Timber Chain, though, is gonna land all the way across the river and get Ice out to safety. Not one hero on Secret has buyback.
Another ultra kill for Matu. Just got enough gold for the buyback.
The bounty that Boxy got on the other side of the map.
Yeah, otherwise they would have been mega creep and the game would have been over. So many like little hero plays from Boxy, from Zai, Matu
Do they have
getting
the
double
time to go
ultra.
tier 4s?
Dude, they could potentially end the game here with Electri,
Could
I think. If they know, it's so scary though because they don't know.
Creeps are pushing in bottom. They need to be careful.
Yeah, I think it's too scary to do it. Or they're doing it, they're not doing it.
They're going for the mid set of racks. They've dropped down the tombstone. Matumba Man working on it. He'll get himself the melee racks. So now this lane over mid is going to be equal.
So they're even on Rex now.
Now top lane will push in their favor. Again, bottom's pushing in. They need to be a little bit careful of that pushing in with only one tier 4 still standing. They'll smoke out. They've taken mid. They've taken top. Liquid all of a sudden. Harry back in the game.
Yeah, this Electricity PA, you saw it in the last fight. He was just shredding absolutely everything in a second. And so much damage coming out from the Deso, Mjolnir. How much damage is Electricity at this point? And for the Talon, like 140, 150 attack speed and damage. It's like the strongest buff in all of Dota, probably. Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. I think he 2-hit the Spirit Breaker.
Mel, 3, 10, and 11.
Yeah, his item build is also strange. I know why you want to go for the Yasha Kaya, like it's kind of like a nice, fun meme build, but like I feel like he's just lacking some armor.
After all is said and done, I mean, that Aegis grab by Zai and the Roche kill makes it so Nisha doesn't have 2 lives in that last fight. And they can come back.
Yeah, and then Boxy, as we said, with the bounty room grab. Making sure he has buyback on Matu. A lot of very nice plays coming out for him, for sure.
Zai has been on
is so
point.
fat.
4,000
4,000
charges,
HP on the
overwhelming
Slipper.
blink.
Yeah. But still, I think the entire fight is going to come down to, can SB disable PA enough?
Ooh, Spell Prism. Helped by the Morphling.
Yeah, it's a pretty good one for him. Yeah, all just waiting. Who's gonna make the first move?
Yeah, it's... Oh, Divine Rapier from Atoma Man! With the alacrity.
Yeah.
Again, it comes down to Spirit Breaker. If he's able to stop Atoma Man with the charges, with the Nether Strike, while he's in that BKB, maybe they have an opportunity. This is without an Aegis. And Roche is up in 24. We've got Secret set up, smoked over by this outpost. And Liquid looking to get towards Roche as well.
Yeah, this is going to the territory of Mato can just kill anything in 1 second.
And you get the crits. Did he roll the lucky numbers?
Doesn't want to throw the dagger.
Throws it. Puppy.
A little bit too tanky, perhaps.
We're lucky he didn't get killed off a crit or something.
Yeah, they even electrically buffed him before he threw the dagger. Any new key items on the horizon here for anyone? Axe perhaps on the Invoker. No,
Hurricane Pike potentially for Isha, but
probably wants to keep the buyback though. Last time was pretty scary already.
yeah. He doesn't have buyback at the moment. He's still short. Timber, Invoker, and Spirit Breaker, the only three who have it. Everybody else is on a no.
So Ice is going for Hex next. Good plausible choice.
Roche is up. And it's Ags.
Oh,
I'm sure that
if
won't
this Morph
matter.
gets the free Axe.
Whoever gets this Roche may just get it. Sunstrike. Wrapping all the way up and around. But Secrets seem to be aware. Although Sumail, Stifling Daggers coming out around the horn. They're going to use that charge. It goes out onto the Mars. They've got themselves the arena down. Stormcrafter used by Ice. Then the Yules up into the air with the BKB pop here by the Phantom Assassin. Phantom Assassin being controlled. They've got the charge as well. Another strike. Here comes another arena. And do they have the damage to get the kill on Atoma Man with the Divine Rapier? They've got the Ice Wall down. And they're going to get the kill on Sumail, but then take him Atoma Man with the Divine Rapier on the deck. It's a double kill here for Ice as he takes out Zai. They both don't have buyback, but the right click's coming in from Nisha. Down goes Insania. Charge coming in. They've got the Spirit Vessel out of the Morphling. Morphling trying to fight Foxy here. They've taken out Mickey, who's going to buy back. They've got the Yules up into the air. The Scatterblast doesn't land, but 5 heroes around Boxy. Boxy trying to run his way out. What's in the box? It's going to be a dead Weaver, and they will get everybody on the side of Liquid. Secret come out pretty much unscathed. The only one who had a buyback was Sumail, and they will call GG on the side of Liquid. Secret take the series 2-0.
Yeah, I think this just showcases perfectly why Ice is like so feared, so renowned for his Timber Saw. Like in all of his team fights, except one, I think he always lived, dealt a ton of damage. Every team fight he's always at the top of the damage by far, despite having like a Morphing on your team and Spirit Breaker and like perfect spell usage by him. I mean, overall Secret, they, you know, it looked very clean, but they had also like a bunch of just, okay, we kind of overstayed our welcome kind of moments where Matu then snatched 2 ultra kills. It looked really scary. Like, I think if they just went for the throne, perhaps, they could have just ended the game, but of course they didn't know they didn't have buybacks. But yeah, this is a very entertaining game, and yeah, Ice Timber Saw a treat to watch.
It's a risk we know that they can take, but a risk that they don't know they can make the jump in on, and that is really what makes the difference there. On top of the fact, Zai keeps him in that game, getting that Roche. Like, a lot of things there, especially Timber being played by Ice. He was doing like 10k damage a fight. It was honestly ridiculous. So, Secret get the 2-0 win over Liquid. To break it down a little bit further, we've got the panel. We're going to send it back over to them. Take it away.
Well, unfortunately, we don't get a Game 3 for that very exciting series, but fortunately, that second game certainly felt like it was 2 games squeezed into one. There were ups, there were downs, there were comebacks, there were throws. It had just about everything inside of it, but in the end, it is Team Secret which take the victory. Now, the first thing I want to ask is, do you guys think that some male Spirit Breaker is something we're going to be seeing again? Or, I mean, what was its job in that game, and did it really achieve it?
Yeah, why not? I think that position 1 Spirit Breaker is definitely... Look, he even had
ended with a rapier.
Yeah.
I was wondering who got that.
So the Aghanims build up, right? Like, he adjusted for the game and he kept the PA locked down later on in the team fights for long enough for everyone else to follow up.
Right.
Overall, it wasn't the most perfect Spirit Breaker game on that position 1, 100%. But it does have potential, and I think we will see the hero on those core positions a bit more often now.
He's played Spirit Breaker, probably not that much, right? Like, he doesn't play offlane or support, he plays mid, and it doesn't strike me as a male hero. So maybe this game, I don't know, next time he's gonna have improved a bit, right? So I think it worked out really well with Nisha going mid on Morphling. It was
that was a good move.
It was a very, very nice, like, very well done, like the laning setup and stuff from Secret. So it kind of shut down Invoker's game early on.
He got a solo kill on Zai, right? Like the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, that too.
That's insane.
Yeah.
But the true storyline here is, how the hell does Ice get his Timber Saw, and how the hell does this guy get ganked, and then he turns that gank into dealing 10k damage in a single team fight? That was
so insane.
Yeah,
so insane.
And the intro to it as well. Black talking about how strong he is with the Timber.
Yeah.
And then bam, exactly that happens. They were losing the game. It felt like they might lose it at that point. Like, definitely wasn't in their control, and they turn it all around on the back of Ice.
Yeah, Ice had an outstanding performance on this Timber Saw, but this is why you don't give this guy Timber. It's just not something you do. It's his most played hero, 159 professional games on this hero, 67% win rate. It's just ridiculous. Like, you have to have a plan for it, and I mean, they kind of did, Mickey going for the Spirit Vessel, but in the end, it just wasn't enough, and Ice really did tear them apart on the backs of Nisha as well. But Matu, I mean, he had a pretty insane game himself. Got several ultra kills in this game, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think this game was like, it was clearly so close all the way till the end, right? And it could have very much gotten either way. It came down to those 2 critical fight where Sumail pretty much, I don't know, almost solo killed PA, right? Just by bashing him like 3 times in a row, ulting him, charging him.
No, charged through him twice, right? And then just
that
unleashed.
happened in both fights around the same area. The one, like, I'm watching on stream right now, like those 2 fights were like, yeah, those were the fights that actually, determined the game. And that's, yeah, Spirit Breaker in a nutshell, right? Like the 17%, it's no joke.
And it's insane. Like, you watch these fights, and Nisha's just constantly hanging around on like 200 HP, just shifting through the fights. Like, his control on this Morphling hero is absolutely ridiculous. The way he can just stay on like the precipice of death the entire time, just somehow knows there's not going to be like a nuke coming out from nowhere, just hanging on at just the right amount of HP to not get one shot, but also enough to still be doing the most damage as possible. Like, Nisha's Morphling is also just downright
For
exceptional.
Sure. His win rate on Morphling for Secret must be, I don't know, like, is it? I mean, it might be 100%. I don't recall him losing with Morphling.
It's pretty damn high, yeah.
I can tell you his Morphling win rate overall. He's played 69 games, now 70, with a 78% win rate. So that is, okay. I mean, for anybody, I think looking through all of my notes, that is the highest win rate out of anybody on any hero, I'm pretty sure. Ridiculous.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, partly due with the fact that they will pick him Morphling when it's a good Morphling game. It's not a hero he's put on all of the time, but you have to have an idea, right? You can't let him get away with it. If you are playing Team Secret, do not let him have a good Morphling game. And after today's matches, that 2-0 victory from Team Secret, this is how the brackets now look. We have got ourselves an upper bracket of OG versus Team Spirit after their victories today, and now we have Nigma Galaxy versus Team Secret in the upper bracket matches. Meanwhile, down in the lower bracket, facing elimination, we have Navi versus Tundra in another best of 3. That one's going to be very exciting. And Alliance versus Team Liquid fighting it off over elimination. I cannot wait for those matches. That is going to be absolutely insane. And those are going to be on December 16th. I mean, what a crazy tournament we've got going on, and it almost seems a shame to get rid of 2 teams after 2 best of 3s, but that's the way the bracket works. And of course, it's a short event, but it's going to be very, very fun. Gentlemen, we're reaching the end of our journey to the day 4 best of 3s. What is something which caught you guys off guard today? What was something maybe more popular than you would have thought, or something that won you over?
Just a lot of brawling, I would say. Not necessarily approaching the game in a strategical manner, but just manly brawling it out in the woods somewhere.
Some lizard Dota.
Yeah, so some full divide Dota in a lot of them. Spirit Breaker as well, definitely. Not something that surprised me. It's something that I've expected to look strong. Besides that, I don't know. My mind is blank. We've been casting for like what, 12 hours now?
It's a 12-hour day, absolutely. Yeah, closing in on it. Yeah, very, very long day, but great fun. Misery, what about you?
I mean, I agree. Definitely a lot of fighting, a lot of like back and forth, people running at each other. I also think this puck hero seems really strong right now, so I think we're gonna see more of that. I'm also really tired. It's been a long day. I realized while casting, I mean, while looking at this game, that we started with OG earlier today. That just feels like it's so long ago.
Feels like another lifetime.
Yeah, kind of.
Well, Misery currently recruiting for the Cult of Puck. If you want to join, then hit him up on Twitter. I'm sure he'll let you in, and you can join his jungle cult for that hero. But from today, we are all done. But make sure you guys join us again on the 16th of December, where we will be starting at 12 CET with another round of best of 4s, but this time with the upper bracket and the lower bracket matches. We'll find out who's going to be getting eliminated and who's going to be going through to those upper bracket finals. It is all kicking off here at the OGA Dota Pit Season 5. We'll see you next time, but from today, goodbye, and thanks for watching.